All right. Good afternoon, folks. Understand for you folks watching this on YouTube, you may be getting it a couple days behind because this is MAGA Trump related content. So sometimes the banning and censoring can happen. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Wanted to come on today because I think there is something worthy of discussing. This is coming from the one and only Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, 2024 presidential contender. Now, I know a lot of folks, particularly my beloved MAGA, are not big fans of Ron DeSantis, but he said something recently that I do believe is worthy of discussion. As you see on the monitor behind me, the phrase listless vessels. That is what we're talking about today. Presidential contender Ron DeSantis of Florida used the term listless vessels. We're going to tackle that. We want to dive into what the hell did he mean and if there is any validity to it. Now, many on the right are already comparing this to the basket of deplorables that 2016 presidential contender Hillary Clinton aimed at Trump supporters. Basket of deplorables. Remember how bad that went? Well, I want you to hear, I don't know why I put this, that graphic doesn't belong to it. I want you to hear what we're discussing. I think this is kind of important. This was stated on, or better yet, clipped on Fox News. And as always, before we go into the actual statement by Ron DeSantis, understand the program is forever will remain MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. What do we say on every program? We do not block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So when you do come on to talk live to the host, you don't have to agree with the host. Nobody gives a damn if you disagree with the host. Your opinion will not be censored, limited, or banned or blocked in any way. So free speech is always observed here. I want you to hear what Ron DeSantis had to say. Now, this is a Fox News host that's kind of queuing it up.
This seems to have a new strategy to get elected president, go after Trump supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Now, what he said, for some reason, the clip it paused right at when he said, if all we are listless vessels. What we're talking about is, first of all, what is a listless vessel? Second, is Ron DeSantis onto something by suggesting that if you do not kiss up to Trump, regardless of your Republican background, you're going to already be called a rhino? Is what he's saying, does it have any validity to it? That he is stating that no matter what you do, if you do not kiss Trump's whatever, you're going to be referred to as a rhino. Let me see if I can get the listless part out one more time. Because I want you to hear it in context.
Did President go after Trump supporters?
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
So now you clearly heard it. So do you believe there's any validity in regards to what he's saying, or is it just, is he just talking out the side of his neck? That's what we want to tackle today, because there has to be a reason why a presidential contender such as Ron DeSantis made that comment. Now, looking in the comment section, Mr. Krabs 14, love the name. That might not get you a really good date, but Mr. Krabs 14 says no, he is a rhino. Why? That's what I want to ask. What makes Ron DeSantis, who was heavily favored in the 2020 midterms to be reelected as governor of Florida, what did he do to suddenly be referred to as a Republican in name only? Remember how high Ron DeSantis' ratings were in the midterms? One of the most favorite Republican candidates this time last year. We were heading into the midterms this time last year. That guy was riding high. What happened to make him suddenly become a rhino? That's what we're going to be asking. Now we're going straight to the box. In regards to the comments, Kenny Davis says, we know your thoughts on this. You state them all the time. He is funded by George Soros. I'll go to the box immediately, but I want to ask that question in regards to the notion that Ron DeSantis is funded by George Soros. When did this happen? Like I stated before, he was just heavily favored by the Republican Party. Why would George Santos favor someone that was riding so high in the Republican Party that people were chanting that he at least deserved a VP role? Why would George Soros fund this guy? Going to the box. We'll start it out with Mr. B-Word says sold out. Since sold out, you're telling me he's sold out to George Soros. What about Ron DeSantis would attract someone like George Soros, who many would suggest stands for far left causes? Do you see Ron DeSantis currently as being a far left politician? George Soros and Ron DeSantis teaming up just doesn't make any sense. Mr. Krabs, good afternoon.
So how's it going? Yeah, so he has a good point with this funding thing. If you look at a lot of the super PACs, a lot of the donor money, there was a big flip of who was getting the number one support from the party. There was a really big switch. It was about 6-7 months ago, you saw the flip where DeSantis got the super PAC. He was getting the number one donors. And, he really started to change his tune once that started to happen. He goes, well, Putin's going to have to pay for this Ukraine conflict. And he goes, well, I don't know about the First Amendment in Florida. He passes HB 269. It limits your First Amendment right when you're talking about a certain country. I mean, I don't know about that. And he's like a fake conservative. He goes, yeah, you can't be trans until you're 18, and that's the best we got. Like, that's the conservative guy. Like, come on, give me a break.
Wait. So give me some policies that you believe, because you're suggesting that Ron DeSantis is a fake conservative. Give me something that he is preaching, trying to do, legislation he's trying to impose that would make you believe he's a fake conservative.
Well, this is just based off of his interviews. So he talked about Vladimir Putin needing to pay. You can't really do much when you're the governor of Florida, but when you're running for president, that's a problem because you're going to be doing a lot of the military action and stuff. You have a lot more pull when you're the president, obviously, when it comes to military.
Okay, you said he talked about Vladimir Putin needing to pay. Are you suggesting he's a fake conservative because conservatives do not believe Vladimir Putin should pay?
Yeah, like give me like an example of a conservative who's like a real like grassroots classic, not like you have neocons like Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz. We don't identify with any of these guys. These people love war. They're serving their donors. They're more serving Lockheed Martin and guys like that.
So, if you don't, let me take what you said. If you do not identify with Mitch McConnell, I want to ask you this question. You can give me any opinion you want, and we'll take it as that. The state of Kentucky, a blood red conservative state, you're suggesting that we do not identify with Mitch McConnell, yet Kentucky, these aren't liberals, continue to vote this man in. If you're saying you don't identify with him, who is electing this guy over and over again?
Well, this is a problem that you see all over the place. I mean, how many America First congressmen do you really have in there? Like 2, 3. I couldn't even like all these guys are neocon. Like you don't really have a choice. Like I live in New Jersey. What was our choice? We had that guy, Phil Murphy was running for governor, and then the other guy, he was the Italian.
What
That guy
about
was a
Dr. Oz? Was Dr. Oz a true American first conservative?
no, that guy's an actor and he's working for like his donors, obviously.
So when you say we do not identify with these people, and now you're admitting that your desired choice for president of the United States was even trying to put one in as a Senate, at the end of the day, you got to admit the reason you have these people is because your party keeps promoting them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not my party though. I'm not a Republican. I'd like to see the party burn. Honestly, if Trump didn't win, like I wouldn't vote.
What about
like when
Herschel
like
Walker? What about Herschel Walker? Was he an American first conservative?
I think he was playing the part. I don't know if he was actually going to do it though. He was playing the part. I don't
Another
know.
actor?
Yeah, it's kind of scary when it's like, yeah, this guy. I like for me, I wouldn't put much faith in Herschel Walker. You know, I think he was worth throwing a vote at for first like Stacey Abrams or whatever he was versing. I don't know who he was running against, but I wouldn't be like, oh, Herschel Walker, that's the guy that's going to come save America. Absolutely not. No, and you're
So
not going
then,
to get that.
so then let me ask you this. If you're admitting that just this time last year, President Trump was promoting two, as you refer to them as actors, right? Both Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. If you want to have true America first conservatives in charge of this nation, is it best to assume that maybe President Trump is not the right leader to have to get you what you want?
Well, so all these things that you're saying about Trump, they're 100 to 1,000 times more true about any other candidate on this list, especially Ron DeSantis. So that's one. There's no getting around that. Sure, you can point to hundreds of flaws, but all of these problems are 100, at least at minimum, 100 times worse with every other candidate.
So, so give me in regards to the desire to have a true American first conservative. Can you name anyone else that would be competitive to Trump? That would be, that would give you kind of what you want, just like Trump does.
Well, I mean, I wasn't a big fan of him, but he's starting to hit the nail on the head
Okay.
pretty close. This Vivek Ramaswamy guy, I think that guy's pretty interesting. I'm not a fan of like, I don't know, I wouldn't vote for him this cycle. I hope I don't have to vote for him next cycle. I hope the energy gets through. But like, he seems to be saying a lot of stuff that's really interesting. Where he's talking about, he's like completely.
If it came down to Trump versus Vivek Ramaswamy, would you be willing to go with Vivek instead of Trump?
Well, they're both. What do you mean in the primaries?
Yeah. If it came down to them two and you had to choose.
No, yeah, I'm going Trump.
Okay, so I'm asking you again, in regards to a true America first conservative, is there no one else that is better than Trump that you can think of?
In terms of like a real possible candidate, yeah, no, absolutely not. He's the best option we have to move the ball down the field and possibly get someone more conservative into the House for the next 28 cycle.
What about Ramaswamy? Do you think Vivek, if he got in power, would be promoting actors on the Senate and Congress like you just admitted Trump did? Do you think he would do the same thing?
I mean, promoting actors, I don't know, like, I guess like Dr. Oz that we're gonna, I think he would be much more against this whole uniparty regime, just as Donald Trump was, opposed to like Ron DeSantis. So how I look at this whole thing, Donald Trump came into the mix. He shook everything up. He was just a wild card. He was not expected to get elected. And he broke into this club and everyone was looking around and like, it's kind of like when you're fighting as a family. When you're fighting with your family at the dinner table, you guys, say stuff. But like if some guy walks in off the street and he sits down and he starts arguing with you guys, all you guys are going to turn to him and be like, get the fuck out of here. Like that's what's going on here. That's literally what's going on. So I think for someone,
let me ask you to you this way. Let's suggest that in regards to the hunt for a true blue America first conservative, on a scale of 1 to 10, we give Trump a 10. If Trump is a 10, where would Vivek rank on that scale? Or Vivek, or however you pronounce his name.
Well, Trump's not a 10. No one's a 10.
Trump, I get it, but I'm just trying to see how far these two men are apart, in your opinion.
It's from his recent statement yesterday. He's honestly closing the gap quick. And I think that's the reason you see him jump the polls with DeSantis. He said, yeah, China, you can invade Taiwan in 2028. Like, we're not going to, like, do that. Or he said, my favorite one, he said, we're going to pull $3.8 billion of funding from Israel. We're an America first country. You'll never, ever, 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 ever hear a politician say that.
So then I have to ask you this. When you suggest that Trump is the better choice, but Vivek is closing it alternative, looking at Vivek, you're talking about a guy who served 8 years instead of 4. He does not currently have any indictments or court cases coming up at all. He's considerably younger. Why is Trump beating him out when Trump has more baggage than someone moving out of the country?
I mean, this whole Vivek guy, I haven't really heard of him until, a few months ago. When's the first time you heard this guy's name?
You just spoke positively of him. Now all of a sudden you haven't heard of him.
Well, when it comes to like politics and running for president, you have to be in this game a while. You're not just gonna like pop up, turn it on the screen. Like, I haven't heard of Vivek Ramaswamy. If you asked me about him a year ago, I'd be like, who the hell is that? Like, and now you like want me to vote for president? I kind of want to see a little bit more from him because a lot of people have said a lot of things. I'd like to, and it's kind of hard to vote for a guy. Just being honest, a guy named Vivek Ramaswamy is kind of hard to vote for that guy as president.
You sound like those who suggested that it's kind of hard to vote for a guy like Barack Obama. And us liberals think that turned out pretty damn well. So don't let the name lead you astray.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's, it's hard to say with the Vivek guy.
You don't know if he's ready for prime time yet.
I think he deserves his 4 years. I want to see him come back, hellfire, fire everyone, fire 50,000 people, just take control and try to push the ball down the field as far as we can.
So I got one of the viewers on YouTube states that Trump has never been America first. Trump has always been Trump first. How do you view folks who suggest that Trump is not doing what makes America best or great? He's doing what is best in the best interest of himself. Do you see any narcissism coming from the former commander-in-chief?
Well, all right. So to answer the second part of the question, yeah, I think you could probably, if I had to point to one of his flaws, it would be he's probably likes to surround himself with yes men. Like, he probably doesn't like being told no. It's probably a problem. But to answer the first part, where you said, what America First policies has he enacted? I mean, just to go down the list, the border wall, he tried to do that. That didn't really work out too well.
Whoa. If you're going to go down the list of the America First policies he enacted, we want to get a man trophies he deserved. We don't want to give him participation trophies. So give me things he did, not things he tried. Give him credit for things he tried as a participation trophy. Go ahead.
Chinese tariffs, Muslim ban, closed off COVID from China when all the Democrats were screaming racist and xenophobic.
You think a Muslim ban is an America First policy?
Well, yeah. If you have like a terrorist hotspot, so it wasn't a Muslim ban. That's what they called it. Like
that's what he called it.
That's what he called it.
Yeah.
I probably would have called it something else. I don't think I would.
You understand why somebody might refer to just asking for a total and complete ban on all Muslims coming in this country. You can understand why somebody may say that sounds kind of racist.
Well, if that's what he proposed, yeah. But if you're a Muslim from Canada, Europe, Mexico, Japan, China, all good and well, Egypt, sure. But when
you're naming countries: China, Egypt, Japan. Those are countries. He named an entire group of people that come from a variety of countries. Some of them being our allies. Turkey is a member of NATO, and he said a total and complete ban on all Muslims.
That's not what happened, though. Like, I have Muslim friends in Canada, and they were allowed to move freely. Like, it was a terrorist hotspot thing. I guess the name was kind of catchy for a lot of those people. But
that's not what happened. That's not what happened because the Supreme Court stopped them from doing it.
Wait, so you actually think there was a proposed ban on anyone who practices Islam from entering the country? You think that was a thing?
I think that Trump said he wanted a total and complete ban on all Muslims entering America.
So
Is
even
that
like a
not the way
Canadian,
you
like
heard it?
even from Toronto, like so I have a Muslim buddy in Toronto. He's banned too because of some terrorist in Syria or whatever. That's not how I read the bill. That's not my understanding at all. If that's the case, yeah, I'd disavow the whole thing. Bullshit. But that's not what happened. If you were like no, and the list, yeah,
Well,
the countries of origin that
Donald
they're
J.
identifying these terrorist groups from, it was crafted under the Obama administration.
okay, I want you to hear this, and we can elaborate on the other side.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown
Yeah,
of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Now, when you said Muslims from Toronto, how are we to know? He said a total and complete ban of Muslims. It could be from anywhere.
Yeah, so that's his speech. He was he didn't understand what he was. I think he was because he also said there was a war on Islam. He didn't. I don't think he literally doesn't understand what Islam and Muslim is because there's 1 billion Muslims in the world. Like you can't ban all of them from the country. Like that's insane. Like so like I,
Give
he's.
me,
I
let
think
me
he was
let me ask
literally
it
just
to you
being
this way. Give me a Muslim that would have heard this speech that would have said, "No, he ain't talking about me." What country? Where they from? What part of the world? A Muslim that's sitting around listening to this and thinking, "Well, no, he's not talking about me. He'll gladly accept me in the country."
that nuance bro on Twitter. I'm pretty sure is a Muslim. He's big into that stuff.
Huh?
Nuance bro on Twitter is a Muslim Trumper. You know, he's like a
I
big
don't.
blue Twitter check mark. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know any Muslims who are like in the public life. I mean, is Vivek Muslim? I don't even know. Maybe him.
But does this sound racist to you at all? Say something like that.
Muslim's not a race, so
Whatever. Does it sound like? Does it sound hateful towards Muslims?
yeah, but I don't think that's what he meant. I'm pretty sure he walked that back too. Like I'll walk
Okay.
that.
All right. Now I don't know about him walking it back, but I got to move it on, man. I appreciate you coming in, Mister. Is this our first time talking?
I talked to you on my other account, but like a bunch of trans people got it banned, so I made a new one. I do crazy
Well,
out here.
hopefully the Muslims don't get you this time. I appreciate you coming in.
They don't go after the TikTok. They'll get you in real life. But I love Muslims. I think they're all cool. I think I'm a Christian, so I think
All right.
Muslims are fighting the good fight. Um,
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
have a good
Come
one.
on back anytime. Looking in the comment section, Robert says, "Damn, yeah, handsome. How is it racist?" Laugh my ass off, joke. Well, as the last caller was pointing out, technically it's not racist because the Muslim religion, Muslim is a religion. It's not a race, so it's not technically racist. But it is a hateful comment. If you get charged with a hate crime, it could be attacking someone based on religion or race. So no, technically I was wrong. It's not racist, but it falls under the Hate Crime Act. I mean, he's banning someone strictly because of their religion. It is what it is. All right, we'll keep moving. By the way, folks, tap the screen. 300 plus of you folks in here. The program is and shall always remain MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. Liberals are welcome as well. We do not block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Appreciate you folks rolling with your boy on this Sunday evening. You could be anywhere you want to be on these social media pages. It's always an honor to have you here, yours truly. Talking about Ron DeSantis making a comment that suggests that MAGA are listless vessels. I'll go right to the box shortly, but I want you to hear this because we kind of got off track for a minute. But this is Ron DeSantis speaking in reference to MAGA, kind of like the deplorables comment. But is there any validity here to what Ron DeSantis is saying? Listen.
Okay, so meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to have a new strategy to get elected president: go after Trump supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Now that's Ron DeSantis. basically suggesting that if you do not kiss Trump's ass, for lack of a better term, you're going to be referred to as a rhino. I want to hear you folks. Do you believe what Ron DeSantis is saying has any validity to it? Or is Ron DeSantis now a rhino himself? Going straight to the box. Appreciate you folks that have been holding on. Pinche Vato Loco. Good evening, Pinche Vato Loco. What do you think about Ron DeSantis? Do you think he's talking out the side of his ass, or do you think he has some validity to what he's saying?
I think you lack knowledge. Here's why. And you know me, Timmy. It's Timoteo. It's your buddy.
Oh shit, Timoteo. Good evening. Always good to talk to you, Tim. But what do you think about what Ron DeSantis said?
Well, by the law, okay, this is something many people don't know, but the law classifies us as lost vessels lost at sea until we reclaim ourselves legally. So what you have to do is you have to change your legal status. And believe it or not, the 14th Amendment is what causes this. And at the same time, believe it or not, classify this until because of the fact that you're classified as a citizen. The citizenship that you
I
have,
don't quite get what you said. Wait, how does the 14th Amendment tie into what he just said?
because it incorporated all of us and it makes us all part of the same. And what the law does is they consider you a vessel that's lost at sea until you claim yourself on the land as a human being, believe it or not. And how do you do this? Well, you take your birth certificate and you send it into the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State's going to postalize it, and then she's going to send it back to you with another document attached, and it's stamped on the document. And that document, you're going to send it to the Department of Commerce. That's your birth certificate now is going to the Department of Commerce, and then you get that authenticated there, and this is done there by the Department of Commerce, and they'll send it back to you complete and done. And at that point, when you file that with your local courts, you're now what they call a U.S. state national. Okay, you're no longer a U.S. citizen.
What rights and privileges are altered by becoming a U.S. national or state national, as you're suggesting, versus a citizen? What
Okay,
changes in
so
your life?
it's not rights or privileges. Those are two separate things. See, rights are granted to you by God because you're God-given rights. That's what they're called. Okay, by law they're called God-given rights. Well, there's also privileges and benefits, and that's what's given to you as a citizen. Privileges and benefits is something that's
What change? Okay, all right, that's fine. What changes if a person does what you just suggested with their birth certificate? What changes in their life compared to someone like myself that hasn't done any of that?
you remove yourself from their jurisdiction, and basically you're taking away your slave title. By taking yourself out of their jurisdiction, now we put no jurisdiction over you. You have to understand, it's a complete system. It's a complete fraud. And I've been trying to tell you about that
hang
system
on.
for a long
So
time,
if
and
I
I'm
go
glad it
out,
came up this way.
so if I go out and rob a bank, and I've taken the procedures you said, you're telling me if I rob a bank, they can't. The state has no jurisdiction over me now.
Let me ask you something. Did you physically hurt anybody when you were robbing that bank?
Let's say I gave the teller a note and they handed me 50,000 and I ran out. Nobody was injured.
There's no victim, there's no crime in common law.
Then who lost $50,000?
It's fake money. You got to understand, the money has no value. Our money is fiat currency, okay? Our money is debt-based. It's not backed by gold or silver, and that's the only form of true money, according to the Constitution.
Wait. How do you pay your rent or mortgage every month? What do you
You're
use?
using fiat money. You got to understand what we are involved in is a fiat system. Okay, our system is a fiat system. Our money, look it up. Since 1972, the IRS put a memo out that our money has not been worth more than 4 cents, no matter what denomination it is. We're working through a
So,
fiat system, a
so
debt-based
let
system.
me get this absolutely clear. If I follow your procedures, I can commit any crime in the United States as long as nobody is hurt or injured, and they can't do anything to me. Is that what you're telling me?
It's called sovereignty. You have a sovereignty over the government. You grant the government their rights. You do not get your rights granted by the government according to the Constitution. That's what makes America great. Okay? That is the whole thing, is that you got to understand is that we are being frauded in the system by the 14th Amendment.
I
And
get what
that's
you're
what this all
saying, but
comes down to, because DeSantis is saying he's quoting the actual term that they use for us in their paperwork for the courts. Okay, and Tim, if you looked into this stuff, you would see for yourself that the courts have it's like a mission statement kind of thing. And in their mission statement, it actually says that blacks are not allowed in the courtroom. Get that? And I'm serious about that. It's craziness,
So,
but it's complete. Just if you were to look up the law and know the law yourself and do your own investigating, you'd see for yourself our country is the biggest fraud of all of them out there, and we're destroying Earth.
but
Period. And it doesn't
I
matter if
don't
you
see
vote for
how
DeSantis or Trump
anyone.
or who the
Wait a
fuck. It
minute.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't see how anyone would want the society you're suggesting that you can commit a crime as long as no one is. If I steal your car in the middle of the night, you're not hurt at all physically. You're telling me I can't be held accountable for that?
If you weren't able to protect your property, okay, possession is 9/10 of the law according to common law. And it's part of the deal. You got to understand that's why the Second Amendment was written in the first place, because people had to protect themselves and their property and from the government. So it's part of the deal. It's just we have grown as a society, be softer and softer throughout the years, and now we've gotten to the point where we rely on the cops to protect us. And get this: the only thing the cops are good at is 100% of the time is showing up after the fact. So you
But
have to see that.
here's where you lose me at. If I'm an elderly person getting up in my years, maybe disabled, and I live alone, how the hell am I expected to protect my property without being able to call the police? I mean,
Tim, you got to understand, your fear that you're feeling is natural for people to think that way. But in reality, I wouldn't do that to you. You wouldn't do that to me, right? We're people and
no,
we are able
that's
to
not
be more
true.
one than that.
That is not true. If hell, I'm from Chicago, if people knew they could rob old people and nothing could be done as long as they don't hurt the person,
Tim, I'm from Southeast LA. You think I don't think the same way? I
yeah,
believe
but
me, I see it the same way.
what you're
But it's
saying
truth.
it
It's
doesn't
truth.
make sense.
When you grant your jurisdiction to them by doing certain things. But by being a citizen of the United States, you're granted that jurisdiction to them automatically from the beginning, based on your birth certificate, which is a bond. It's a big freaking whole bunch of mumble jumble, man. Okay, it's truth though. And
So
if you do your own research,
okay,
you'll see for yourself that what it is
I hear what you're saying,
it's
but
about jurisdiction.
that's fine. I'm trying to get clarity from you on this. If you do go to someone who's elderly and take everything they got and do not physically harm them, you're telling me that person is just asked out?
No, eh, that you're making up scenarios that you can't even really know what's going to happen one way or the other.
Okay,
But
wait a minute. Let's do it this way. Let me give you a fictional scenario so you don't keep saying, yes, it is made up. But I'm asking you, if
it
this
is not
happens
made
to
up.
someone,
It
what
look up
happens?
U.S. State
I'm
National. Look it
asking
up.
you. I'm asking you. I don't want to be referred somewhere. I'm asking you. If an
Well, then
elderly
Granny would
person,
have to figure out what Granny wanted to do. Did she want to defend herself? Does she want to try to? I mean, whatever. I'm not sure what you would think of in that situation. To me, if it's an old lady, I mean, I would think that nobody's going to rob an old lady. I would think an
are
old
you
lady would have
kidding
people there
me?
protecting her. I would think a lady would have somebody there with a gun. I
Are
would think
you
something.
kidding me? Do you
No, not
realize
at
how many
all.
elderly people get robbed every year?
Dude, you gotta understand something. In a world where people are allowed to protect themselves, nobody's gonna go attacking anybody just for the hell of it when they're not sure if that person could have a gun on them. Okay? If that person was protected the way everybody else is protected, then they're not gonna have to worry about that because most people aren't gonna fuck with nobody.
Here's why I vehemently, and I mean vehemently, disagree with you. The people in this country that carry guns are the ones who deal with the most violence. I'm talking about police officers and drug dealers. Nobody has a problem taking out a drug dealer. Drug dealers shoot each other all the time, and all drug dealers are armed. So no, the fact that you are armed only tells your assailant that you need to be armed. That's a damn thing carrying a gun.
Tim, I'm not making up the law and I'm not making stories about the law. I'm telling you facts about the law that you can look up for yourself and go search it yourself, whatever you want. You think I'm wrong? Tell me one thing and I'll give you something to look up and you look it up and see if I'm wrong.
Here's what I want you to show me. You can direct message it to me, and I'll even have a whole damn program on it if it turns
I've
out to
tried
be
that
true.
before. You never followed me yet.
Hold on. I want to know a citizen that committed an act such as what we're talking about, a blatant robbery where nobody was injured.
Sir, I've covered
Hang
a
on
lot
second.
of.
A blatant robbery where nobody was injured, or a blatant crime where no one was injured, showed up to court, said that they were a sovereign citizen, and the courts let them walk. That's what I want to see. I want
No.
to see somebody who did
Listen,
that.
The courts are working in commerce, which means that everything is contract law. Like you signing your ticket that you get from the cops, you're signing a contract. That contract is agreeing to their terms. And when you've done that, now you're
That's all
bound
I
by
want to
that
see.
by law. So
That's
that's
all
what
I want to see.
every single ticket you've ever gotten is that way. Tim, you have to understand this. Everything you've gotten from the cops, any kind of interaction you have with the cops, it's all contract law because it's commerce. Why do you think your birth certificate has to be sent to the Department of Commerce when you go authenticate it? It's because of the fact that it's part of commerce. We are traded like chattel on the stock market from birth, and that's just how they've done it. It's not me
Okay.
creating this story up. It's 100% truth. Go look it up for yourself, and you'll be amazed for yourself what you find.
All right. I got to move it on. I need to see that, but fair enough. Appreciate you coming
Tim,
in, man. All right.
look it all up. It's truth.
Okay. All right. I've seen a few folks in the comments suggesting they've heard something similar to that. Has anybody seen someone do some of the fictional crimes that I suggested and literally walk out of court because they are quote unquote a sovereign citizen or something out of country? I see a few folks in the comments saying that's true. I have never heard that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's something new that you can actually be listed as a sovereign citizen while walking free among us in society. If that's the case, do you not pay taxes or anything? You get to enjoy all the rights, benefits, and privileges that us citizens do without any type of responsibility at all? How could that be? All right, let me go to the box. That was interesting. That was very interesting. These guys get killed by law enforcement every year. I've seen plenty of audits that do agree with what you just said. I've heard of it, but it's never worked in court since AFMA. And that's my belief on it, is that if you go to court and try this, you're going to lose. I truly believe that. If you go to court suggesting that you're some type of sovereign citizen, I do believe you're going to lose on it. The only person in the box is Mr. Krabs. And normally one per show, but he's the only guy in there. So Krabs,
Yeah,
you
that's
wanted to speak on this.
yeah. I'm into literally any conspiracy. I'm into it. I'll look into it, see if it's real. These sovereign citizen people, what they like to do is they mix in a little bit of truth. Like what he was talking about, like fiat currency and all that stuff. He pretty much nailed it on the head. That stuff is pretty much true. But when it comes to like being a sovereign citizen, I know there is some people who are really integral with the law. They're really into like how it works, and they can play it off. It's really really fucking weird. It
Wait.
takes a lot of work.
What about the part
No,
that
that
I
stuff is
mentioned where you could
ridiculous. You'll get
hang on?
shot.
What about the part where I mentioned you could walk in a bank, hand the teller a note, walk out with 50 grand, and him suggesting that as long as nobody is injured, the courts can't do anything to you? You
Yeah,
believe that?
that's dangerous rhetoric. It's gonna get a lot of people in trouble because people believe that shit and then they go and do it, and you're not gonna fucking walk free from that. You see, the people who run the banks, I don't know. He seemed to be pretty on point. He goes, I go, how is it that if the people in charge of the regime are controlling the money, you're not going to be able to walk in there and steal their money, and you're not allowed to get away with it? Like that's their asset. They're
Okay,
going to protect it and send you to jail for 20 years.
we agree there. What about the statement where I gave a fictional scenario of an elderly woman where you could take her car, and because she is not hurt, there is nothing she can do about it.
I don't know where he even this is the first rhetoric I've heard of that when it comes to sovereign citizen. Mostly when you hear the sovereign citizen talk, it's mostly like when you're done with the stream, just type in sovereign citizen on YouTube, gets arrested. You'll find thousands and thousands of videos, and they're all usually pretty low IQ. That guy seemed a little bit smarter, but he was crazy. A lot of them are really stupid, and they're not even literate, and they're trying to they're trying to outsmart the cop with the law, and the cop doesn't even play that game. They're driving with no license, and 9.9 times out of 10, it leads with them getting dragged out of the car in handcuffs and sent to jail. Occasionally, you'll get some guy who's like crafty with his words and like he'll get the cop to like walk away. It's usually when he's not driving. But these sovereign citizens, it's
in other words, being a sovereign citizen you're not going to get any extra rights and privileges or escape any type of accountability, no different than any other citizen.
There's some guy who I was listening to. I didn't listen too much of it into it, but there is some truth to what he's saying. Not the criminal stuff, but there is a way to be a sovereign. But from what I've seen, when you do it, it takes so much work, and it's really not even worth it. Like, I'm better off just, I look at the government like a cartel, you just pay the cartel your 10%, they'll leave you alone, whatever. Like, a lot of these
So
people.
wait a minute. So if you become a sovereign citizen, do you pay taxes? Do you pay property taxes? I mean, if you're driving down an American street, that street has to be taken care of by the taxpayers. Do you get to skip out on that, but enjoy the rights and privileges of using our streets and things like that?
They would tell you yes, but any cop in America, they pull you over. This happens all the time. The video's online. You see it all the time. They'll get pulled over and they'll ask them for their license. They'll be, I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm allowed to go around the country, 50 states unmolested, as it says in the Constitution, or the lower 48. And they go, they get laughed at, yanked out of the car, arrested, handcuffed, booked. It looks like clockwork. I don't know why that guy would even preach that on the internet.
Well, he is. I'm gonna have to move it on shortly, but he is in the comments right now saying he does not pay taxes. So, I mean, if you go to the store and you purchase something, you're telling me you pay face value. They don't charge you taxes at the register at all. How the hell does that happen?
He's paying sales tax. Maybe he found a way to get out of the property and income tax with the whole sovereign citizen thing. Because I heard someone who I actually respected his opinion, and he was talking to someone who did this. And it's really, really advanced. It's not like what you think. You can't just walk into a bank and fucking kill someone. When you relinquish a lot of these rights, you lose a lot of stuff, Like, that's my take on it. I really don't know too much about it, but anyone in the comments that was thinking about doing that just had to get up here and be like, please, like, don't fucking do that.
I could not agree more. All right, Travis. All right, and listen,
Yeah.
I think we're far closer to agreeing on most of that than disagreeing. But I appreciate you coming back on to clear it up.
Check out the YouTube videos when you're done. They're crazy.
Yeah, I already see a lot of them. and I do believe what the last guest was saying is true, is that in most cases you try to pull, and I see you on YouTube, Mandy. I do see that you said look into it as well. I don't see too many citizens going to court and suggesting that they're a sovereign citizen and walking out unless it's something very mild. Certainly when you're accused of a crime, I don't see any case of you committing a crime on an American citizen and getting off for the only reason being that you're a sovereign citizen. I have never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Looking at it in the comments, Vato went down to crazy rabbit lizard people. Oh, wow. Tap the screen, folks. 200 plus of you in there. Try to get your boy to 20,000 likes. It helps out the algorithms, brings in more MAGA. That's my preferred guest on the program. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Understand that. So I'm going to get interesting comments, but in folks in the comments, my liberals want to cancel out the Trump supporters and Republicans, and the Republicans are not fond of hearing liberal comments. But understand on this program, free speech is paramount. I always observe that. I get callers that go everywhere from left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. And I let folks speak. I do believe free speech is important. So we're not going to ban anybody on this program. We make this work daily without even a moderator. So understand that's what we do here. Going back to the box. Move. Oh my God. I already know Moo is a friend of the program, Moo the Tuxedo Cat. If you've been listening in, I already know. Good evening, Moo.
Hey man, what's going on?
Hey. Talking to a few sovereign citizens. What do you think?
Man. I mean, basically sovereign citizenship is usually a scam for people in financial trouble trying to get out of taxes and avoid laws. They say the government is a corporation and only God's law applies and everything else is quote unquote common law. It's basically a scam. It's a fraud. Yeah.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work in court like some of the viewers are suggesting.
No, you get no special type of treatment. The judge is gonna, usually these guys end up getting real rowdy in court because they find out that their arguments actually don't apply in law. So they usually end up getting locked up in jail for contempt of court because generally when they find out that their scheme is all bullshit and the judge doesn't buy it, they end up getting held in contempt.
Damn. So I had a caller, Vato got on here and suggested that as long as no one is injured, the courts cannot really do anything to you at all. I gave him two fictional examples. One being if you
Yeah.
went into a bank, handed the teller a threatening letter, and she handed you 50,000 in cash, and you left the bank. Long as no one was injured doing that robbery, he suggested that the courts cannot do anything to you.
Yeah, I would say go test it, you know what I mean, and get back to us. Let us know how that goes for you.
Well,
I would
if
love
I
to think,
test it, let me say this:
yeah,
if I test it
yeah.
and try to get back to you, will you accept a collect phone call?
Sure, I will. Yes, just to get confirmation that what I'm saying is correct and that this person will end up in prison for sure. There is no doubt. I have no doubt. You know what I'm saying? I'm willing to stake every dime I have on it that this person, if they go and do what they just said, they will end up in prison for a good long time.
Yeah. Now, in the comments, in regards to what we're talking about,
Yeah.
you won't look it up because you think it's
I'm
not
looking
true
at the
or too.
Wikipedia article right now. That's how I know everything I know right now. I'm looking it up. See, I knew that, right? I'm reading about it right now. That's why I'm talking to you guys. I don't know anything about this shit, so I looked it up. But thank you for suggesting that.
Yeah. I have never heard this before. Well, not thinking back, I have heard it before. I've never heard it used successfully before.
No, and it never will be because it's not real. You know what I mean? It's a scam that gets foolish people to do foolish things, right? Because we all know about so think of it as another form of Q, right? It's another type of Q. It's all nonsense, right? But these people, they believe it, right? And then when they get to court and their hopes and dreams are shattered, they get real angry about it. You know what I mean?
Did this happen with some ranchers or something like that out in the desert or something where they thought they ended up getting in a firefight with the government?
I mean, there's a few specific cases if you care to read on Wikipedia, man. But basically, and I asked GPT-4 as well right off the bat. It says it's a scam. You know what I mean? So, I mean, basically, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Okay, to sum it up, basically, it's bullshit, right?
But I want to just tell you this. While you and I have serious doubts about this, the comment section is loaded with folks. Even my
Yeah.
YouTube, I got folks. It's loaded with folks that are saying that this has validity to it.
I
Are we
mean,
doing wrong?
plenty of people have tried to use it. Sure, that is a valid thing. Yeah, people have said it. People have tried to use it, but it hasn't succeeded in any case because it's not real, you see. So, people take what they hear from these morons, right? And then they start to believe, oh, well, maybe there's some truth to Go ahead, go look it up. That's fine. It's all bullshit. You know what I mean? The law is the law. You're not going to avoid the Constitution. Listen, man, a former president can't avoid the Constitution. You're no one, okay? You're no one, okay? Let's put it in
that's a
real
great
perspective here,
point.
okay?
That's a really good point.
A
That's a
former
good point.
president can't
Yeah, if
avoid
they're holding Trump
prosecution.
accountable, yeah, that's a good point. If they're holding Trump accountable, you're not going to escape justice as a
Okay, so
Congress.
everything you guys think, man, if any of you think this is true, you're wrong and you're full of bullshit. All right? All of you. Every single one of you
Okay.
that think that this is true.
All right, but well, before I move on, I want you to hear what the actual topic was before we get off into that. Ron DeSantis had some comments about Trump supporters, but I want you to hear this and let me know if you think it sounds valid or if he's talking out of his ass. Let's check
Sure.
this out.
To get elected president, go after Trump supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Now that's Ron DeSantis. What
Sure.
do you think?
Sure.
Do you think he?
Dude, I mean, you'll almost never hear me say this, man. So you might want to record this, but I totally agree with Ron DeSantis, man. That's probably like the smartest thing I've ever heard Ron DeSantis say, man. Honestly,
Wow.
yeah,
Wow. So
yeah.
when he says listless vessels, what do you think he's talking about? What do you think he means?
So MAGA are empty shells, right? They have no core beliefs. They believe whatever Trump believes, and that shifts with the wind. You know what I mean? So that's what he's saying. They're empty vessels, you know what I mean? They have no substance to them. They have no political policy. They have no real beliefs. If Trump came out right now and said to wear pink underwear on your head or the LGBTQ is going to come do something terrible to you, right? They'll do that. So that's what that is, right?
But wait a minute. It is not uncommon for folks on the right,
Hmm.
particularly MAGA, to suggest liberals like you and I are sheep. You're
Yeah.
painting a picture as if MAGA is sheep.
Well, first of all, man, I take it really to the heart when you call me liberal because I'm a progressive, man. I'm not liberal. So, that's one thing. Uh, you know, I mean, if you think that clean energy policy is sheepish, then yeah, I'm sheepish, man. If you think that Medicare for all is sheepish, then I guess I'm sheepish. I want to save Social Security. I would actually like to see retirement age drop to 55. So if you think those policies are sheepish,
Well,
then I
well,
guess
well,
I'm
well,
a
well,
sheep.
well. So if we're in an age where people are living longer, but
Yeah,
yet you want to draft a retirement age to 55, meaning people could be retired for as long as they worked.
yeah,
Where's the
yeah.
money going to come? Where's the money going to support them?
Well,
Where's that
I
going to
mean,
come from?
so, dude, you can't have like billionaires walking around, right? That's what's basically destroying the country, right? Is you have the massive separation of wealth between the middle class and the rich. And everybody seems to be fine with giving all the corporate tax breaks to the rich people, and they keep on sucking it out of the middle class, and that's been going on for the past 50 years, right?
You know they're going to say you're promoting socialism, right?
I am promoting socialism, though, and the thing is Trump does populist policies. He's a fake populist, right? Trump uses populist policies when he runs to promote himself because Trump supporters are generally not rich people, right? They need things like medical care. They need things like food stamps. They need things like a social safety net. So when you talk populist politics to them, generally like that, right? That's why, these progressives keep on getting voted into office in very red districts. You know what I'm saying? So these people like populist policy. Progressives are going to take over America, man. And I also encourage you to read Cenk Uygur's new book about it. He's dropping a new book in
You
September.
talking about from the Young Turks?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, man.
Okay. All right. I actually got to meet him a couple years ago. All right, I'll look that up for sure.
Yeah,
I
man.
got a picture. I took a picture with him and everything. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate it. I got to move it on though, man.
Have a
Appreciate
good
that.
one, my friend.
You too. You too. I'll look that book up for sure. All right, looking in the comments. Living in a new world with an old soul brother. I liked it. That almost sounds like it could be a blues or a country song. Living in a new world with an old soul brother. All right, picture cat guy. What the hell? The comment section is always quite interesting. Look at now. We're talking about. First off, we're talking about what Ron DeSantis said. And by the way, tap the screen. 300 plus of you folks in there. A lot of lazy thumbs in there. I should be at least at 20,000 likes. You guys aren't showing your boy any love this evening. But tap the screen. Get your boy up to 20,000 likes. What we're talking about is Ron DeSantis making such a strong suggestion that basically he referred to MAGA as listless vessels. Now, I'll go back to the box. Understand this is a MAGA friendly program. We've had some folks on the left, we've had some folks on the right. Some might even argue far right. But as always, we don't block, ban, or censor your commentary. So understand whatever side of the aisle you're coming from politically, nobody's going to censor your comment simply because there's a disagreement. We will challenge you on your points, but your point will be allowed to be stated. That's what we do here. Justice is coming. Progressively enlightened. I was going to ask when you stated in the comments that justice was coming, what did you mean? But your name is progressively enlightened. So I totally understand the reference as to who you're probably suggesting is going to receive justice. And Mandy, I do appreciate you on YouTube. I've seen your comment. You enjoyed the last caller there. Let's talk about that sovereign citizen thing. I've never heard that. I've never heard of anybody implementing that in court successfully. Or if they did have a victory in court, it was a minor victory at best. Like one of my callers suggested, there is an avenue to achieve it, but it's so much work at the end, it's not even worth what you get out of it. Now, that may be possible, but like my first caller suggested, where you can literally go around committing crimes, and as long as no one is injured, you can get away with it. Now, if that was the case, a hell of a lot of people might actually be seeking to become sovereign citizens. So that's a bit much. I don't know. Vivek needs to make baby boomers take a civics test. No, Keelam03. You say Vivek needs to make baby boomers take a civics test. No, he is saying he is going to require baby boomers to take a civics test. We did a live on this the other day where Ramaswamy or whatever, I always get his name. It's a challenging name, but Vivek or Vivek Ramaswamy or whatever. He stated that he believes, or not believes, but he wants to raise the voting age from 18 to 25. However, he will allow 18-year-olds to continue to vote if they either join the military or respond or can pass a civics test. He went on to state that if an immigrant needs to pass a civics test to get into the United States, you should have to pass that as well. Now, there were some folks, particularly MAGA, that agreed with this. The issue yours truly I have with it is, why are you targeting a specific group of people? If an 18 to 25-year-old needs to pass a civics test, why doesn't a 45-year-old or a 75-year-old? If you need to know how the country is ran before you can vote, why does it only pertain to people who are 25 and under? So that is where my gripe is that it's obvious that the 25 and under crowd are not likely to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. So that is why it's okay to put a hurdle in between them and actually voting that you would not put in front of a 50 or 60-year-old who is far more likely to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. It's not an attempt to make sure that voters are savvy and intelligent on the system. It's an attempt to remove a voting bloc that normally would not vote for you. Because if he believed you should have to have civic knowledge to vote, it would apply to all voters, not just those between 18 and 25. No test to do something should target a specific group unless you got some kind of biased way of looking at it. I can answer the age question. It's a lack of education K through 12 schools, says Lucas Henry on YouTube. Well, even if you're suggesting that the schools do not teach civics properly anymore, that doesn't excuse letting a 40-year-old vote that can't pass the test. Maybe a 40-year-old went to school back in the 80s or 90s and still just failed history a bunch of times. Should they be able to vote? Why is the test only being meted out to those 18 to 25? If you want folks to know civics before they can vote, it should apply to everyone who who desires to have a ballot, not just one group of people. That appears as if you were trying to deliberately limit the voting rights for one group of people, a group that is not likely to vote for you. Looking in the comments, politicians are the new mafia. Well, that certainly does come across as trying to, I won't say cheat on an election, but deny voting rights. It certainly is trying to deny voting rights of the, what is the 18 to 25 crowd? Generation Z, or what generation is that? Hell, I'm so damn old. I'm probably Generation B at this point. But whatever generation that is, we know the Republican Party does not resonate very well with the younger crowd. So what Vivek is trying to do is make it so that maybe some of them don't get to vote. That way you don't have to worry about it. It's pretty safe to assume that anyone 18 to 25 that's voting, if you're rolling the dice, the statistical probability is in favor of them voting Democrat. Just think about what the younger generation stands for. They're pro-marijuana. They're not very religious. The younger generation is heavily allied with the LGBT community. Most of the things that the conservatives are talking about right now, the younger crowd are on the other side of that stuff. So it's pretty safe to assume that if you put 100 18 to 25-year-olds together and ask them who would they vote for, left or right, the overwhelming majority of them are going to vote right. Now, I can suppose if you're in rural Alabama somewhere, maybe, but overall in this country, 25 and under are voting left. And Vivek is trying to counter that by putting a hurdle to prevent them from voting at all. Looking in the comments here, most kids 18 to 25 are dumb, says Jeff Smith. Well, that's all relative, though. That's your opinion of what dumb is. Somebody else may look at you and say you're intelligent. Somebody else may look at you and say you're a total idiot. Dumb is all relative. How many folks have a college education but can't do simple chores around the house? Being educated is relative. How many of us, even with college educations, could survive, like, say, what is the guy, Bear Grylls, where he goes out in the wild and he has to survive for a week or two? You think most educated Americans could do that, drop them off in the rainforest, naked and afraid? You think they could survive? So when you say educated versus dumb, it depends on what your opinion of that is. And if you think someone is dumb, that shouldn't allow you to take away their voting rights, because they may think you're dumb too. We don't vote based on whether we're intelligent or dumb. We vote based on we are American citizens that show up to the poll. It is a right. It is not a privilege to vote. Looking in the comments, MAGA taking bleach therapy. What the hell is that? You guys are mean. No, it ain't. 18 to 25-year-olds can't calculate how much change to give someone. Lucas, my guy, I'm going to state this again. Let's go with what you're suggesting, that 18 to 25-year-olds are total idiots. They're not even being taught to write in cursive anymore. Or maybe they're not being taught about the Declaration of Independence. Or maybe they no longer say the pledge or whatever. Let's say they're total idiots. What excuses a 40-year-old from having to prove they are not a total idiot? Even if you believe the 18 to 25-year-olds don't know a damn thing about America, how can you just automatically assume that all 40 and 50-year-olds do? Just because school was taught differently when they went to school at 40 and 50 doesn't mean they absorbed the education. You could have an 18-year-old that knows a hell of a lot about civics more than somebody who's 40 or 50. If you're going to give the test, you have to give it to everybody. You can't just automatically assume everybody over 25 has the intelligence it would take to vote. That's bias. That is wrong, and that's what you're promoting. Looking in the comments, where does Gen Z stand on the upcoming World War III? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There are people that are older than Gen Z that would gladly assume. You think some of these military contractors like the Boeings and the Raytheons and some of those folks who make a ton of money off of weaponry that are 50, 60, 70 years old, you think they would not applaud another major world conflict? You know how much money we make when we go to war? How much these military contracts, how much they get allocated? For the most part, no bid contracts and all of that shit. You think Dick Cheney, for instance, with Halliburton, you think he didn't enjoy the Iraq War and all of the money he made? Why are we assuming that 18 and 25-year-olds are dumb and everybody else is automatically smart enough to vote? All I'm saying, even though I completely disagree with giving a civics test to anyone, but the point I'm making is if you got to give it to one, you have to give it to all. You cannot unfairly target a certain segment of the population and assume everybody else automatically qualifies. That's the point I'm making. Because smart or not, they like life experience. I don't disagree with that. We'll go to the box. Pincho, we've already spoken. I'm scared to even bring you back on, Pincho. By the way, folks, tap the screen. I got a light box today. Normally the box is crowded, not a lot. It's a Sunday evening. It's not like the day show where I usually have maybe 10 times as many people on here. But Pincho Vato, man, I'm scared to bring you back on at the last part. Democracy is typically used to mean a direct wait a minute. Yeah, democracy is typically used to mean a direct democracy, little more than mob rule. Let's see the rest of that. Republics are far more structured, but a pure system of either has always failed. I don't disagree with that, but I certainly disagree with only giving 18 to 25-year-olds a civics test. That part makes no sense to me. Here's another part that makes absolutely no sense. I'm between the ages of 18 and 25. And you want me to take a civics test because you don't believe on face value I may be even smart enough to deserve a ballot. But between the ages of 18 and 25, if I want to own a firearm, you have no problem with that. I'm unsafe with a ballot, but you'll hand me a gun. I just do not get that. That you want me to take a test to vote, but not to own a firearm that can kill people. It just simply does not make sense to me. Let's ask Vivek Ramaswamy, does he want to raise the age of owning firearms to 25? Along with forcing people to take a civics test or become a first responder or join the military to vote. Now, if he suggests you should have to also join the military or take a civics test or become a first responder to have access to a firearm, at least he would be consistent. But it makes no sense at all to tell somebody, I don't think you're intelligent enough to have a ballot, but I'll trust you with a gun. I just don't get it. I don't get that at all. Looking in the comments, I agree with his comments on TFG. Humbuggy, I don't know what those are. Never argue with a sovereign. They're oodles of noodles. I work in the judicial system. They don't get their way even with an M1 crime. And they're reported. Also, I despise my Florida governor. Okay, all right, fair enough. When it comes to the sovereign citizens, that's my opinion as well. But since the box is empty, we got a light show today. Well, okay, Pinche. Cool. And it'd be interesting. You would name yourself Loco. All right, what am I missing out on?
Well, what you're saying when you say my name is fucking crazy guy. Okay? So, just so you're aware.
All right.
Listen,
You've
I
heard me
sent you.
talking since you're
Yeah,
on.
you
Tell
got
me
you
what I
run
got
your
wrong.
mouth all kinds of bullshit, man. But that's fine. Go ahead. I know what I've won. I know what I've done. But I sent you a link in your DM with videos inside of it that will explain everything, and that will show you two different videos that will show you two different cases in court as it happened. They were recording it, and you can see it for yourself getting done. Now, you have to understand, YouTube is owned by what? Google, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
Google is, and I'm not going to go down that hole with you guys, but listen, Google is not going to show you what they don't want you to see. Okay? And
I believe that.
they
I
will
believe
literally,
that.
listen, Tim, they will literally clear a courtroom and leave you yourself in there if you do these things. That's why they don't want nobody to know about it as much as possible, because the more people that know about it, the more they're exposed and the less validity they have anymore to collect all the money they're collecting from us. So I left you links. You can open up the links. They're just video links to my Google Drive that I have, and you're welcome to rebuttal them afterwards. But please take a look at them. Play them on your little screen right there for all your people to see them, so that they can see for themselves too how it works, and do some real investigation. Don't just listen to what people are saying, because there's all kinds of people who are skeptical, and they're stupid for being so skeptical, because these are their rights that they're skeptical about. Their own
But
rights
you
are
know that the
being.
crazy thing is, I've had since you and I last spoke, I've had a couple callers on that actually agree with you to some degree. But the notion that you could commit crimes as long as somebody is not injured and not be held accountable. Everybody disagree with you on that.
I understand that, okay, but again, do your own investigation. Don't believe me. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to investigate for yourself. I want to plant the seed and give you the words to look up. You know what I mean? For instance, you want to know all about your Social Security account? Go to look up Cesta KV Trust. It's a Cesta KV, CESTIQUEVIE Trust. That's your trust account. That's what they created for you. It's called your strawman account, and that strawman account is there for handling all your life expenses, and that is because of HJR 192. HJR 192. If you can look that up, it's House Joint Resolution 192. Look at it. It says for you,
And
plain and simple, in that House resolution, it says for you, plain and simple, that the United States is the one who owes all your
I
debts,
need a
not
favor.
you.
I need you to do me a favor. Can you go and hand the teller a note and send me some cash, man? If you can actually get away with that, I'm begging that you do that for me.
I'm not a criminal, and I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
a
but
criminal.
you're not going to be held accountable for it,
It
according to
doesn't
you.
matter. That's not what I choose to spend my time on. I'm a better person than that.
Better per- we could be rich together, man. We could go a long way.
Timmy, if you're serious right now, we got a big
I'm
problem here.
serious. Yes. Give me the
That's
money.
a terrible thing.
Give me the
That
money.
is a terrible way for you to be thinking right now,
No,
bro.
it's
You
not.
got to see that.
You
Yes,
just
it is,
owe
because
me.
anybody who's out that way is totally freaking out there, way out there. Okay, and that's the problem with the world today, is that everybody's so drunken on money that way that that's just how people are.
You
You
told
can't
me
you
the
can't
money.
change that.
Wait. You told me the money doesn't even have value. They won't miss it, man. Go get me this money, man. Get me this paper.
Tim, the money doesn't
I'm
have value.
listening.
I'm Go read House Joint Resolution 192. It can't get better than that from you. It can't be more honest and true than that, than going on the
I
Congress's
need that
website
paper.
and looking up
I
House
get
Joint
what you're saying. I'm
Resolution
willing to
192.
read, but I need that paper. Can you get that paper for me?
Yeah, man. Sure, man. Whatever you want, man. How much you want?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be
how
your
about
plug.
that? Give me like 50 racks. I can work with
All
that.
right, man. You got it, man. All right.
All right.
Go watch my videos first, and then I got you. All right.
All right. We'll do both. Talk to you
I
later.
hope you do, because then you'll be more educated and you'll sound smarter.
50 racks, I can say a total idiot and still live a good life. All right. Got to go back to the box. 50. Listen, folks, we get some interesting callers. That was certainly one. And he's always welcome back. Yeah, he'll be rich too. Well, he doesn't think the money has any value. Money doesn't have value. Let me go to the dealership and give them my word for a Porsche. Caleb, and that's the thing, that's the point I'm trying to make, is that let's say what he's saying is true. And that's very difficult to even, ascertain that that's true. But let's say it is true. It goes totally against how we were taught in this country from day one. It goes against all logic, really, that you can walk into a bank, hand a teller a note, making a threat, and the teller would give you whatever they give you. You can walk out of the bank, and if you are arrested, the courts can't do anything to you because you're a sovereign citizen. And I took it even further by asking him, how would the elderly ever get justice? If you went to an old lady's house, broke in her house, stole her car keys, and drove off. She's not injured. She dials 911, they pull you over. But because nobody got hurt, the courts can't do anything to you. He said, yes, they cannot do anything to you if you're a sovereign citizen. That makes no sense to me. It's hard to accept that there could be even a shred of reality to that. I don't know. Looking in the comments, Moo says, you will be screaming in jail about how you're a sovereign citizen. Yeah, that's what I think. I think too. I believe I'd call him, collect, and tell him, what you said, didn't work, man. I'm up in here trying not to drop the soap, if you know what I mean. Read the man who outgrew his prison cell. Joe Lawyer, ex-bank robberies. Is he a sovereign citizen? Did he get freedom from committing this crime because he was sovereign? I don't see it. Like I said, most sovereign citizens are good people, says Mandy's can't. Well, you got to be good, because if you're not, they're going to throw your ass in jail. So when you're saying most sovereign citizens are good people. What about the ones that are bad? I want to hear about the ones that are bad that are not held accountable. Because the question I'm trying to find out is, if you are a sovereign citizen, what do you get extra that somebody who is not doesn't? What benefits are there to listing yourself as a sovereign citizen? Can you still be a politician? Can you still vote? Can you still be a civil servant? I mean, what are the benefits? What is the difference for going through all of this? Most regular people are good people. Moo, I agree with that exactly. I see somebody said Joe Lawyer did the paper robbery and got time. Yeah, I don't know anybody that could do what he's suggesting and get away with it. I've just never heard of this stuff, but I've heard people suggest it, and like many of you viewers have stated, when they go before the law, they don't get away with it. I don't know any bad. I have only spoke with a few. Well, the bad ones are probably serving time. You don't know, but all of the sovereign citizens you know are good people, because the bad ones have probably been arrested and thrown in jail. So they're not around for you to speak to them. You can be a sovereign citizen all damn day if you do what regular, good, law-abiding citizens do. You're just calling yourself sovereign. The question I have is, what benefits? How is your life different in any way if you're a sovereign citizen? What are you entitled to that a regular citizen doesn't get? What freedoms do you get as a sovereign citizen that a regular citizen? If you're driving down the highway and you're doing 80 and the cop pulls you over because the speed limit is 60, do you get something different than a sovereign citizen would get? Do you get to escape the ticket because you're? That's what I'm asking. What is the benefit? What makes it worth even doing all of that to call yourself a sovereign citizen? Or is it just a label? I'm sovereign. I mean, if nothing is acquired out of it, I don't see the benefit to it. I still want this whole bank robbery scenario tested. AI don't buy it. No, I don't buy it either, Moo. I don't buy it either. I do believe that if you do something crazy like that, you're going to be incarcerated. Biden sends billions to Ukraine. Hawaii gets hit with fires. Biden sends $750 per person. Laugh my ass off. The crazy thing is, and I'm not promoting certain people, what they've went through in Maui could use as much help as possible. However, since when is that any different? I mean, we went through a war in Iraq where millions and billions were sent to Iraq. People didn't have health care in this country. We still had homelessness. Even veterans were complaining that they were not being treated right. So if you want to suggest that Biden is letting Americans suffer while sending money overseas to some conflict, I would have to ask, why is that so special now? You think George W. Bush wasn't doing the same damn thing? So, in fact, George W. Bush was out bragging that having multiple jobs is very American, while sending, how many trillions did we spend in Iraq? So we can give Biden the attention for leaving these folks hanging, but let's not pretend like this is something that just started with the Biden administration. They all do it. The military's budget has always been sky high despite poverty. The only difference now is giving some of the money to the Ukrainians. But we've always in this country given money to everybody but those who needed it. That's always the way it's always been like that. And it's not, even with President Trump, for my beloved MAGA, that believe Trump is the guy, temporary tax cuts to folks at the bottom, permanent tax cuts to the wealthy. You're not going to escape this by getting rid of Biden. And I'm not speaking positively of Biden and trying to give him any kind of alibi. I'm just simply saying it happens no matter who you put in. Tap your screen. Yeah, appreciate that, JJ. Get your boy up to 40,000 likes. It's a small crowd in here, intimate crowd. It is a weekend, so I don't expect you guys to go too crazy, but I do appreciate you folks in here. Real quick, what we are talking about, the actual main topic, is Ron DeSantis, Listless vessels. Check it out. Okay, I got to get my audio cue back up. Hang on a second. Listless vessels, that's what we're talking about. This is Ron DeSantis.
So meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to have a new strategy to get elected president. go after Trump's supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So if you're not rooted in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
If you're not kissing Trump's rear end, regardless of how deeply embedded you are in the Republican Party, despite what your history has been as a Republican, according to Ron DeSantis, you see here on video, if you're not kissing Trump's rear end, nothing you have ever done as a Republican matters. You're going to be referred to as a rhino. How many of you folks believe that is true? By way of true or false, do you think what Ron DeSantis is saying is true? That if no matter what you've done as a Republican, if you do not kiss Trump's rear end, as he stated, you will be viewed as a rhino. How many? Because I want to see that in the comments. Now, I see Craig Lynch is saying false, and so is William, but most of you folks are saying that is actually true. So in other words, in our current times right now, according to Ron DeSantis and all of you folks saying true, being a Republican no longer is based on Republican values or Republican principles. It is based on whether you are loyal to Trump. Do you guys believe that? That being a Republican at this current time, the only qualification is that you be loyal to Trump. Nothing else matters. That is what Ron DeSantis is saying. Looking in the comments, pretty much, says Joey Boy, wow, suddenly the anti-Ukrainians want tax dollars back for domestic socialism. That is a great point, Magoro. And I will say this in regards to what you're saying, to elaborate it on a little bit more. Because I've had folks pushing back constantly on the program about sending money to the Ukraine versus helping out veterans or helping out Americans. I've said this quite often. When you're talking about being against universal health care, tuition assistance, daycare, food stamps, any form of welfare, you're not for helping out the American people. And folks on the right were against all of that stuff before the Ukrainian war broke out February of 2022. So I think you would get more liberals on your side in terms of not helping the Ukrainians and using that money to help out Americans if the liberals believed you actually wanted to help out Americans. Because all of those programs I just named, 99% of the beneficiaries would be Americans. Americans that really need the money. Tuition assistance, universal health care, daycare, additional education, things like that. These are things that help. Free lunches for kids in schools. Folks on the right are against that shit. If you really wanted the money from the Ukrainians to come back to America and help out people, then you can't be against all of those programs while at the same time saying you're for helping out Americans. And folks on the left are seeing that you're saying don't help the Ukrainians, help out the Americans, but then everything we ask for, you're saying, no, America can't afford it. We're not going to do that. You should have to do that yourself. In my humble opinion, if we had a right-wing president, he would stop sending money to the Ukraine, and the people would not notice the difference. Nothing in your life would change. So the money we're sending to the Ukrainians, folks on the left don't see any issue with it. Because if you bring the money back home and then let the little folks say, yeah, wow, I'm glad you did this. I see this is changing in my life. That's changing in my life. But in reality, if we got Trump or somebody on the right that does not believe in helping out the Ukraine in office, and he stopped sending any assistance to the Ukrainians, I don't believe nothing in our lives would change that we would see. Nothing. So then I don't mind giving it to the folks. So that's where you need, if you want to get folks on the left on your side, don't just tell them we should not help out the Ukrainians, we should help out Americans. Run a campaign saying, if I got elected, I would stop sending the money to the Ukraine and I would do this for folks at the bottom. Fill in the blank with some kind of policy. That way people can see a light at the end of the tunnel. But just telling them we need to help out, we just need to help out people, that means nothing to us because we've seen what happened before the money was sent. Nobody was interested in helping us out. Looking in the comments, reparations cut the check. That ain't gonna happen at all. And by the way, there are poor white people too. So if you stop helping out the Ukrainians, you gave our reparations. White folks at the bottom, that doesn't help them out at all. So understand that. Looking in the comments here, Reagan argued ketchup in school should count as a vegetable. You know, I kind of do remember that. I kind of do actually remember that. I was pretty young back then. Ketchup, because it is tomatoes. Tomato paste or tomato sauce. Wow. So the 4 food groups, what is it? Poultry, bread, meats, and then you got a picture of ketchup. Oh my God. Yikes. The money is coming back to the defense contractors, rich. That's the problem. And that is the problem, is that too much money in this country goes to defense. I'm fine with having a strong, robust military. I'm fine with, as they say, projection of strength, and all of this kind of stuff. But at some point, it becomes a moot point. For instance, America has like 2,000 atomic weapons, whereas North Korea has a handful, and nobody's fucking with North Korea. You don't need 2,000. You only need a handful to keep people off of you. There are plenty of countries that have far less than us. Turkey, Pakistan, India. Nobody messes with them. You don't need 2,000. Same thing with, let's say, aircraft carriers. America has 12. The nearest competitor, I believe, is either Russia or China. They have 2. I think Russia has 1, China has 2. America has 12. Nobody's messing with Russia. Nobody's messing with China. At some point, it becomes what they call it the point of diminishing returns. You only need so much shit. After that, you're wasting money on stuff. The number 1 most powerful Air Force in the world is the United States Air Force. You know who's in second place? The United States Navy. You don't need all this shit to stop people at some point. Looking in the comments, how about Biden's meeting at the camp with the Japanese and the ROK? What about it? What about his meeting? I'd like to hear what aspect of it are you talking about? But yeah, I mean, at some point, it becomes wasteful. These other countries I'm naming, Russia, China, India, Pakistan, these other big, powerful countries, Turkey, nobody's messing with them, and they're not spending even remotely close what the United States is spending on defense. The United States is not spending money on defense to keep America safe. We're spending money on defense to police the world. Because if we didn't police the world, you wouldn't need 12 aircraft carriers. You need those because some of them are in a Persian Gulf or in the Caspian Sea somewhere. Most other nations protect the homeland. They're not all over the damn country, all over the damn planet interfering with other people's politics. That's why we need the kind of money we have in the military. Because most other nations, they have bases in their country and maybe, a few hundred miles or so outside of their country. America has bases on all 7 continents. Nobody else has that. Nobody else is doing no shit like that. That costs money. That actually costs money to do that. And that's not done in defense of America. That's done in defense of our interests. It's a difference between defending America and defending America's interests. Defending the Soviet Union, for instance, or defending Russia would be defending it from invasion. Defending Russian interests would be defending communism. You could go anywhere and try to do that. That's just what America does. We go everywhere trying to promote capitalism. That's not necessary. And that's why you don't have money for all of that other shit. Looking in the comments here. Like I said, the programs are small. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 45,000. You guys are moving me along, but it is a smaller program today. The defense budget is also in line with every other country. We spend about 2/3 of our GDP on defense. Russia is also interfering with foreign. Well, at some point, it's not necessary, though. That's what I'm saying, is that maybe every everybody else on the 20% of their income on rent. But the guy at the end of the block is a billionaire. He doesn't need to spend 20% of his income on rent. He's worth a lot more money. America doesn't need to spend 20% of his budget on defense. That's the difference. When you're suggesting that these other countries are all spending 20% on defense, they don't have the same money that we have. So it's a difference there. And as a result, you see what our 20% does in terms of defense acquisitions compared to these other countries. We got a hell of a lot more shit. You don't need all of that stuff. Looking in the comments here. To maintain U.S. global dominance is a cost. And that's what's being done, KDG. That's exactly what's being done. We're not spending money on defense to defend America and protect our nation. We're spending it on global dominance. We're spending money to keep other people in their place. For instance, telling Saddam Hussein you can't gas your own people, or telling Afghanistan women should be able to drive, or telling North Vietnam you're spreading communism. You're going to other countries and telling them you don't like the shit they're doing and using force to prevent them from doing it. That would be like another nation coming here after Jim Crow or slavery or even the death of George Floyd. I don't like what you're doing to black people. You can't come to our nation and tell us you don't like the shit that's going on. That is what we're doing. You don't need money for that. That's the difference. That is the difference. That's why we spend so much money on defense, is because we're telling other people what to do. It has nobody's threatening to harm the United States. The only reason why the United States consistently feels like it could be a potential of terror is because you're in everybody else's business. That is the only reason, is because you're going around telling people what to do. People are getting mad and they want to hit you back. If we weren't in everybody else's business, this shit would not be happening. You wouldn't be talking about terrorism and all of this kind of stuff. During the George Bush era, he suggested that Al-Qaeda wanted to attack America because we're free. It's not because nobody gives a damn about a country that's 4, 5, 6, 7,000 miles away that's free. You care because they're in your country limiting what you want to do. That's why. And if you listen to Bin Laden and some of these folks state why they hate the United States, they're not talking about because they got a McDonald's on every corner, or they got a house and 2 cars with a picket fence. They're talking about you're in our nation trying to interfere with how we live our lives. You're over here either promoting Christianity, promoting capitalism, or telling us what we're doing is wrong. Just listen to what the folks are saying. They're not talking about we don't like America because it's free. That's some bullshit. Looking in the comments. And I hate to say it like that because a lot of folks view that statement as being anti-American, but it is what it is. Here's the thing with your hypothetical of other countries coming here. They can't. If other countries cannot get here, then why do we keep claiming that they're all a danger to the United States? If Al-Qaeda can't get here, if ISIS cannot get here, then why are we continuing to suggest they are a danger to the United States? And I do believe there is some validity to what you said. Most members of ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban do not have a way to get to this country. They only become a danger to Americans when we go to their country, putting our soldiers in harm's way. If we just simply stayed here, protected our land, you wouldn't have a problem with these people. I agree with me. We are responsible for Iran being a religious state. I think we're responsible for a hell of a lot of shit around the world that we don't take credit for. I mean, I do believe that America has disrupted a lot of just the functionality of world harmony to some degree for our own benefit. I mean, there's a reason why we're the wealthiest country on earth. I mean, we take things, we make things happen to our benefit. Like I said, this comes across as anti-American as hell because it's kind of like airing out America's dirty laundry, so to speak. President Trump, I'll hold up for once that Trump was right hat. Remember when Trump was, I think it was Bill O'Reilly, interviewed President Trump and asked him about Putin, and Trump spoke favorably of Putin, and Bill O'Reilly quipped back like, how could you speak favorably of this guy, all of the bad things he's done, and he's a tyrant. And Trump quickly responded and said, so do we do the same stuff. And Trump got hammered for saying that. This is right before he became president or right after, but he said that. And it's 100% true. It came across as you're defending tyrants, defending dictators. Take it as you may, but it was true. It is true. A lot of the things that we criticize other nations for doing, we've done as well. We have a history of oppressing people. Do I have to even bring up race or gender or sexual orientation? We've oppressed people for years. In my humble opinion, America is kind of like your friend that finds Jesus or finds Allah and suddenly starts getting their life back on track and instantly starts criticizing every damn thing you do. Why are you drinking? Why are you going to the club? You know Jesus or Allah wouldn't like that. And you looking at them like, we used to get drunk all last summer together. You found God, and all of a sudden you want me to get my life back together? You didn't have no problem with this shit when you was laying out drunk with me. That's what America looks like. When you look at the history of America and all of the shit we've done to people, having the nerve to tell other folks, well, now you need to go to Saddam Hussein and tell him you're gassing your own people, you're mistreating your own people 30, 40 years after the Civil Rights Act was passed. Like, there's pictures in color of you sicking dogs on kids. Talking about America. We have just gotten our lives straight. Some would suggest we may not even already completely be there, but we've just gotten our own lives straight. I don't believe we are in a moral position to forcibly go around the world dictating to others what they should do. We haven't been doing the right thing long enough for that. A lot of the people in this country that did the wrong thing are still alive. How the hell do we look going around telling somebody else what they can and can't do? That's where your defense money is going, to stuff like that. That money could be going to poor veterans, homeless. You fill in the blank, whatever you want to talk about. Our money is going to policing others. And think about it. Whether we're talking about the Vietnam War or the Iraq War, looking back on both of those wars, how did America benefit from that? What benefits did America get out of the Iraq War? How are we a better nation because of that 20 years we spent in the Middle East? Or the 7, 8 years or whatever it was we spent in Vietnam? We know it cost a hell of a lot of money in blood and treasure, but how did America benefit from that? You want to talk about helping out homeless veterans, different Americans on different... Think about how much help you could have done to millions of people if that money had went to Americans. That's the point I'm trying to make. Looking in the comments, Biden hasn't lowered inflation or unemployment, nor has he grown the economy, nor has he proven himself a competent leader, just a puppet, tyrant, wannabe. Ouch! That's a mouthful. Let me tackle some of those. Clearly, Biden has not lowered inflation. 100% agree with that. Unemployment, not true. The jobs numbers under Biden are great. Growing the economy. The economy is in the trash right now, but it's not where it was a year ago. So it has grown some. It hasn't grown to our desire, but the economy is not where it is. Biden took office, sworn in, January of 2021. You're going to tell me the economy is still the same it was in January 20? No, it's gotten better. It just ain't where we want it to be. And last but not least, he hasn't proven himself as a competent leader. I don't know if getting rid of Biden and going back to Trump means you're going back towards competence. And I'm going to give it to you not from the point of a liberal. I'm going to give it to you from the point of MAGA. Think about how many folks MAGA believes are horrible for this country. Not on the left, but on the right. The Mitch McConnells, uh, I mean, you name it, the Mike Pences, the folks you guys don't like. How many of those folks were appointed by President Trump or given high reviews by President Trump? Even as late as this time last year, Trump was promoting both Dr. Oz, Herschel Walker. So when you suggest that Biden is incompetent, judging by the people that Trump is trying to put in power, that even MAGA admits are not the right people, rhinos, traitors, and treasonous, Trump is not competent either. So you're not going to escape incompetence by going from Biden to Trump. You guys don't like his picks either. Looking in the comments, inflation is 13%. Biden talks about all these jobs created, yet I ain't seen a damn hiring sign yet. Has the economy recovered yet? You haven't seen a hiring sign yet? I would have to ask, where are you? If you want a job currently, jobs are everywhere. What do you mean you haven't seen a hiring sign yet? I don't know where you must be somewhere in rural America. There are plenty of jobs, but your spending power is not as strong. But there are plenty of jobs out there. So I totally disagree with you that there are no jobs. Want to chat? I'm the liberal conservative. How can you forget Brian Pocket Aces? But the box is wide open. So understand that the box is open. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You know how it works. Come in the box, state your point. Nobody's going to stifle your free speech. We can talk it out. But we are talking about Ron DeSantis suggesting that you essentially got to kiss Trump's ass to be viewed as a patriotic Republican. We were talking about that earlier. I'll let you hear it once again.
Go after Trump's supporter.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced, kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
And he makes a point. If you believe that, you have to listen to that he's saying that you're not going to amount to much if all you're doing is putting all of your cards into Trump. No, in other words, the Republican Party no longer is a party of principles. It's a party of whatever Trump wants. I asked earlier how many of you folks believe there was validity to that. Most of the folks viewing me right now said they do believe what Ron DeSantis is saying is true, even those who do not support Ron DeSantis. I don't know how you don't have more folks. This is the most civil live of this type. Prentice H. Creasy, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Generally on the weekdays, so I do a live. I'm generally on live around anywhere between 11 and 1 p.m., 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Yeah, I usually have about 10 times as many people. For some reason on the weekends, it's a little different. People are probably out partying and things like that. So it is what it is. We'll take what we can get. Andy, good afternoon. Certainly a friend. What do you think about what I know you're no Ron DeSantis fan, but what do you think about what he's saying?
He's not lying. Tommy Tuberville literally ran. The only thing he said is, I'm going to go support Donald Trump. That was it.
Wait, say that. Who said that?
Tommy Tuberville ran just on the policy of, I'm going to go support Donald Trump. He moved here from Florida while he was getting elected. He moved out like he owns no land here anymore at all. So what interest does he actually have in Alabama? Because he doesn't live here. He doesn't own property here. How can he even know what his constituents want?
Chris Christie said something similar the other day in regards to candidates who are, as opposed to running for president, more along the line of running to defend Trump. He stated, if that's the case, why don't you just get the hell out of the race and endorse President Trump? Because you're seeing some of the folks when questioned about Trump going through multiple indictments and things like that, they don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want to have a conversation, like, or they're doing like Vivek Ramaswamy and saying that if he wins, he'll just pardon Trump.
Well, if you talk to Tommy Tuberville, he's not going to talk to you about January 6th because he took a phone call from Trump during the middle of all that melee. So
Wow.
I'm sure he has no comment. He's holding up all of the military promotions and recently said he doesn't care if he promotes anybody else in the military. They had enough generals. Oh, I'm not kidding.
Yikes.
If this is what
So
the new Republican Party stands for, they don't stand for the military at all.
I don't know if I totally agree with that, but I have to ask this then. If you're running on defending Trump, are you actually running to win?
Apparently in Alabama you are because he's our senator.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about for president, though.
I think this is a case of now the tail is wagging the dog.
Oh, yeah. Are they perhaps maybe running for cabinet positions?
No, I think they actually want to be president. I think they see the reality that win situation with how many indictments? I mean, it doesn't look good. Nobody in
You,
Vegas would give you good odds on this. I'm just saying.
so you see Trump as in a no wins? You don't think there's any chance that all Trump could win?
I think this is a bunch of noise to keep us busy from what they're doing in the background.
Let me ask it to you this way. Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being definitely will win, 1 being absolutely no chance at all. Where would you put Trump on a scale of 1 to 10?
3.
30%. That's not terrible.
It's just because I know there's loopholes. I don't know what the party will do. There are factors that I don't want to completely go into, but if the Alabama Constitution that was written in 2022 is the blueprint for the southern states, we're not included.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. What about Biden? Same question, scale of 1 to 10. What about President Joseph Biden?
8.
Oh, now that's great. That actually is pretty high then. Okay. So do you see any other Republican candidate that may be higher than the 3 you gave Trump?
Not. We're about to go through a trial where they're about to see Republican on Republican. You
Yeah.
can't really predict the landscape that far out. I don't. I think there's too much up in the air. The fact that you can't get anything out past the conversation of Trump that we haven't talked about, that they could ratify an amendment that was 203 years old to give themselves a raise, but they won't ratify equal rights because they put a fake expiration date on it of 1980.
By equal rights, explain that.
Women don't have equal rights in the workforce. We don't have equal pay because we don't have equal rights. There's nothing to protect us from discrimination in the workforce until that's been ratified.
So you say women don't. What rights do men have in the workforce that women do not?
Women have to come from the position of defense, and men are always on the position of offense. The way the law is written,
I don't quite understand that.
it's a long drawn out. It encompasses so much. It would take me all day to explain. I'll send you some links so you can. It's just
So
that
let's just
how
take an
could they
entry.
give? I'll give you an
Go ahead.
example. Roe is a privacy case, right?
Okay.
They can't give away a man's right to privacy.
Wait. I'm still I'm clueless, so I don't quite get what you're saying.
Privacy is a civil liberty.
Right?
So when they overturned Roe, they gave our civil liberty to the state so they could write laws against us.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. You know, I guess at the end of the day, I'm definitely in favor of a woman having the right to choose. But I mean, you got to agree that the us liberals play a part in
Equal
that.
rights, though, is not just about a woman's right to choose. It's about our rights for everything. Just like we thought we had a right to choose, because and it wasn't codified. It could be the same with voting if we're not careful. I worry
But what other
because
rights, in other than the right to choose, what other rights do men have that women don't? That's what I'm confused.
okay, if you look at the Alabama Constitution, it says equal rights for men. Well, when it doesn't say that for women, it gives them power over us.
Yeah, but what can a man do in Alabama that a woman cannot?
Well, they have a right to their own body, and it
Okay.
won't stop
Other than
there
that, other than the
because our
abortion thing.
medical records, like states want to petition women's doctors to find out what they can about them in other states. That'll destroy HIPAA. Other laws were predicated on Roe. They will
Okay, I
fall
see.
now, and women will the what they perceive us to have is not reality until it is codified.
Yeah. And I do agree it should be in writing. And in a right wing state like Alabama, that's gonna be hard to do. But I do agree if what you're saying is the case. I
Well,
mean,
I mean, enough states have ratified equal rights for women. Congress just needs to pass it. The fact that they have not, because they're putting an end date on it that is imaginary, that is not constitutional. Because,
well,
like I
I will
said,
tell you
they
this.
ratified a 203-year-old amendment to give themselves a raise.
But I will tell you this: it's not like the liberals have not been in control of Congress recently. If that's the case, what you're talking about, and the Congress did not do it, you got to
Virginia
fault.
just ratified in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
And and there
We
has
were in
been a vote
control.
against it. Republicans voted it down.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when Obama got elected, for instance, we were in
We didn't
control
have
of
enough
Congress.
states ratified. We didn't have Virginia at that point. The last
Okay.
state didn't ratify until recently
You know, I haven't even heard, even women, most women I do not even hear talking about what you're saying. I mean,
because they don't
but
know. They think that it's a thing. The more women I talk to, the more I know. It's just like we didn't know we needed it. They're like, well, you didn't codify Roe. Well, yeah, now and the Alabama Constitution has only been written since 2022. All these states that said you could take out the racist language and rewrite the Constitution, they need to go read their Constitution.
yeah. Well, you definitely got to get more women behind what you're suggesting. But I got to move it on, Andy. The thing about it is, women have got to start realizing. Obviously, with abortion, they do. Now, you can't just tell them they don't have equal rights. You got to show them rights that they don't have outside of just
Oh,
abortion. Once they see it, you'll get their opinion, or their
I
you'll
have
get
been
their.
working on that, and like I said, the the Congress just voted against it. But the problem is you can't get anything past the Trump news, and I think that's the way they want it. To your original point.
Could be, could be. Appreciate you coming in.
Bye.
Absolutely. Looking in the comments, I see folks are indeed in holding it. I'll go right back to the box. Tap the screen, get your boy up to 50,000. A few of you folks still in. All women need to speak louder. Nick, that is true. Like what I was telling her, if women do not have equal rights, you got to put women in a position that they are not just hearing they don't have equal rights, but you're showing them what men can get away with and they cannot. So you can't just tell them, you got to show them. If you were a man, you'd have this or that or that. If you had equal rights, you'd have this or that. You got to show them what they're missing out on. Just simply telling them while they still feel free isn't going to have a lot of weight to it. That's what I believe. All right, going back to the box, we'll keep it moving. Brian Pocket Aces. Brian, if it let you, there we go. Good afternoon.
Hey man, did you get that box of shovels I sent you so that people can bury themselves? No, you remember me now. Come on.
Yes, I do. I will always remember you when you say that.
That's right. That's right. Hey, listen, she's exactly right. She didn't know how to say it right. America lives in a bubble. We live in our own bubble. We don't live in a world economy. Americans, most of them are not very well traveled. They're not like Europe where it's open borders. They can go visit other
Right.
countries, other
I agree.
places.
I lived overseas when I lived in Australia. That was one thing I noticed is most of the citizens had been to other countries. And here in America, you're right. Most Americans have never left the country.
But even greater than that, we live in our own bubbles inside of America. So like New Yorkers live in their own
Yep.
bubble. He's
Yep.
obviously Southern. My wife holds a very strong position at a company. I'm retired military, but I can tell you that down her executive hallway in the company that which she lives at which she works in, it's white males. Do you know what I mean? Like that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like you'll have
Yeah.
an occasional black male or woman that comes through, but for the most part, it's black males. You go to California, it's different. You know what I mean? Like they put things. The CEO of IBM was female. You get General Motors, these
Well,
kind of things.
California is very liberal, very progressive. Where are you? What state are you in?
I'm in Georgia.
Well, there he goes. You're not. I mean, assuming you're not in Fulton County.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
But but
Outside
but
of the moment you leave Fulton County, it starts. The progressive part starts disappearing.
that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
So what I mean, my point is that I think that me growing up, I'm 44, and me growing up, my mother never had a job. I mean, but my stayed home every day, and when when she went to work, it was expected to run some sort of doctor's office or something like that. It was you know what I mean? Like when
Right.
it just wasn't that long ago that this happened, that
No, it
women went
wasn't.
really full force into the workplace. It wasn't very long ago.
Yeah.
And
Well, I totally agree because when I have racial conversations, people tell me the same thing. You guys need to get over it. It happened a long time ago. And I'll often tell folks, I was born in the early 70s. I am literally the first on my family tree to be born with civil rights because the Civil Rights Act only got passed in 1964.
right.
All of my family tree before me were born without it. So you are correct. All of this stuff is very new.
It's not that long ago. That's correct. So
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of progress that's been made, but the bad part is that people put their head in the sand and not realize that what the actuality is and the odds of a woman in the South getting the same job as a man or a black man getting an executive job in the South with the same. God forbid he has a name that doesn't fit the resume. You know what I mean? These these
Yeah.
are these are these are significant problems. A girl fills out a resume and you have black women filling out resumes in the South, and their name might be to Keisha, and she changes her name to Keisha, hoping
Yeah.
hope you know what I'm saying, like taking off
Yeah.
the TA because she's afraid that it's going to hurt her chances of getting a job.
Yeah, there was
And
a push during the 70s and 80s, back and I'm proud when people started naming their kids Afrocentric names, and yeah, we found out that once those kids got to be older, the racism kicked in, and those names were bad on the like LaQuisha or something like that. It's terrible for your resume.
it still happens
Yeah, it
to
still
this day.
happens. Yeah, yeah, it definitely
You
still
can have, you can be more qualified than a girl named Amber. You know what I mean? And but if Amber, if her name is Amber and the girl's black and she comes in and she has a great resume and she presents a good you know what I mean, a good job interview, then they're not going to look bad. It's just that initial process of getting in the
Yeah,
door.
it's
And
trying to get us when they're going through a stack of resumes. It's trying to get your resume on the other side where we'll call that person, and when you got that name, they just instantly throw you out of the pile.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying it's right at all. I mean, I'm disagreeing with all of it. I'm just saying that it's just I don't know where to
that's
you know
racism.
how I don't know
That's
how long
racism.
that I don't know how long
That's
that stays the
racism.
same. It's racism, yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't know how long that takes to change. You know what I mean? Like I don't know um, how long, and I think that's what she was trying to get at a little bit more than. But I mean, sometimes we can stop talking about people's names and the government and just get down to common sense. You know what I mean? Like let's just quit it. Let's just quit it. We've all watched it. You
Yeah.
know, and we've all watched it happen. You know what I mean? Like the guy that comes in and he's got his hair and dreadlocks down to his back against the guy that you know what I'm saying? Like he's got a.
Well, here's the problem, and I've said this before. Whether it sounds good or bad, fact is it's a white man's country. That's who conquered the country. So any custom that has been created in this country that doesn't follow the traditional English white man's culture, such as African Americans have come up with a lot of cultures. You're talking about cornrows. You can talk about rap music, break, the Afrocentric names you were just talking about, LaQuisha. All of that stuff has been unfavorable when it came out because it doesn't fit along those lines. I mean, different religions, all of the stuff that particularly African, just about all of the things that we created when they were first created, people hated them. They're starting to like hip hop, for instance. But
Yeah,
it
there you
took
go. There,
20
hey,
years.
hey, Uncle Sneaky in the chat just said a good thing. He said tattoos. That's another good
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
That's another
yeah,
good one. You know, nose piercings. You know, certain earrings in certain areas doesn't make these people bad people. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make them not intelligent or you know what I mean? Less
yeah,
qualified. It just makes us view them from an appearance from a first perspective as being negative instead of giving them a chance. And it's not okay. But it happens
yeah.
that shit in the South. Even though I think and I'll still to this day because I mean I've lived all over the country. I've been all over the country. I'll still say that the South, black people and white people get along better than they do anywhere else in the country because we've always lived together. You know what I mean? Like we just do. You don't hear a
Really?
lot. Yeah, I'm gonna say absolutely.
I've never heard that before. That's news to me. Black people and whites get along better in the South than anywhere else.
Yeah.
Ah,
No,
all
no,
right,
I'm gonna say you have your extremists in the South more than you do other areas. Sure, but do your everyday citizens get along better? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
that's news to me. I don't. I'm not from the South, so I can't speak on it. But that is news to me. But Brian, I got to move it on. Somebody said what happened in Montgomery.
Hey, let me tell you what happened, Montgomery. It wouldn't have happened if that person was black, white, brown, pink, or orange. I believe that somebody would have taken up for that man. I still believe that to this day. I don't think it was a racist thing. I don't think it had nothing to do with race. They saw a dude trying to do his job, and he was getting jumped by some people, and somebody came over there to help him out. And it just happened to be people of his own race. But if it happened to be white guys, they would have stepped in too. I think that.
Well, but here's the problem though. Once the black guy stepped in to help that guy, the fight continued past those two groups, and there were other white people jumping in the fight, and there were other white on black folks. Like, for instance, the woman that got hit over the head with a chair, she was not part of the original party. She jumped in later on.
It became racist. But I'm
So
just
it
saying that.
triggered a bunch. So it triggered some white racists to act on behalf of
That's
the white
that
people.
that that's correct. They looked at it as now all of a sudden we got two black guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it triggered and went from there. But do I think that white guys would have stood up for that dude just like black guys would? Yeah, I
But
believe that.
they did. But see, that's the problem I'm trying to get across to you is white people did not stand up for that guy. I mean, when that guy was getting his ass whooped, white people were there watching him getting his ass whooped too. Nobody white came out to help him. It was only black people. The only time the white people got into it when they started noticing the white people were getting their ass beat.
I hate this shit.
What happened? It freeze?
No, man, I just hate that we even have to have these stupid ass conversations.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
being serious with
I
you,
don't
man.
like it either.
I live my I
I
live
can agree with that.
I lived my whole life, 22 fucking years working alongside with everybody, defending all you motherfuckers, and you want to come on here and it makes me sick. I hate it, and I'm sorry,
I
but I
don't.
do, man. It's sad. It's sad, and it's disgusting. It's a disgusting thing, and anybody that feels any other way should be ashamed of themselves.
We need more people like you, man. I got to move it on, O'Brien. Appreciate your service. Retired. What branch?
Oh, I was Air Force. I was a
Yep.
C-130 crew chief. I was a C-130 aircraft mechanic.
That's a big ass aircraft, man. All right.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
All
Good
right, man.
talk. Absolute. Absolute. All right. Looking in the box.
That whole incident was based on race, and it's sad you can't say it. One of the things I will say in regards to that Montgomery incident, I do believe that if the security guard was a white guy and the pontoon occupants were also white beating him up, I do believe the response level would have been different. I don't think you would. Certainly, I don't think you would have had black guys swimming to help him and shit like that. I don't think that would have happened. Same thing if the security guard had been black and the boat owners, the pontoon folks also were black and was beating them up. I also don't think it would have been as great of a response. I do believe seeing a bunch of white dudes beating up on one black guy is what triggered folks to act like that. I do believe there was a racial element from that standpoint. If the victim was the same color as those beating his ass, I don't think the response would have been the same. I really don't. Looking in the comments here, that man took equal rights for women under the law and changed it into a different conversation. Andy, I'm gonna leave that one alone. Everyone go listen to North of Richmond. What is that? Catfish Hunt. I love that name. I love me some catfish. But no, I don't know what you mean by that. Wonder if his grandfather looked the other way in Jim Crow, Georgia. Sad to say, and I don't know who his grandfather is, but sad to say the statistical probability is probably yeah. The only reason you could have all of that shit happening in the South is most people were looking the other way. I don't believe most whites were racist during the Jim Crow era, just like most whites did not own slaves during slavery. Most of them looked the other way is what they were doing. That's why I was allowed to continue. They looked the other way and they voted for politicians that supported allowing it to continue. That's how it continued. I think only 1%. I think only 1% of whites owned slaves during slavery. Yet they were able to get the entire Confederate Army to fight to keep it, when most people were not even going to benefit from it. I mean, that's kind of what we still do in this day and age right now, is you go to war for some shit that you're not going to get anything out of. You're fighting on behalf of a few rich people, and you're fighting to preserve their cause. But at the end of the day, you're not going to get anything. My Corner, USA. Now, that sounds like almost a dealer's name.
My Corner, USA. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Tim. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Let me ask you something before we get into the actual topic, because I've seen this in the comments. There was no party switch. The Democrats, spelled with three Ks in the Civil War era, are still the Democrats, spelled with three Ks of today. Do you believe there was no party switch at all? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you hear what I asked?
No, I didn't hear it. Something broke out. I'm kind of in a bad spot. I'm a truck driver, so I'm kind of sitting in a truck lot right now.
Okay. I'm gonna have to drop you, have you try to come back in, because it's showing you only got one bar on my side as well. So
It's showing that you're not going to. It's showing that we won't be able to have a decent conversation because your signal is low. I asked Mickey that question though. I want to hear that because we do have a commentator that's saying that no party switch ever happened. I'd like to hear from you folks. Do you believe that is made up nonsense? Oh, excuse me. Or do you believe there's some reality to that? Do you believe no party switch ever happened at all? That for some strange reason, the Confederate Democrats, the racist party of slavery, the Confederate Democrats, no switch happened. The Republicans just started saying that we defend the Confederate flag. No switch took place, but for some strange reason, the Democrats started hating the Confederate flag and the Confederate statues, and the Republicans started supporting them. But no switch ever happened. What caused that? If the Republicans, fighting on behalf of the Union side, fighting on behalf of freeing black people, what would make them all of a sudden start defending the statues of the people that were trying to kill them? That would be like Americans suddenly defending statues of Saddam Hussein or Hirohito from Japan. Why would you suddenly start defending a statue of your opposition? Parties, you just decided to adopt their symbols and protect their statues. I don't quite get that. We'll try to
Go on my last caller. They were losing a war and needed more bodies. I don't disagree with that. Rob, good afternoon.
Hey, what's up? You
Not
can hear
mention.
me?
What about you? When we talked about a party switch, do you believe that never happened at all?
Well, let's go back to the Civil War. Um, the South, they were Democrats.
Right.
And what happened though, that party split during the Civil War. You had your war Democrats that sided with the Union and Lincoln against slavery. And you had your Copperhead Democrats that were in the South that were for slavery. So the split started way back in the Civil War.
Are you talking about the Dixiecrats at all?
Yeah. What happened was when it came to slavery, half of the Democrats didn't support slavery. They supported the Union, and they were called the War Democrats, and they sided with Lincoln against slavery.
Right.
But you had the Southern Democrats; they were called Copperheads, and they were for. It's like you have moderates, Republicans. You have,
Right.
yeah,
Far right.
yeah. So it was like
But
that.
let me ask you to you. But the question I'm asking though is because we know that some of the Democratic Party was indeed for slavery. Yet
Yeah.
we know African Americans in 2023 overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Why would African Americans be voting for a party that once supported slavery? What happened?
Well, those southern states that succeeded from the Union, they were blue, right? Like Democratic states are blue.
They weren't back then, though.
Yeah, they were. If you look at the map,
Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. But blue was on the side of slavery.
yeah, exactly. But they still had the same mascot. They still had the same.
Right.
It was cool. So the North was red, basically, and the South was blue. And that's what
But the question I'm trying to ask is, why would African Americans get freed from slavery and then turn around and vote Democrat?
because what happened was the Democrats weren't really in favor of after the Reconstruction. Republicans, blacks got elected to office in the South. That's when the South, the Democrats went on a rampage. It really didn't start happening till after the Civil Rights Movement in the '60s. And when that Civil
Why?
Rights Bill got passed, that's when it really started changing.
Yeah.
You know,
That's the way I've heard it as well, is that the Democratic Party was a racist party until Martin Luther King working with JFK, eventually Lyndon B. Johnson giving African American civil rights, and then obviously we're going to vote with a party that gives us civil rights versus a party that's saying no, you don't deserve civil rights. So once they gave us civil rights, they basically got our loyalty.
Yeah, they got the hell out of that party, and that's
And
why.
that's a party switch. Is that not a party switch?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. That's what
and,
I'm talking. That's
and
what I
then you
was
also the great migration too from the South.
true.
A lot of blacks left from the South and
My
went
yeah.
north.
Yeah,
And when they went,
my grandparents on both sides, my mom and dad are part of those migrations.
yeah, and that had a lot to do with when the South decided, well, we're going to be Republican because of the civil rights bill
Yeah.
that the Democratic pushed. The
So
blacks
why
went
do you
north
think why do you think there's so many people to this day that suggest that no party switch ever happened?
because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit like there's a fog of war saying,
Yeah.
lesson 7. It says seeing and believing is often wrong. So
Yeah.
they what they see and what they believe, they're gonna it's wrong, but they're not gonna admit to it. They need a narrative to stick with what they believe. If
Yeah.
that
I
if,
would Yeah, I would submit to you, like what I mentioned before, where the Democratic Party was the ones who were waving the Confederate flag around during the Civil War, and now you see the Republicans. To me, that's probably the strongest case of a switch you can have. It's like, why would you pick up the symbol of somebody you were fighting against unless you're now on that side? Like, it would make no sense for you to pick up the symbol or the flag of your enemy. And I mean, you go to any Republican gathering, particularly in the South, and the Confederate flag is there. You go to Democratic gatherings, it's not there, even though the Democrats were the ones that used to fly it. That's pretty much the most evidence, in my opinion, you can have that a party switch obviously took place.
well, that's where it cuts off the discussion. The discussion doesn't go into what you're talking about right now. It
Right.
it only stops that when you get to that point about why did they switch and how come, then that it really doesn't matter no more. They don't want to hear that. All they want to hear is, well, Democrats started the KKK and stuff like that. That fits
Right.
what they're thinking. Anything else outside of that box, they don't want to hear it.
Yeah. And
I,
I would
I,
say,
you should ask
and
them. What do they say? What do they say when you ask them?
they don't, like you said, they don't want to talk about that part. For instance, during the era of slavery and during the Civil War, the Democratic Party, the party of slavery, they also were referred to as conservatives. Freeing black people, giving black people equal rights, that's a progressive idea. The Republicans were the liberal party back then. They don't talk about that either.
No, no. And they were also Confederate veterans that started the KKK. They were Confederate veterans. So they were on the side of the Confederacy.
Yeah,
And those statues that they defend right now are the ones who started the KKK.
yeah.
Confederate
Well,
veterans.
they try to tell you that the modern day Democratic Party is the party that supports the KKK.
Well, I don't know. I never heard of anybody from the KKK wanting to vote for Biden or
Or
Kamala Harris. I
or
really
or
haven't.
Barack Obama either.
Yeah, I never. But you see, I understand them. You have presidents that have been racist. George Washington was racist, but he changed. He started enlisting black people into his army in 1776. He freed his
Mm.
slaves. He had changed his position. There's a few presidents that started off with racist beliefs, and in office they changed. George
Would that
Washington was one
would,
of
would
them.
that would that possibly be Joe Biden?
Yeah, I could believe that.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
could
Now.
believe that. And,
Yep.
and They changed on people changed on same sex marriage. You know,
Barack Obama
something.
did that. So let
Yeah.
me ask you this question. It's not uncommon to hear African Americans suggest that Trump is racist. Do you see any element of racism in Trump?
Well, no. Well, I grew up in New York, so I know Trump from the beginning. He's not a racist. He's an opportunist. That means if he needs to talk racist to get what he wants and to be in the limelight, he will. He's a con man. The con man. Listen, the first thing a MAGA person to tell you about Trump is that he says what I'm thinking, and that's not a
Yeah.
coincidence. He actually see because he hung out with Hillary Clinton,
Yeah.
Mike Tyson and his boss Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and Donald Trump were good friends. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
he's seen an opportunity in the Republican Party. Well, let me act like them, and
Mm.
he reads them, and then he regurgitates back to them what they're thinking, and then they go automatically. Oh man, he just said what I've been thinking all the time. He's good at that.
So, so you're basically saying it's just one big grift.
Yes, that's exactly
Uh,
what it is.
so
Yes,
let
it
me
is.
ask you this in the comments and ask this question. If you play racist, aren't you still a racist? That's what he's asking.
Not with a not, well, see, not with a con man, not with a grift. You know, not with that. He might switch to something else. A con man switches jobs. You know what I'm saying? After this, he knows that all he has to do. He knows that these people are the ones that will pay. I see it on TikTok. Oh, listen, man. All I got to do is put a red hat on, make America great
You
again,
know,
and
you making it you
put my background back there, and I guarantee you, I could pull in at least two grand a week.
You know, you make an interesting point because I don't, even though I talk to MAGA, I enjoy talking to MAGA, they're my favorite guests. I don't get a lot of donations. I don't solicit. I don't really ask folks for donations. I'm pretty happy when a few, like this program, I've been on there over an hour. I don't think anybody's really sent me anything. And I have noticed that anytime I speak favorably of Trump, or hold African Americans accountable for fucking up on something, whether it's us committing crime or whatever. I get a lot of love and support and donations. Anytime I say something negative about the black community, which there
Yeah,
are things we do, there are things we should be held accountable for. But I'm not going to run a program like Candace Owens where I'm just criticizing black people all the time. But
yeah.
you're right. You will
But
make money doing that.
you got to understand, Trump, his whole presidency was about merchandise. It was about merchandise, flags, shirts, hats, rallies. That's
Wow.
what it's about. That's what it's about. It's about merchandise. And you know, it was one big. I think they didn't vote for Trump for policy. They voted for him for entertainment. I think it's
I
about
don't know. I think they like his policies. I think they like the direction he's taking America. Well, I have I have my own side, but I think policies have something to do with it too, though. I mean, entertainment, yes, because if it's one thing I like about President Trump is that he has energized people from all backgrounds, both sides of the aisle,
yeah,
to get interested in politics. So I do like that he's done that because a lot of folks in America really didn't give a damn about politics. He's made whether you love him, whether you're voting because you love him or you're voting because you hate him, he's took a lot of people and brought them to the ballot box.
yeah, that's true. But it's
Yeah.
about to
So
end. It's got to end. And this is what they don't understand. That's what we do. We move on in this country when we have presidents. We move
well,
on.
it ain't about to end in 2024.
All right,
Maybe
then,
in
my
the
man.
future.
All right, thanks a lot, my man.
It's a pleasure. Good talk.
Good talk. Now, how many of you folks believe, as my last caller was suggesting, how many of you folks agree that Trump is not necessarily racist, but he's an opportunist. Do any of you folks see President Trump as being an opportunist, or as he stated, it's mostly a grift where he's just kind of like a chameleon, changing his spots to put his campaign wherever it's favorable? Do any of you folks agree with that? That was an interesting description of President Trump. I've heard it before a few times, but he really elaborated on it quite well. So I wanted to see what you guys think about that. Nobody believes. I think he believes it when he says they're not sending their best. Talking about rapists and murderers coming from Mexico. I assume you're talking about this. So you do believe Trump believes what he's saying. Looking in the comments, he just wants to make everyone happy. Which Kraft shouting. There's no way you believe that. When you look at the nicknames and the criticism Trump is saying of very popular people, there's no way if you wanted to make everybody happy, you would talk like Trump talks. I don't believe that. He wants to make his supporters happy, but the things he's saying is clearly designed to anger people, clearly designed to piss people off. And some of the things he get involved in, they're not acts of self-defense. Some of them are acts of offense. Like, for instance, when athletes were taking a knee, and he referred to Colin Kaepernick, get that son of a bitch off the field, and folks at his rallies went wild. That was political capital for his supporters, his base. But it wasn't an act of self-defense. Colin Kaepernick wasn't attacking President Trump. He decided I could gain some political capital by going after this guy. You don't do that if you're trying to make everybody happy, because there was a hell of a lot of folks that supported what Colin Kaepernick was arguing about. So, yeah, I don't buy into the argument. He's trying to make everybody happy. He's trying to pick a side and do very well on that side. Looking in the comments here real quick. Trump, great grifter. Some say that. Some are saying that. President Trump is a businessman for the people. Bobby Covino. There's a hell of a lot of people who believe that. And look, I'm not going to pretend like Trump was not a successful businessman. Yeah, he had some bankruptcies, but he also owned a hell of a lot of businesses. It's anyone that owns as many businesses, had as many, what do you want to call it, eyes in the fire as Trump did, you're going to have some downfall. So I don't take away from him being a successful businessman. The only problem I have is that there are a lot of aspects of America that cannot be run like a business. There are some things that running based on profit has no place in it. A business, the purpose of a business is to make a profit. That's the only reason a business functions, is to strengthen its bottom line. Civil services in this country cannot be profit-based. The penal institution, the Justice Department in this country, should not be profit-based. You don't want people profiting off of incarceration. That does happen, by the way, too, which is why the recidivism rate in this country is so pathetic. It's because people are profiting by keeping folks in prison. So there are areas. I don't like the fact that our medical system is for profit. Because if you run an aspect of this country on a for-profit margin, and all you're focused on is making money, that means that people who are poor or do not have money are not going to have access to those systems. Imagine if the police department was ran on a for-profit basis. You dial the police and say, I got a cat in the tree, or I got somebody trying to break in my house with a gun. And they charge you accordingly. Well, cat in the tree, it has a low risk factor. We only need to send out one cop. Probably isn't going to have to use most of its firearms, or we're not going to have to use a taser or anything. We'll charge you accordingly. You call the police and say somebody trying to break in your house with a gun. We got to send out 6 officers. It's going to take this much time. We got to send out 4 cars, and they start billing you on all of that shit. A poor person is not going to be able to get access to that call. So there are certain things in this country. Joker, that was beautiful. Thank you, Joker. The chandelier, I do appreciate that. There are certain aspects of the country that should not be ran off profit. And I'm only bringing that up because folks often suggest that Trump is not a politician. He's a businessman. There are pros and cons to both. Businessman is going to be great at restoring the economy. That's where you hear Trump getting all this credit, talking about the economy, the jobs numbers, things like that. He gets a lot of, a lot of credit and accolades for the economy. A politician, on the other hand, knows how to bring people together, shake hands, kiss babies, strengthen relationships. Trump gets no credit in that area because he wasn't a typical politician. He doesn't know how to bring people together. You need that in America simply because this is a republic and how our system is ran. As the president, there are vetoes. The Senate can vote down legislation. Congress can prevent things from happening. You need people on your side as a politician. As a business guy, if you own a business, it can be my way or the highway. If you got a great plan for taking your company forward and the board disagrees, you can fire everybody on the board. You can't go to Washington, D.C. and fire the Senate and fire Congress like that. You need them to agree with you. Trump is not good at getting people to work with each other. He's ran it like a business. And in a business where you're talking hostile takeovers and shit like that, that doesn't work in Washington, D.C. And that's why he didn't succeed at it. So you want to give him credit for being a businessman. You also got to pay attention to the fact that he was terrible at unifying folks to get his signature legislation passed. At the end of the day, he didn't build a wall. He didn't repeal and replace Obamacare. And a lot of that stuff he failed at because he couldn't rally members of his own party. John McCain is not a liberal. He's the one that stopped him from repealing and replacing Obamacare. So that's the problem when you try to run the country like a business. The founding fathers did not design our nation to be ran like a business. Trump would be far more effective as a dictator. I say it on every program. Because as a dictator, you could run the country like a business. You can't do that in a republic. And if he comes back, he needs to understand that, and it does not seem like he has gotten that yet. So I just wanted to point that out. Looking in the box, we'll keep it moving. Aaron, good. Appreciate you coming on the program. So, you been listening in there, Aaron?
No, I just got up from a nap, but I've been watching you for a while.
Well, I appreciate having you here. I want you to hear something. Tell me, what do you think of this? Now, the whole purpose of this program was a comment made by Ron DeSantis. It's only a few seconds long. I want you to hear this, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
DeSantis seems to have a new strategy to get elected president: go after Trump's supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. If you're not rooted in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
What do you think about what Ron DeSantis said? Do you think that makes sense, or it sounds ridiculous?
It sounds ridiculous, I guess. I don't know.
So, because he's saying that if you don't kiss, it doesn't matter what you've done as a Republican. If you don't kiss Trump's rear end, you're going to be viewed as a rhino. You don't think that's true at all?
No. I mean, hold on.
Do you
wait a minute.
know of
Hold
it?
on,
There's a
hold on.
lot of Republicans.
If you kiss Donald Trump's butt,
It's 20 seconds. I want you to hear it again. Just listen to it.
Seems to have a new strategy to get elected president: go after Trump's supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. If you're not rooted in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Now, tell me, you think you think what he said is ridiculous?
yes.
Okay. So you do believe that, because he's saying you got to kiss Trump's butt or you're going to be called a rhino. You don't think that's true?
Right, because I'm not a Trump supporter at all. I can't wait until Friday.
What happens Friday?
Oh my God. He has to turn himself in. Thank God.
He's turned himself in 3 times already. What's going to happen on the fourth?
He has to turn himself in, get fingerprinted, in mugshot. So yeah.
But how? Okay, when he turns himself in Fulton County, they are going to take a mugshot and fingerprint him, unlike the other 3 times. But other than that, what's really going to be different? He's already been arrested 3 times now.
Right, but I can't wait to see his mugshot, and hopefully, hear me out here now. Hopefully, he doesn't turn himself in, and they have to go get him and arrest him.
But whoa. Want to ignore what the judge. Basically, you want a bench warrant issue for Trump's arrest to physically
Yes,
go out and get him.
yes, sir.
Why? Why do you want that?
Hopefully, he get tased.
I thought you were a Trump supporter.
No, I hate Trump.
Oh, okay. Now that makes more sense. I was wondering. You want the police to tase a 77-year-old man?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God! Why? You could kill the guy. What is it about? Wait. What is it about President Trump that makes you hate him like that? Because you use the word hate.
Cause he likes using. Me and you are both the same color, all right. But anyway, he likes using the N word. So
Really? How do you know that? I haven't heard that before.
I've heard him. He doesn't like black people. Trust me.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard his lawyer Michael Cohen said that. But so you think that Trump regularly uses the N word?
Probably.
Wow. So you do think he's racist?
Yes.
Because my last caller said that he didn't necessarily think Trump was a racist. He thought he was an opportunist, and if associating with racists would get you into office again, he would do it. But it's not what he actually felt. He was just doing it because the opportunity presented itself.
Huh. No, he doesn't like a lot of people. So doesn't like Mexicans.
What makes you
So
think that?
cause he did when he had his apartment, he didn't want to rent to Mexicans. I think it was.
That was colored.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was blacks.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
no, it's all right. So what do you think America would be like if Trump gets reelected?
I don't think he's getting reelected.
But what if he did?
Oh boy, it's just going to hit the fan. Sorry.
But think about it. Trump served for. I mean, was America that bad
Yes,
from
sir.
2017?
I didn't
How
have a.
so?
I didn't have a president.
Wow, wow. Did you have a job?
No, I haven't worked since 2001 because I'm on. I'm on. It's a long story. I can't go on to it.
Okay, you're
I can't
disabled.
get
You're
into it
disabled.
on here. So it's nothing because I don't want to work. Something happened. So we'll just leave it at that.
Okay, that's fine. Let me ask you this. In the comment, G's Ball says, "I'm Mexican and I still love Trump." If you believe Trump is such an intolerant individual, why do you think he's done better with both blacks and Hispanics than any other Republican in our lifetime?
Who? Donald Trump did
Yeah,
better with black people? No, he didn't.
yeah, he did.
I
He did better when you compare Trump to Bush or to Reagan. Trump did better.
you cut out or something. But
Yeah.
anyway, Say it one more time, please.
I said when you compare Trump's performance with blacks and Hispanics to other Republican contenders such as Reagan and Bush and Romney, he did better.
Okay, I didn't know it. So,
Yeah, he did better.
okay.
So just wanted to put that out. That means some blacks have some explaining to do because they're voting for the guy.
No, they didn't. No, let's put it this way. He came to Evansville, and a black person voted for him, and they say if they came back to the inner city, they would 187 him.
Damn, that's not good. All right, well, we don't want that to happen to the president. But okay, Aaron, I do got
No,
to move
no,
it on,
no.
man. Go ahead, give me the
No, the
last word.
black, no, the black guy. They told him if he came back to the inner city, they would do like they.
Oh, okay. So an African American supported Trump,
Yes,
and he was told that because he supported Trump, if he came back to the city, somebody would take his life.
yep.
That makes the folks threatening to take his life wrong, doesn't it? Because he's exercising his right to vote for whoever he wants. It's not right to take away a voter's life because you disagree with who they vote for, is it?
Right. You should be able
Okay.
to vote whoever you want for. Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. All right. And we
All right.
agree with that. All right, Aaron, I got to move it on, man. I appreciate you
See.
coming in.
Bye.
Okay. You too. All right.
In the comments, Trump did not deny blacks apartments. Staff at the apartments denied blacks. Get it right. Deadpool, I think the issue we have here, and it's still happening in 2023, where Trump is, if you support Trump and he makes a bad decision, and I'm talking to all my beloved MAGA, because this is the way I hear MAGA view things. If Trump makes a bad decision and appoints somebody who does wrong, he gets no blame for it. And I disagree with that. If Trump hires people that are refusing to rent to colored folks, somehow it's not his responsibility. Somehow the people he is hiring are just deciding to be racist all on their own. That doesn't make sense. If the people that Trump has renting his apartments out are choosing not to rent to people of color, they got that mindset from somewhere. They didn't just decide to come to his company and start being racist. Something gave them the belief that this is what the company wants. I don't believe in divorcing the coach from the performance of the team. This, and the reason I said it's still happening in 2023 is because, once again, we're blaming the likes of Mike Pence, Attorney General Barr, Ambassador Bolton, Chris Christie, people that Trump gave jobs and positions to, and not holding Trump accountable for the fact that they would not have had those jobs without him. I don't believe in divorcing the performance of the coach from the team. If you are losing games as a coach, you don't get to blame the quarterback or the players for the losses and take no credit for it at all. And that's what MAGA seems to do when it comes to President Trump, is no matter how bad his appointees may be, and I say bad because you guys are accusing some of them of outright treason, they wouldn't have had their jobs if it wasn't for Trump. How does he not get zero credit for hiring treasonous? You're making it so the coach is not responsible for how the team plays. But we know damn well that if Trump had to put in a VP that performed excellent, you give him credit for it. Look at all these great people he gave jobs to and made America. But when the people fail, he doesn't get any accountability for that at all. That's being biased. That's not giving proper accountability and credit. Looking in the comments, I'm sure there are people that work for him that never laid eyes on him since pop. Somewhere along the line, if your company is not giving apartments, deliberately discriminating against a group of people, You're going to tell me that's only happening at the lower levels within the company and nobody higher up knows that this is happening, that you just got some lower level employees that just decided to be racist all on their own? I don't see that. I don't see it, and I don't accept it. If you are over this company and the company is doing something wrong, you're responsible for it. But this goes back to what I said. You're divorcing the coach from the performance of the team. If his company gave apartments to more blacks than any company in the city, you'd be giving Trump credit for that. You'd be saying, see, he's not a racist. Look at all these black people he's giving apartments to. But when the company is caught up in discrimination, he suddenly gets no blame. That's what I'm talking about when I say you're being biased. When something good happens, he gets credit. When something bad happens, you blame somebody else for it, even though it's his company it's happening in. I don't see how you can do that. We'll keep it moving. Something I'm doing wrong here. Okay, there we go. All right, we'll go keep it moving. Freedom Night. I just believe in accountability. If it's your company and the company sucks, you don't get to say, oh, I don't know nothing about it. You know, if it's your company, it's your company. Because like I stated before, we know if the company does well, he's going to take credit for it. Himself, Trump himself would go around bragging, my company gave apartments to more black people than anybody else in New York City. That's what he would say. But when it's discriminating against blacks, well, he ain't got nothing to do with that. If you believe that, then yeah, you're being biased in favor of Trump. You are such a hypocrite. You blame Trump for everything, says Christian. No, I don't blame him for everything, but I do blame him for what happens at his own damn company. You are a businessman, as we often say with Trump. He is a businessman, but he gets no credit for how his businesses perform. Unless it's good? No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. How can anybody think a Democrat should win in 2024? Oh, appreciate that, Lions Corners. Thank you for those shades. Got your boy looking nice. Good question, Jason. How can anybody think a Democrat should win in 2024? Same reason why somebody would think a Republican can win in 2024. It all depends on your principles. Are you pro-Second Amendment? Then you should hope for a Republican to win. Do you believe in common sense gun laws? You should not be voting Republican at all. Do you believe in protecting the sanctity of life no matter what? You have no business voting Democrat. Do you believe a woman should have the right to choose? Then you should be hoping for a Democrat to win. There are legitimate reasons to vote for both sides. It depends on where your principles lie. If you're a liberal and you believe Biden is incompetent, too old, don't know where he's at, you're going to vote for Trump that goes against everything you stand for principle-wise as a liberal? No. You're going to vote. Here's a perfect example. Because folks talk about Biden doesn't know where the hell he's at, he's got dementia, can't string together two sentences. I would submit to you that if let's not even use Trump, any Republican, complete dementia, doesn't know where the hell he's at, but he is a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. Meanwhile, the liberal is well-spoken, alert, young, fresh, but he believes in gun registration, or he believes in gun laws. You're going to vote for the demented guy because you believe the Second Amendment should be preserved. That's what we're talking about. You're not going to vote for a young, fresh, well-spoken person if they go against your principles just because your guy has dementia. You don't vote for the health of the candidate. You vote for the principles and policies they promote. So it doesn't matter what health Biden is in. If the other side is talking about a woman that has been raped has to have a kid anyway, they're not going to vote for that. I don't care how alert the dude is. That's the difference. So when you say, well, why would anybody vote for Biden? Think about that. Andy, I love it. Andy, was that an owl? Thank you. Andy, shout out to you. So think about that, because at the end of the day, you vote for the policies, not the health of the candidate. if you got a candidate giving you everything you want, a strong economy, I'm talking about folks on the right, giving you a strong economy, not letting the transgender community do things you don't favor, you believe in protecting the sanctity of life, promoting Christianity, you wouldn't give a damn if he was drooling while on stage. He's giving you what you want. You're not going to go vote for somebody who is sharp as a tack like Obama when he's promoting things you don't agree with. You vote based on principles. That's why people would vote Democrat or Republican. Uh, he is going against the Constitution. He's unfit for any office. He said he should be in office as long. Arthur, your comment got cut off. So when you said he's going against the Constitution and unfit for any office, I don't even know who you're talking about because your comment did not complete. If you don't want to live under a theocracy, you need to vote Democrat. Andy, that's the point folks are making, is that it doesn't matter what mental condition Biden is in. If they believe on January 6th that was a complete attempt to upset an election, they're not going to vote for that guy. Who cares that he seems more alert than Biden? They're not going to vote for that if they think that you're trying to destroy democracy. I like Tim Scott or Larry Elder for president. You know, the liberal in me, here's the issue I have with some of the Republicans, even though I lean left, but I don't see all bad in Republican candidates. And I'll go to the box after this. I see a lot of reasons to vote for both sides. However, I have odds with some of the things going on, such as the issue surrounding Trump. Like Vivek Ramaswamy has stated, if he gets reelected, or not reelected, but if he wins, he would pardon Trump. I'm fine if you believe Trump is innocent. If you want to pardon him, I'm fine with that after the court case. But to be suggesting you would pardon him now without even hearing what evidence the prosecution has to present, how are you any less biased than anybody else? If you want to suggest that the courts are just after him, or the liberals just want to hang the guy and things, how are you any different than that? You haven't even heard what they're going to say, and you already suggested you want to pardon the guy. That is equally as biased. So there's some things I'm seeing that are just like that's a deal breaker. And also Vivek is talking about taking away voting rights for 18 to 25-year-olds. So Vivek is a no-go to me just for those two things alone. But somebody like Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, they probably wouldn't promote the policies that I favor, but I don't think it would be the end of the world. I wasn't a fan of George W. Bush, but it wasn't the end of the world. He wasn't doing anything outrageous. He was just operating from a right-wing point of view. I think when you go too far left or too far right is when you start to enter the realm of deal breakers. I also don't like the fact that, like I said, Trump is going through a bunch of shit, and there are some members that are running for president that clearly are running for cabinet positions. One of the problems I have with Tim Scott is he don't want to speak on it. He'll talk to you about Hunter Biden all day long, but when you ask him about Trump, he suddenly runs out of saliva. I don't like that because Hunter Biden is not a politician. You can say what you want about Hunter Biden. You can even tie it to his father. But if the conversation goes around to Trump and suddenly you have nothing to say, that doesn't look right. And there are plenty of candidates on the right that are doing that. Whereas on the left, nobody is out there suggesting that the justice system is trying to, destroy Biden through Hunter. You don't see liberals talking like that. If Hunter Biden is guilty, hold him accountable. Looking at the comments, I promise I won't vote for Hunter. Be the goat. Exactly. Good point. All right, let me look at the box. Grandfather's wisdom. Good.
Grandfather's wisdom. So,
Hey, how you doing, good brother?
hey, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. What we were talking about earlier is Ron DeSantis made an interesting statement. I don't. Did you hear? Did you hear the Ron DeSantis clip I played earlier?
When he was talking about the Trump supporters and stuff like that.
Yeah, saying that if you don't kiss Trump's butt, they're going to call
Yeah,
you a rhino.
yeah, I heard
What do you
about
think
that.
of that?
Um, well, that's what I've been hearing on this web. Yeah, that's true. You know, a lot of folks will call people who's Republicans rhinos who don't agree with Trump. However, I don't think that's all MAGA people who favor Trump would say that. But you know,
Right.
some of the loudest people in the room is saying that, and so you know,
Yeah. Is there any way a respectable Republican can stand up and say, "I'm a traditional Republican. I just don't like this one guy," and remain respectable in the party?
not right now. How divisive it is they so divisive within their own ranks. You know,
So then,
some want to go way
so
to the
then,
extreme. Some want to just be borderline. But you know,
so
sometimes
then at the end of the day, are they running on Republican principles or just simply loyalty to Trump?
it's somewhat more loyalty to Trump right now because most of them think he's the best bet to get the country back on track. I don't see it that way because you know logically speaking you have to look at it in so many different ways when you vote for a candidate. I vote for a candidate you know for um, for things that I need in my community, my family, and stuff like that. I had to look at them in a way that between the policies that they have, if the policy is good or the policy is bad. You know, because I'm on the spectrum in the way I would vote for a Republican or a Democrat.
Right.
If you line up with certain policies that I would like, yeah, everybody would like some more money in their pocket because that's why I voted for Trump the first time. I voted for him in 2016,
What about
2020 when
Clinton?
I see. No, I couldn't do it in 2020 because I seen the whole swamp he bought with him. You know,
Mm.
you supposed to been an outsider, but you brought all these mega millionaires with you, brother, and that wasn't cool. And these
So
same
you
people the same people he brought with him had turned against him. So it's like,
so
wow.
so let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. You voted for President Trump in 16 because you thought he was going to drain the swamp. If you could go back in time, Trump versus Hillary, where would your vote go?
They would have went straight to Hillary. They would have went to Hillary.
You
I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you a ride because she's a creature of the government.
Yeah.
However, that sister had a lot more experience within the party within the in the government. She had a whole lot more experience. However,
Yeah.
you know, I took all that, you know, because I would listen to all the Facebook memes and everything, the disinformation they had on her. And I seen all the trials she had to go through within the Senate, and she sat down with the child, and nothing came out of it like they did to Trump, you know. So when I seen all that, I said, "Dang, this is very bad." You know, it was a lot of stuff going on, and I said, "You know what?" Trump said, "Why not give me a try?" I gave the man a try. Because I said, this is a businessman. He gonna clean up. He gonna clean up this country. He gonna do a lot of things. And we did get a little extra, and we did get a little extra in our pocket too. So you know, you know the taxes and
But at
everything.
the end of the
The man
day,
did pretty good.
yeah, but at the end of the
Huh?
day, even though you benefited financially from the early Trump years, you're saying if you could go back in time, you would not even have voted for him at all.
Yeah, that's true. The
Wow.
reason the reason why well a lot of people it's not a lot of people seem like they have amnesia. When the time Trump came out, man, a lot of people came out and open. They was open with they bigotry.
Mm.
Even on my corporate job, you had some folks who was open bigotry. I say, damn. I said, y'all is wow. You
So
know, they was open with the bigotry. So I was like,
so
I did.
So you believe the FBI was accurate? Because I know a lot of folks on the right, particularly my beloved MAGA, disagrees. But you believe that the FBI was accurate when they were suggesting that Trump's rhetoric was leading to folks acting racist and out in the open?
Yeah, it was real accurate. I don't know where these people been or what they have not seen, but at that time, it was an uptick up into some of the people who have a lot of bigotry about themselves. They had their backwards thinking. They started coming out. A lot of things was going on. It was super crazy to me. However, I don't. And sometimes I don't blame no one who is open with whatever their mind is. But when you come on a job with it, and your professionalism leave out the window and you saying some crazy stuff, some undertone racist things in your voices and everything to people, and you telling people that I can do it. Trump, my president, he said it. I like, hold on, but I vote for Trump too. But you cannot say crazy stuff like that, man. That's not right what you're saying. We
Wow.
can't discriminate against people and stuff like that and calling people outside of their names and all these monkey voices, and they doing
But let
the.
me
You remember they
but
used.
let me ask you this: is it possible that maybe the people misjudged or misinterpreted Trump, or do you believe Trump himself had racist elements to him?
No, I think it was the people themselves. I don't think it's Trump. Trump to me was an opportunist. You know, because he didn't know how to run the government, so he got people. He brought people in that he thought can help him out to run the government with him. Because he never really been a politician. I ain't gonna say he never been a politician because he had to use politics to get some of his business off the ground.
Right.
But at the same time, he wasn't a seasoned politician like the rest of the creatures was in the government. You know, and I can see that. I give Trump props on a lot of different things. And some people don't give him the props what he need to have props with. He had the props with when he tried to when he brought out the COVID thing and tried to get people the shots and everything, what
Right.
would you call it, fast or whatnot. He did that. That was Trump, baby.
You
But
talking about
now,
Operation Warp? You talking about Operation Warp Speed?
yes, Operation Warp Spring, that was Trump, baby.
Well,
However,
the reason people don't give him credit for it is because how he brought it out. I mean, his most strongest ardent supporters do not want to hear him taking credit for that virus. I mean, for that vaccine.
but that's a sad part about it. They need to. I understand his supporters don't want to give it to him, but they need to
Yeah.
give it to him because he was trying to save lives. Do they realize all the people had died? I know a lot of people in my family had passed away from COVID. So and my wife had underlying conditions. She had to get the boosters, the shots, and everything. I even got the shots and stuff myself. And I'm still here. I'm still alive.
But
However,
the
it
crazy
was.
thing is, looking back, that's been what 3 years. They still don't give him credit for the vaccine. Most folks who support Trump still have a negative view of the vaccine.
Well, it was because it was a campaign. I remember the campaign they did back then to demonize it and to make it to. They demonized it because they can start calling it names.
Yep.
I forgot what they called the names,
Well, don't
and
say them
and they
either. We
was
don't
they
want to
was
get nobody banned. Don't even say them.
no, 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 no. I ain't gonna do that to you, my good brother. Yeah, they start calling it names, and they had all
Yeah.
this misinformation on the internet and everything like that. And I was thinking to myself because I grew up back in the days that we all got shots, but we had to go to school. I know every kid who was young before had to have shots before they go into school.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
all the shots they gave you, and also those who was in the military, I couldn't believe some of the military people didn't want to take the shots. I
So
was
let
like,
me
wow.
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this before I let you go. You voted for Trump in 16. You weren't happy. You didn't vote to get him reelected. However, now that you got Biden, how do you feel about Biden's performance? He's almost 3 years in. Do you think he's done a good job, or you think he's failed us?
Well,
And
I can't, but
you mentioned under Trump, he put money in your pocket.
I
I mean,
still got,
how are you doing financially under Biden?
I'm still doing pretty good. My
Okay.
stock still, you know, I have stocks. So, with my company and all that too. Everything doing good up under me. I'm from Texas. I'm born and raised here in Texas. So, I can't, I think sometimes people talk out the side of their necks because if you can still go to the grocery store and still put gas in your car, you're doing pretty damn well.
So would you vote to reelect Biden?
It depends if they had another candidate because I really didn't like Biden the first time, but uh, it depends. It depends if it's
Okay,
between.
okay, we kind of got a little bit of clarity on who it could be. If it's Biden versus Trump, where are you going?
I'm going straight to Biden. I can't get
Biden,
Trump another. I can't get Trump another day.
Biden versus DeSantis, where are you going?
I think DeSantis lost his way. He had a lot of things going on in his state that he needs to clear up. If DeSantis can get back on track, I can probably can give him a look at again.
Okay.
Yeah, but right now DeSantis done lost his way. He got a lot of things going on in his life. He needs to clean that up. I ain't gonna put
Tim
nobody in
Scott.
there going to be for my demise.
No, I don't want to put nobody in that's going to be for my demise either. Wow. What about Tim Scott?
Ah, Tim Scott, I gotta give Tim Scott a side eye. I thought he would really. I thought that brother when he really did his campaign, I thought he was really gonna come out and speak his truth like he did in Congress one time. And he talked about when he got pulled over, and he know about all the stuff that we talk about.
Yeah.
Some people who never experienced that, they don't know that hey, it's kind of bad that they got to clean and in our environment with some of the guys who very got this bigotry about themselves. And I don't know because I respect police because I work in that environment myself. So but I know some people out there who really need to get up out of the force because they ain't right for the people.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
yeah. What about Chris Christie? He's all over the news these days.
he's a snake in tall grass. I need to get my
Damn.
lawnmower for him. Yeah, he's that bad for me. He's not really that. He's I don't know because Chris Christie. I like Chris Christie a little bit, but I know he's a smooth talker. See,
That's a
he's Trump.
politician.
He's Trump in the suit. He's a smooth talker. He like all
Wow.
Trump policies. He like all Trump policies. But
But
and
so but you
I
do
like some of his
too.
policy too.
Yeah.
I like some of his policy too, but at the same time, I think that brother is a snake in tall grass.
So
Some of
right
these report,
now, right now you're going to go with Biden. None of the current Republican politicians that I mentioned, Tim Scott, Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis. You're going to choose Biden over all of them right now, right?
right now, yes, until they can bring somebody else to the forefront.
What
Because
about what about Ramaswamy?
who is that? Who
Vivek Ramaswamy.
is that? The Indian guy or something?
Yeah, yes, he is.
Oh yeah, that brother there. He said some things that like I was like, whoa. He talking about straight up red summers and stuff. I don't know about it. I don't know about that brother. he
All
talking
right.
about
I
getting.
got to
He
move
talking
it
about.
on, grandfather. This has been an enlightening conversation. Always a pleasure.
Oh, thank you, brother. Well, he talking about getting rid of the FBI. I'm like, okay, you talking about protecting us? I said,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
yeah. That's
Yeah, they done some bad, and who know it better? We know what they done, but at the same time, get rid of them.
yeah. Well, you know what that's all about. But I got to move it on, man. Appreciate you coming in.
Oh, all right, brother. Thank you for your time.
Absolute, absolute.
If anyone would still vote for Joe after the damage he's done, they nowhere near the middle. Here's Johnny, certainly a friend of the program. As I stated earlier, there are reasons to vote for Joe Biden if the only choice is somebody on the right. I mean, you're talking about the damage that Joe Biden done, in your opinion. If you are a female, fertile woman that believes in the right to choose, and that's the reason you're voting, why would you vote against Biden and put in somebody that's going to go against your principle? There's a lot of reasons to vote for. I gave you a host of them a moment ago, but there's a lot of reasons to vote for Biden, no matter how much damage you believe he's did. I mean, at this point, the parties have went pretty far into their corners, particularly on the right. They're going very far to the right, and some see the left as going very far to the left. If you feel your side is doing the wrong thing and you vote for the other side, you're going to be voting for some principles that go completely against what you stand for. I don't think a drooling, demented candidate, if you want to suggest that Biden is out of his mind, is going to make you do that. I just don't. And I use the Second Amendment argument as a perfect example. If you are a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, you're not going to vote against protecting your Second Amendment just because your candidate has the. If your candidate is drooling on stage and can barely even stand, but he believes that everybody should have their Second Amendment rights and it shall not be infringed upon, you're not going to vote for a smooth talking, alert liberal, no matter what, no matter how healthy he is. And that's what we're dealing with. Let's understand that. It's not just about the quality of life. It's about the principles. Biden handled COVID better than Trump, says Nathan Z. I got to agree with that. I do got to agree with that. But we'll keep it moving. Slavery helped blacks. William Smith. I suppose you're saying that for effect. You're saying that to get some views, I suppose. I mean, if slavery is so helpful, then go out somewhere and become a slave. I don't know what to tell you on that. I trust a rattlesnake with a pet me sign more than I trust Biden. Gen X, always good to hear from Gen X, but damn, that's a strong comment. You trust a rattlesnake with a pet me sign. What is Biden doing that would make him more dangerous than a snake with a pet me sign? That's strong. Decline to vote and ensure they count those who refuse to be coerced. Raven Dave, and that's a problem that a lot of folks, independents in particular, and obviously most liberals have with Trump, is he continues to say that the 2020 election not only was not held properly, but that he won. I mean, you got Governor Kemp of Georgia pointing out that they did a hand-by-hand recount of machine. Yeah! Rude dog. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Haven't seen one of them tonight. Thank you. Appreciate that hat and mustache. But, if Trump, I don't know, at this point with all of the indictments, I don't know what the chances are, but the 2020 election needs to just be thrown out. That he needs to get past that. It's not going to be overturned. It doesn't look like he's ever going to present enough evidence to even convince a large portion of America, particularly the courts. That's what you have to present. You're not going to get anywhere by convincing Dinesh D'Souza or MAGA. You got to convince the courts that you won. And there is absolutely no sign that Trump is about to convince the courts that he won the 2020 election. There are people that believe Trump won the night of the election. You got them already. They believed you won that night, even before the votes were not even completely counted. They're going to ride with you no matter what. But you need the courts to believe you. And at the end of the day, it does not seem like Trump is ever going to do that. We're 3 years in now almost. That come November, that election is 3 years old. And no, he hasn't shown any substantial proof that he won. Looking in the comments, grandfather, I see you over here on the YouTube. Appreciate that. Demon Slayer 777. Now that's a hell of a name. If it lets you in, good evening. Trump lost, but
8 million. He did nothing to overturn it. Yeah. Demon Slayer. Good
Hey,
evening.
how are you?
I'm doing good. Ron
I just want to
DeSantis. You
say,
see,
as a Democrat, you're really cool, man. You have a lot of respect for everybody, and I love that
I try.
about you.
I try to make it happen. So I do appreciate the accolades. Now, did you hear? I was playing earlier because there's a few more folks in here. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get your boy up to 80,000. Bunch of you guys in here now. Tap the screen, show your boy some love. Lazy. Did you hear the quote that Ron DeSantis made about listless vessels?
No, I didn't.
It's only about 20 seconds. I've been playing it tonight. I want you to hear this. Wow, Roger, appreciate that galaxy. Damn, I just
I would
happened to
love
look
to
up and
hear
see
it.
that.
I would love to hear it. I like truth.
Okay. Oh, listen to this and give me your opinion on this.
This seems to have a new strategy to get elected president, go after Trump's supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So if you're not rooted in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
What do you think of that? What he just said?
Wow. I'll tell you, he's right about certain things because just because you don't agree with somebody, you don't hate on somebody else in the own part, your own party. You understand what I'm saying? I don't respect that at all. And I'll be honest with you, I did vote for Trump, okay? And
Nothing wrong with that.
and like I said, I vote for presidents because I want them to make America better. I don't like saying make America. That sounds very cultish. So that's why I vote. I don't vote for president, whether they're Democrat or Republican, as long as they can do better in America and make us flourish and us get along better. That's how I vote.
So when Ron DeSantis suggested that it doesn't matter what you've done as a Republican, if not kiss Trump's butt, they're going to call you a rhino. Do you believe there's any validity to that?
There shouldn't be.
But do you
Because
believe that? Is there? But do you believe if there is or not?
no,
Okay. So you don't believe what he's saying has any validity.
no.
Why do you think he's saying that then?
I think he's saying that because it's the truth. If you don't, because Trump is so popular, that's why he said that. And it's not about being popular. It's about who's going to run the country better. And you shouldn't have to kiss another person's butt in the Republican Party to make your, you know what I'm saying, to make your point.
Right.
I don't think Abraham Lincoln would have done that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but
And he's the
what
founder.
are you saying? If what Ron DeSantis is saying is true, is it more about voting for Republicans and preserving Republican principles, or is it just simply about being loyal to Trump?
It's about being a Republican and the principles, not being for Trump. It has nothing to do with that. It's not all about Trump. It's about the Republican Party. If you're a Republican, you vote Republican and has nothing to do with the higher, this ego. You know what I'm saying?
So
I
let
don't
me ask,
vote like that.
let me present it to you this way. If you are a respectable Republican politician, can you criticize President Trump and still remain a respectable Republican politician?
Well, I don't know this time and day and age, but yeah, I think you should.
But you don't know if you can.
No, because
If what you're saying, based on what you're saying, it goes back to my original question. Is it about protecting and defending Republican principles or about being loyal to President Trump?
it's about Republicans and their principles and respecting the principles.
But you're saying that if you are a Republican that respects the principles, but you happen to criticize Trump, you might be called a rhino.
Well, that's kind of wrong
Yeah.
because the original Republicans are rhinos.
Elaborate.
They are. What I mean is that we're talking like Reagan. Reagan wasn't a radical.
No.
I don't like any radical. That's why I have to be very careful.
What's your definition of radical?
Somebody that pushes their belief systems on other people and tries to overthrow everything of what America's about. And our freedom.
You use the term overthrow. Some folks are suggesting that on January 6th, that was an attempt to overthrow government. Do you see any overthrow attempts on January 6th?
I think they were making a point. I didn't go to that, and I did not respect that because there was no reason for it.
So you said on January 6th they were making a point. What point were they trying to make on January 6th?
They were just trying to stand up for Trump because they were angry because they were convinced that it was fixed. The votes were fixed.
Do you think that what they were convinced of, do you think it's true?
Well, some places have done some fraud stuff, but I mean, overall, I really don't know. I don't want to say that because then I could, get slammed for it, but I don't want to say something I don't know. I put it that way.
Okay. Let's take it this way. Then Trump said he won by a landslide. Do you feel that there's any possibility that that's true?
There is, and then there's not. I'm looking at it that way. Because
if he won by a landslide, the first question I would ask is why haven't we seen a significant amount of evidence? I mean, because the way it came in, Biden got as much as 10 million more votes or whatever the case may be. If Trump won by a landslide, he should be able to produce millions of votes to the contrary. Why hasn't that come forward?
That I really don't know. I really don't.
So if you don't know why he hasn't presented the evidence, why do you believe the claim?
Because I know that there's some powers in our government that's very corrupt, like any other government, and it could happen. You never know.
And I do agree with you that there's a lot of powers in government that can be corrupt. It's always been that way. But that leads me to ask you the question: Who was in charge of the government when the election was held?
Who was in charge? It was in charge of the government?
Yeah, who was the president when the election was held?
That was Trump.
Okay. So his own government took the election from him.
Well, you never know. I like I said, I just think that, but I don't like to assume anything, then that comes back on me. But yes, I did vote for Trump because I thought, he was going to make America a lot better than it was. Okay. We were going through a lot of stuff and division, and I can't stand division. I can't stand it. So I want us united.
You're saying we were a divided country and you voted for Trump because you don't like division. Did you expect Trump to unite the country?
I did.
How do you think he did it?
I think he did it. I think he did a good job, but I think there could have been a lot more done.
So in terms of just judging based on unity alone, unifying the nation alone, you believe Trump did a good job as president in unifying the nation?
I think so, yes. But that's my opinion, But here's another thing too that I don't do. A lot of people don't agree with me, but I don't care. I don't agree with everything every president that does, but I don't wish harm
Okay.
on them. I don't wish anything bad on them. And for people to make fun of Biden, that really aggravates me because he's going through, he's probably got Alzheimer's. And for people to
You,
start, go ahead.
in regards to the suggestion that Biden probably has Alzheimer's, you do realize Trump makes fun of him, right?
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Do you think that that would help unity by having a president making fun of another president with a mental illness?
Absolutely not. You don't
Okay.
do that.
What
You don't do
about
that.
when Trump? What about when Trump was suggesting that Barack Obama was born in Kenya? Do you think that might have been unifying or divisive?
Well, see, I voted for Obama the first term, okay?
Okay.
And
Okay.
I never go around questioning stuff like that. That was wrong, okay?
Okay.
What difference does it make where you come from? There's people that are from, you got Ted
Well, the
Cruz.
law, the law. If you're born
Okay.
in Kenya, you legally cannot run. What Trump was trying to do was have Obama disqualified as commander in chief. If he could prove he was born in Kenya, then Obama wouldn't qualify as being president.
Yeah, that's not right. I didn't agree with that.
All right.
No.
Okay. I'm
And I
only
was a
asking because you
Democrat
said you
then.
saw Trump. I'm only asking because you said you saw Trump as a unifier, and it kind of threw me
Well,
back, and I'm trying to figure out why. But go ahead.
I'll tell you another thing too. I'm going to be honest with you. My family was Democrat at one time. I mean, they still are, but um, a reason why I changed from Democrat to Republican is because I saw how far left and how radical they've been going lately. And it's nothing to do with, because, I love JFK. I thought he was the greatest president as a Democrat I have ever seen. Okay. But
Okay.
I saw how a lot of things have been changing lately, and people, all the extremists that are on the far left, and what they've been doing. And I don't know, it just kind of, made me feel sick inside.
Yeah,
And they were going
I
against,
don't disagree. Even though I consider myself an ally of the LGBT community, for instance, I don't disagree that the transgender community is costing us votes. I do see some areas where we may be going too far, too quick, and it's going to cost us votes. Sometimes that's what you got to do to get freedom and equality. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's going to cost. However, just like on the right side of the aisle, do you
I don't like the
support what
far
they're
right either.
do you support what's happening with women's rights in terms of the right to choose?
I think a woman has a right to choose to a certain degree. I don't agree with all of it. You're talking about abortion, but
Yes.
not all the time, because sometimes a woman has to have an abortion so she can survive in the hospital, um, or a kid gets raped, a child gets raped or something. That
Yep.
has to happen. That'll ruin her for the rest of their life. That's not cool. So
Yep.
yeah, there's certain things I don't agree with when it comes to a lot of the Republican side of certain things. But I when it comes to voting for a president who loves America and wants to unite us, that is what I want. I don't want a president, either Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter. It matters to me who is better for our country. And that's how I vote.
Last question before I move on. Currently, President Trump is facing nearly 100 charges in various courts. Do you believe he could be an effective president in 2024?
I think he could be an effective president, but like I said, we'll have to wait and see, because if this stuff is true, it could hurt him.
Could?
And this is the
It
first
could
time in
hurt him
history. This is the
if it's
first
true.
time in history this has ever happened. So we got to be very careful about this too. It's not just about him being Trump and a Republican. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's for our country, and it could hurt
Right.
us.
So you don't,
That's
at
what
the
people
end of the
don't.
day, you don't, do you believe that all of these charges, as he is stating, are a witch hunt, or do you believe it's possible some of these could be legitimate crimes?
I believe it could be both. I think it could be a witch hunt, or it could not be.
Yeah.
So, but that's what the courts are deciding. That's what we have to do. We have to go by our laws. That's why we have laws in this country.
I like that answer.
You know.
All right, Demon Slayer. I love the name. Come on back anytime, man.
Thank you. You're an awesome guy, man.
Appreciate that. Definitely. Thank you. All right, looking in the comments. You guys are some mean folks. What? This guy is clueless, says Easy Flow. That
Be nice to the guests, folks. Be nice to them. We have the most corrupt totalitarian regime in history going after their opponents. Infinite reality. Love the name, disagree with the comment. And I'll tell you this, to fit the agenda, President Trump and Trump supporters, my beloved MAGA, want this to be a picture of Democrats versus Trump. The liberals are trying to prevent Trump from getting reelected. That fits the us versus them narrative. In reality, there are dozens of Republicans that are going after Trump, testifying against Trump, saying he should not be president, saying that he committed crimes. It's not just Democrats versus Trump. But to fit the agenda, it sounds better to make it an us against them type narrative. Or, as DJ Knock stated in the comments, rhinos. As Ron DeSantis pointed out, that's what the whole live is about. Any Republican, no matter how long they've served, no matter what they've done to the party, no matter how respectable they have been over a period of years, sometimes generations, if you speak negatively of Trump, you're a rhino. That is what Ron DeSantis is now saying. Probably because they're now calling him a rhino. It's not liberals versus Trump. It is Trump versus people that do not like him. Disliking Trump, being critical of Trump, does not change your political affiliation. If you're a Democrat and you don't like Trump, you're a Democrat that doesn't like Trump. If you're a Republican and you don't like Trump, you are a Republican that doesn't like Trump. You don't become a Republican in name only because you don't like Trump. That's why I've been asking the guests, is it about defending Republican principles, or is it simply about being loyal to President Trump? That's why I've been asking the guests, can you be a respected Republican citizen or politician and be critical of Trump simultaneously? Or have we gotten to the point where you no longer can be a respectable Republican and critical of Trump at the same time? That sounds more like loyalty. That doesn't sound like principle. Going back to the box. Somebody let me know where I'm getting it wrong. Sky.
Good afternoon. Good evening, rather. Trump shoots himself in the foot. He needed to moderate his tongue a bit. He'd be a two-term president. Eboto, I agree with that 100%. I think on paper, Trump was worthy of a second term. But he did not like to stop talking. He did not like to stop fighting, getting in fights, and yeah, he's no longer in office. Skyhorse, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, so you see the phrase on the screen there, Ron DeSantis referring to particularly MAGA, suggesting that they're living vessels. Have you heard the comment he made?
No.
Okay. Once again, I've been playing it because I think it's important to hear. It's only about 20 seconds long. I want you to hear it. And for those who have just started tuning in, you'll get to hear it as well. But I want you to hear this comment, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Of Americans who are badly disappointed.
After Ramaswamy. Okay, here we
So
go.
meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to have a new strategy to get elected president: go after Trump's supporters.
Here we go.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
What do you think?
Yeah, it sounds like he's calling us like cult members. And
Yeah.
I mean, I could see to a degree that the MAGA has become kind of cultish, but at the end of the day, I think it has the right it has the right idea. It wants to do what's best for the country. A MAGA.
Well, if you're taking away individual right to be a free thinker, for instance, you're taking away people's ability to criticize Trump and just labeling them these horrible names like Rhino and things like that. Is that doing what's best for the country?
You mean is Trump calling them rhinos? Is that harming the country?
I mean, MAGA in general. If like we talk about Mike Pence, or we talk about, these are lifelong respectable Republicans. They were highly respected in the Republican Party. Now, because they've become critical of Trump, they're rhinos. Is that doing what's in the best interest of the country?
I mean, politics is brutal, so if he calls them rhinos, I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me.
Is it
I
true?
mean,
But is it true, though?
Are they Republican in name only? They haven't really been doing much for us.
What has Mike Pence, who served with Trump all 4 years, what did he do to make him become a Republican in name only? Why did he lose the respect he had even among MAGA for all 4 years? How did that change?
Well, number one, I think he was supposed to around January 6th, the plan was for him to send the electors back to the states. And then
So
once,
let me interrupt you. You're right. That was the plan on January 6th. So let's go back to January 5th. Mike Pence has served an entire term. January 5th, is he a respectable Republican?
at that time, he was behind the scenes. I think he was handling the coronavirus task force at the time, and he did a pretty good job. I mean, he was with Trump, so he was following Trump, and I mean, he didn't really hear much out of him. So yeah, I guess he
So
was
up to January 5th, he was not a rhino.
up to January 5th. No, I think he became a rhino once he betrayed Trump.
But you said it's about Republican principles and not about loyalty to Trump.
Well, no, I think we had all felt, a large majority of people felt like they wanted the electors counted. We like Trump. I mean, all the predictions were for Trump, and then with all the shady things that happened with the water pipe supposedly breaking, which wasn't true, they stopped
What
the
about the Dominion?
election.
When you talk about shady things that happened and weren't true, what about the claim that the Dominion machines were stealing votes for Biden? Was that true?
That is complicated. I don't really know. I don't really know much about Dominion, and I know that they sued Fox, and then Fox just kind of caved,
They
and was just
caved.
like,
Did Fox News cave, or did
yeah.
they settle because they weren't able to present a decent case?
I don't think they wanted to even try to bother, so they just were like, let's just settle it. We don't even want to go through with this.
You're talking about $750 million. You think they were just
Yeah.
lazy and decided to give that kind of money away?
Oh yeah, they have a lot of money. I mean, they're
Three.
the number one cable show, like news cable
Yeah,
show.
yeah, I agree with that, but we're talking about $750 million. Plus, your reputation has been trashed. You say they just gave that away, just decided to give that away.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to fight, and I don't think they really. And I don't even like Fox, but um, I think they did. I think the Murdochs just kind of like were like, we don't want to fight this. Let's just pay it and get it over
But
with.
why do you think they chose the route of we don't even want to fight this?
Because it's just easier. They don't. Well, number one, I don't think they're 100% with Trump. Like, I think they used them as like, just to get views and viewership. But I don't think they're. I think because Paul Ryan runs the political, I think, board at Fox, and he doesn't like Trump. He even said it. Anyone, he's one of those. What do they call him? Anyone but Trump.
Well, Tucker Carlson has said some pretty bad things about Trump, and Trump doesn't seem to have a problem with him.
What did he say?
He said he hates them. I mean,
Oh,
it came out during the Dominion voting machine case that you're talking about that Fox did not even want to deal with. Yeah, he actually said he hates them.
I think he said he hates. Was that the exact quote? I think he said he hates some
It
of the
wasn't
things.
positive. The Skyhorse, the comment he made was not positive at all.
I don't know. You're gonna have to get the quote because I don't want to. I don't want to make a comment on something I haven't heard or I don't know exactly. I don't think he hates them, but
Well, in the comments, even Ebola was pointing out, I hate Trump passionately. That's what he stated.
I'm sure he. I don't know. He's always backing up Trump, so it's his actions speak differently. So I don't know about that.
Well, hell, Ron DeSantis was always backing up Trump too.
Well, because didn't Trump help DeSantis? DeSantis was a thinking
Yeah,
shit,
yeah,
and
he
then
helped him get elected.
yes,
So
and
that's what I keep telling you. It sounds more like a loyalty thing than actually Republican principles.
I mean, the Republicans haven't been doing anything for the average person. For how many years? Ever since George Bush, he was a failure. McCain was a failure. None of those. Romney was a failure. I mean that they're all the only one we have. Let's not even joke ourselves. To beat the Democrats is Trump. Anyone else is a joke.
He's running.
I don't even think he's polling, is he? He's like not. He barely just got on the debate stage.
It's pretty low. What about Chris Christie?
He's a con man. He's just like a hack. He just does whatever the deep state. He's just one of those. I don't know. He's like a rebel rouser. He's like a guy that just comes in and is like, "Hey, what do you want me to do? You want me to trash Trump? I'll be the guy." He's a hitman. He'll take money from anyone. I swear to God. Just listen to his rhetoric. He's just a typical politician. Just on anybody's
I'm
side.
going to be honest with you. Some of the criticism you're giving of Chris Christie, folks say the same thing about Trump. You're basically saying Chris Christie is an opportunist.
Yeah, but I think Trump actually believes in helping America because he believes that there is an elite force of wealthy globalists that are destroying the country, that want a one world order, that want one currency, and they don't want us here anymore. And he's the
Wow.
only person that believes that really and will come out and say it. And he's the only one that's fighting against them, I
Do you
believe.
think okay, in a country like America where we have a republic, let's take everything you said about Trump and assume it's true, that he wants to get rid of these elitists and globalists. But in a country where we run as a republic, where everybody has to work together, you got to get the House and Senate. Do you think one man could do all this by himself? What Trump is promising to get rid of these people?
No, not one man, but it's going to take a ton of people around him, better people, and that was his failure in his first term. Was that I don't think he understood how deep the swamp was, or how to get rid of it, and how entrenched it was. And the swamp ended up, I think COVID really was probably the death nail, and like his good, right after the
So,
impeachment, his numbers were great.
so let's go with the notion that Trump didn't realize how deep the swamp was and things of that nature. Now, as opposed to in 2016, he now gets reelected in 2024, let's say. He only has 4 years instead of 8 this time. And he's dealing with a host of criminal cases and things like that. Do you think he could get this stuff accomplished now with only a 4-year term instead of 8 and all of these court cases? Not to mention the fact that,
Yeah,
he's convinced us that half of the Republicans in the Senate and Congress are all rhinos. Do you think he could actually accomplish this stuff in that period of time?
I do. I think he accomplished a lot under extraordinarily like massive attacks from the Democrats. He was impeached twice. From day one, he was being attacked, and look how much he got done. And I think because he has 4 years, he doesn't have to get reelected. That will give him even more, like, hey, I don't have to be I don't have to worry about getting reelected. Sorry, I almost swore.
That's
Let's,
okay. Okay.
but let's vengeance. I think will be cast upon the Democrat Party, and I hope it does.
So when you say vengeance, because some folks, including Chris Christie, have stated that if Trump gets reelected, he's going to be a vengeful president, just taking revenge on everybody that was his
Yeah,
adversary. Do you see that happening?
I do. I think I think we're either headed for, and I'm really worried about the country because I feel like we're really at a point where we're so unstable right now where we don't even agree on anything. And no matter what happens, if he gets in, there's gonna be a lot of problems. If he's not in, there's gonna be a lot of problems. It's gonna be a rough ride no matter what. I'm worried that there's gonna be a civil war. The way things are
Well,
going. What's that?
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if you're talking civil unrest, you're talking about Trump is going to be a vengeful leader, perhaps. Do you think he is the right guy to put back in power? If he's going to go in power and be taking revenge upon, is that what you want as a president?
Listen, the Democrats have a ton of control over Washington, D.C., and if we just lay down now, there's no turning back. I think there'll be a full dictatorship, and it's going to be like a communist state, and it's going to be scary because I think they're going to take guns away. I don't even want to think about it, but what other choice do we have?
Well, you got a bunch of them. You got Pence, you got Chris Christie, you got Tim Scott, you got Nikki Haley, you got Ramaswamy, you got a bunch of choices.
I mean, that's just like saying, you want to go back to the Romney era where we can't get elected. And I know Trump lost, but I do
Oh,
believe
say that
that
again. Wait. You said you know what?
he lost technically, we'll say. The
What do
election,
you
I
mean by
believe that there was a ton of fraud,
okay?
and but because the Democrats will always say like, well, he lost, he can't beat Biden, and I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, you cheated. I mean,
Why
come
do
on.
in regards to Trump, in regards to whether he lost, why do you think so many courts, including Republican judges, some that actually were appointed by Trump, we're talking a 6-3 majority Republicans on the Supreme Court, where once again 3 of them were appointed by Trump, didn't even want to hear his case. If he actually had a good case of voter fraud and how he won in a landslide, why did so many either rule against him or even refuse to hear his case? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think there's things going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. I mean, think about it. Like, how much pressure is there? And then, God forbid, you get a phone call in the middle of the night and someone threatens you. It's like probably death threats, and they're probably like,
But what? But wait a minute. When you say a judge potentially got a phone call in the middle of the night with somebody threatening them, isn't that kind of part of being a judge? Don't you think they all kind of get threats? I mean, you're making decisions over people's lives. I mean, I would assume every judge and most lawyers even get death threats. That's kind of part of the job, ain't it?
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I
So
know.
So why would so many Republicans, many of them who received their jobs from Trump himself, vote against him or not even hear his case on election fraud?
Maybe they don't like Trump. I don't know. I guess they're part of the establishment because there
Is
are
it
some
is it
people.
possible in regards to them not liking Trump? Is it possible, even a little bit, that maybe they looked at the evidence and thought he didn't have a case? Is that possible at all?
But did they look at the evidence?
They're judges. If they say they did, I don't know because I don't know, behind the scenes what they
I
do.
don't think they even looked at the evidence.
So you believe all 60 cases where he lost, none of the judges looked at the evidence?
I do. I believe they didn't really even attempt to. I
So,
think.
so how does that happen in sync, where you got judges all over the country
Well,
deciding
how
not
did
to look?
COVID? Look at
Huh?
COVID. We all the governors shut down. It was like they all knew the script, and all of a sudden, like we're all shutting down.
So was this something that changed, or was judges during the era of COVID not looking at the evidence in any case they received?
I don't think they even looked at the evidence.
So you basically
I
are
think they
saying
all
that
just
during the
did the
era.
same thing. They're just like,
So you're basically saying during the era of COVID, judges just opted not to work. If you got a murder case as a judge, you just didn't look at the evidence at all.
I can't tell you why they didn't. I have no idea. I'm not.
What are you basing
That's a
it on?
great. Maybe they're. What's that?
What are you basing the idea that judges were not looking at evidence? What's leading you to say that? What are you basing that on?
From what I heard, they just wouldn't even look at. They said there was no substantial evidence, but they didn't even look. But I mean,
Who
we've
did
got
you
video. What's that?
who did you hear this from?
Steve Bannon.
Okay, so what makes you think that Steve Bannon is telling the truth?
I trust Steve Bannon over like corrupt judges, and who knows? Maybe they got
Did
paid
you
off.
did you hear about the case where Steve Bannon collected millions of dollars from people to put their name on the wall that was supposed to be built and basically used the money for his own pleasure? Did you hear about that one?
Is that what happened? I don't know. I didn't
Yeah.
have. I've heard something about that, but it just. I didn't even hear the. I didn't hear the whole story, but it was. What wall are you talking about?
The one that was supposed to be built on the border.
Oh well, that never got built.
So what
And
happened to the
by
money
the
then?
way, today Biden's trying to sell it now, all the scraps for
No,
like
but,
$2
but
million.
hang on a second. You're saying that Steve Bannon is trustworthy. He collected a bunch of money for the wall. As you
Oh,
point out, it never got built. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where did the money go if the wall didn't get built?
yeah, I don't know. I don't really know about the case, so I just.
Okay.
It's all entertainment. I listen to it. I don't really know what the hell's going on. I'm just a normal guy, and I can't really tell you about each individual case, but I like his show. I listen to him, and that's all I can say. I don't really
Well,
know about
fair
that
enough.
case.
Well, he's not going to tell you about it on his show. I can tell you that much. I got to move it on, Sky Horse. Appreciate you
All right.
coming in.
All
Good
right.
talk.
Thank you.
All right. Looking in the comments, appreciate you folks that are rolling with your boy on YouTube. There's a few of you there. I don't know is the smartest thing. Yeah, you guys are awful. Magoro says, I don't know is the smartest thing guest has said so far. Wow. They really all know. They all, wait a minute, they really all never know. Imagine that. Yeah, I was surprised when he said Steve Bannon because, yeah, right off the top of my head, I could come. Here's the thing. I often have these conversations with my beloved MAGA, and I want to figure out who folks trust as opposed to who folks do not trust. And oddly enough, the most trustworthy individuals on the right side of the aisle are folks like Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. And the crazy thing is, all of these folks have had to pay out millions of dollars for lying. So I'm always questioning, like, there's nothing wrong with believing that the liberals are full of shit. I don't have a problem. There's reasons to believe, both sides. But oddly enough, on the right side of the aisle, particularly with MAGA, some of the most trusted individuals have all paid out millions of dollars for being caught in lies. That part I don't understand. Because we talk about Mike Pence being a rhino. Mike Pence ain't been, but Bannon, Jones, Tucker Carlson, these folks have been caught in some huge, not small, but huge lies.
And they are the ones that get the most trust from Trump supporters. I don't understand it. And to me, Mike Pence, even though as a liberal I don't favor Mike Pence, I don't think he's known for lying. I don't, other than him, he didn't do what folks wanted him to do on January 6th. I get that. But they're calling him a rhino. They're not calling him a liar. Mike Pence ain't known for telling lies. But folks favor Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones or Glenn Beck over Mike Pence. I don't. Yeah, I'm kind of clueless on it. Anyhow, let me look at the comments. What about the CNN, MSNBC vaccine challenges that are now true or now not true? Because when we talk about the vax, listen, I'm a liberal. I believe the science. I've been vaccinated. I've had all of the boosters, all of that shit. I trust the science. However, I'm not going to pretend like some of the folks who did not get vaccinated should have had a lot to fear. I mean, there's a lot of people who did not get vaccinated. They're doing just fine. So I can't hate on them. I mean, at the end of the day, they're still alive. They did things their way and they're still living. Everybody who didn't get vaxxed is not walking around looking like a zombie turning green. There's plenty of people that are doing fine that refuse to get vaccinated. But same thing in defense of us liberals. Everybody who got vaccinated is also not turning into big ass magnets and attracting all kinds of metals. Both sides were saying things that in hindsight does not appear to be true. All of it at least. Because folks on the right were saying some pretty horrible shit too. I had a QAnon supporter told me I was going to be dead in 2021 because I got vaccinated. Told me it was basically being done to thin the herd. And then I would have passed away at the end of that year. So both sides were saying some horrible, horrible shit. Anyhow, looking at the comments, such as Die27 in the comments right now saying, but they are getting heart attacks. Suggesting that folks who've been vaxxed are getting hurt. Listen, they vaccinated, hundreds of millions of people? At least tens of millions of people worldwide. Worldwide, tens of millions of people have been vaccinated. In this country alone, a country of 350 million people, about half of the U.S. population, if not more, has been vaccinated. If people were developing heart attacks or dropping dead, you're talking 150 million people that have been vaccinated. Even if only 1% of them were having these ailments, you would not be able to hide the bodies. You can say whatever you want about the government not being trustworthy. There's just too many people that have received this that if they were having heart attacks or dropping dead, you couldn't hide all of that. You're talking millions of people because they got vaccinated so quickly. There would be nowhere to hide all of those people dropping. So the idea that folks are, dropping dead or they're passing away from being vaccinated, listen, you could give everybody an aspirin and some of the people would have adverse reactions or pass away. But the numbers would be minuscule, which is what I personally believe has happened when it comes to the vax. There's been some people who got really sick and passed away. Most of us who got vaccinated, you're really sick for a couple days, but you survived and you're doing just fine. But the notion that folks have been dropping dead and they're talking about sports figures and shit like that, if that was happening to any significant degree, you would not be able to hide the bodies. There's just been too many people that have been jabbed at this point. So the fact that you don't see bodies and shit laying everywhere shows that only a minuscule amount of people have had reactions. A minuscule. Just want to point that out. Not to mention you'd have families coming forward as well. The idea that the government, the feds, the CDC, the FDA is hiding all this evidence. You can't hide all of that. Not if it's happening to hundreds of thousands of millions of people. You guys are on YouTube rolling with your boys, 650 of you right now on a Sunday night. Damn, that's kind of impressive right now. I'm kind of happy about that. But there are ways to get your message out. Even if the feds or somebody is trying to silence you, there's ways to get your message out. If it was people were turning over and dropping dead, like to the numbers that the anti-vax crowd is saying, you would have a lot of messages getting out. Not just one high schooler that played football over here in Idaho or one girl down here. It would be hundreds and hundreds of people. It would be hundreds of them. You wouldn't be able to hide that. So, yeah, until I see that type of imagery, and by the way, there are right-wing networks that would bring that to you. It's not like the liberals control all of TV. Hollywood is liberal. Mainstream media is liberal. But the right gets their message out. The right gets their message out. If that was happening, you'd hear about it. You would definitely hear about it. You hear about it in other countries. Because this is the vaccines that we used here, we use them elsewhere too. They were used in Africa. They were used in Europe. You hear about it. You're going to tell me everybody on earth is dropping all over the place and they've silenced all of that so nobody gets access to it? It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense that you're going to tell me the government around the world is covering up millions of deaths. Millions of them. I don't believe that. Looking in the comments, I had a heart attack, but they hid it. They hid it on Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, there goes Biden's laptop sneaking in there. Anyway, looking at this here. Vaccine was good. I took it. Europeans took it. Ebola, so did I. So did I. And I haven't had any major or even minor health effects. I haven't had anything. The day after, you get sick, felt weak, couldn't get warm for 24 hours or something like that. After that, I was fine. Haven't looked back since. Bioweapons, yeah. Keep spewing your propaganda and doing the bidding of the elites that run this country. User 514, let me make it clear. I lean left, but I try to be as moderate and unbiased as I can, even from a left-wing perspective. If a hell of a lot of people were dropping, I would tell you, I'm seeing a hell of a lot of people dropping, and the news is lying about it. That's how I would present it to you. It's not spewing propaganda. I'm spewing it from as a citizen that kind of pays attention to what's going on, and I don't see what the right is saying was going to happen. I don't see that happening. So, yeah, appreciate that. I don't see what you guys said was going to happen. And Z-Pack, you too. Yeah, Matt the mustache. Love that shit. Thank you. Trump was working for the Democrats. What? D-Max. Trump was working for the Democrats, so the GOP is always going to fail. What the hell was that? Where did that come at? Why are conspiracies so rampant in these times? Big Nasty. Man, I'm going to say this, and I know my beloved MAGA's not going to like it. Trump has convinced us that the government cannot be trusted. And the government is the ones that folks blame those conspiracies on. If you don't believe the government, then you're not going to believe anything they say. The aliens, the vax. What else have we blamed? Shit, there's a host of things. I mean, the Ukrainians are, promoting Nazism and shit. I mean, it's because folks are giving Trump credit for waking us up that the government cannot be trusted. You're hearing words like elites and deep state and globalism. All of that's coming from that era. And so you're not going to believe anything that comes from those folks. I mean, I don't care if it's the Kennedy assassination, how the towers collapsed on 9/11, you name it. It's folks on the right side of the aisle that tend to believe. Folks on the left side of the aisle are not saying this stuff. It's mostly folks on the right side of the aisle. Looking in the comments, wake up, but also don't go woke. That's a great way of putting that. Wake up, but don't go woke. Wow. Here's Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the program. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. It's been a while since I talked to you. How you been?
I'm good. It's a pleasure having you back on. So what am I getting wrong here? I see in the comments, what am I getting wrong?
Well, as far as like you're saying, we should trust the government. Let's start there.
I didn't say we should trust them. I don't believe they're 100% untrustworthy.
For Republicans, they probably are.
Why?
They told us the dossier was real. They told us the laptop was fake. They falsified FISA warrants. You got Adam Schiff telling us, just wait, I got more evidence. Just wait, I got hard evidence, and I'm still waiting on it. Never seen it.
Well,
I'm just
let
saying
me
that
let me say this.
it's lie after lie after lie against Republicans. But when you have actual evidence against Democrats, they get away. Like the investigation into Trump about the Russian collusion, right? If somebody bought a dossier written by the Russians, would you say that's Russian collusion?
If someone
It's not
purchased a
hard.
document,
Not a hard question. If somebody bought a dossier written by the Russians, would you say that's Russian collusion?
I'm leaning in that direction, yes.
That happened.
But wait a minute, let me ask you this. In regards to you saying that
But
the
when they
government,
found
hold
when
on,
they
wait a minute.
wait, hold on,
Let me
let me finish that thought real quick. When they figured out it was Hillary with the Russian collusion, because you just said, yeah, you're kind of leaning that way, and she bought that dossier, nothing happens. When it's a Democrat, nothing happens. If Trump had bought
but
that
why didn't
dossier,
but wait on. In regards to nothing happening, President Trump stated that if he was president, she would be in jail. If something was supposed to happen to Hillary Clinton, wasn't that Trump's job to do that?
no, because you're in the mindset of the way Joe runs the FBI is like his own personal Gestapo. Trump let the FBI go over the investigation, led them, which he didn't know how biased the FBI is. But
But
he
that
didn't
is
direct.
but
He
wait a
didn't
minute.
direct.
That's his
He did
fault
not
though.
direct them.
If
No, it's
you
not.
are if wait hold on. If you are in charge of the FBI and the FBI is biased under your watch, how do you get a pass on that?
He's not a 50-year politician,
Then
and
he's
it takes
incompetent.
right.
Then he's incompetent then.
Wouldn't it take a little bit to? I mean, you're not going to have an FBI walk up and shake FBI agent walk up, shake your hand, and say, "Hey, by the way, I hate you." He's
No,
going to
that ain't
take
what
some
I'm
time
saying.
to
But
figure that out.
that's not what I'm saying. What
Like
I'm
Peter
saying is
Strzok,
when you're
it's going to take a while to figure that out. Like Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, those agents, they said we have an insurance policy to hinder Trump's presidency if he gets
but
elected.
you're not hearing what I'm saying. When you elect a president, you're electing somebody who is supposed to hit the ground running, not somebody who needs to learn on the job. If he's over the country and those organizations under him are biased, that's falls on him. Because if those organizations had done what is right by America, guess who would have been taking credit for it?
Well, now you want him to be a mind reader. And
No, I want him to be
you got
competent.
that in there, before those text messages from Lisa and Peter Strzok were revealed, I had no idea the FBI was biased. So I couldn't have known that. It takes a while to uncover that. So as he's uncovering it, he's trying to take action and trying to figure out who's not biased, who doesn't hate him, who is gunning for him. He's trying to figure that out and say, who can I trust? He's not going to
And
walk up and
so he spent 4 years in office. Did he ever successfully get to the bottom of that?
no, because I don't believe so, because he never ran the FBI like a Gestapo like Joe does. Joe said, "You're my political opponent." They're trying like hell to do it.
So how do you know if we put him back in office that he won't oversee a corrupt FBI again?
I think he's learned his lesson.
How do you know? What are you basing it on?
Well, I'm basing it on the FBI is definitely biased right now. Somebody needs to clean house, and Democrats definitely have
We get that, but Trump stated when he came down the escalator in 2015 that the election was rigged. He was complaining about a rigged election in 2020. So that is another faucet of U.S. government that he did not fix. How do we know if he gets reelected, he's going to not do the same stuff again?
So, are you saying that instead of fixing it, we should just let it go and let Dems keep running it the way they've been running it?
That's
Just
a good
don't fix
question.
it.
No, that's a
Don't
good
fix it.
question.
Just let it be. Let it be a bullshit election. Let it be fraud, whatever. Don't look into it. Don't try.
No, you know,
Or
that's
should
a
we
good.
elect a guy that says, I'm gonna dig in and figure this shit out this time?
That's a good question, and my answer is: if you think the government is corrupt, you shouldn't just let it be. However, you shouldn't rehire somebody that you gave a chance and they failed at fixing it. Find another Republican that thinks the government is corrupt that can fix it. Trump had a chance, and you're admitting he didn't accomplish anything in terms of fixing the government after 4 straight years in office. And if he gets reelected, he only has a max of 4 more years. Go get a Republican that has 8 years that he can fix it.
I don't know. I don't think anybody else is going to go in with the attitude he has of, I'm going in, kicking in doors, and this has got to stop today. I think that's the attitude he's going to have. And somebody is going to go and put you around and say, hey, we got to figure this out again. The FBI apparently has been corrupt for years, and we didn't
So
know
he's
it
the
until
only one that can do it.
we did. I wouldn't say he's the only one who can do it, but I think he is the best one to fix it the fastest. I think. I think if another Republican gets
Wait a
in
minute.
there,
You
I
said,
think if
you
another
said he's the
Republican
one that
gets
can.
in there, it's going to take him 8 years, and Trump knows he's only got 4. He's going to do all he can to fix it in those 4 years. It
You
won't get
said.
fixed in 4 years,
You
but
said.
at least I think he'll start on it.
You said he's the one that can fix it the fastest. He's already on year 5 if he gets reelected. He hasn't done anything fast.
Yeah, but he hasn't been in D.C. for 50 years either.
We're talking about the White House, though. It's not the Senate's job to fix the FBI. One senator can't do it. One president has a lot more power.
Yeah, the president has more power. Trump's a smart guy, and he figured a lot of shit out, being the president, going from being just a businessman to president. He did
So,
a lot of good in that office, and
so,
even liberals admit that times were better under Trump than they are Biden.
so let's take away. Let's go. Let's get away from the corrupt government. Trump promised to drain the swamp. Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being success, 1 being a failure. What would you give Trump on a scale of 1 to 10 so far in regard to him draining the swamp?
I give him a 5. I think there's work to be done. I think it took him time, like I said, to figure out who's biased and who's corrupt, and how deep the rabbit hole runs. How far down the rabbit hole do I have to go to get rid of these? Because
Okay.
when
So
you
give
see
him a 5.
somebody like Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, and you got to keep poking them to take action on these people, it runs deep. Because a FBI, what do you call it? The lead FBI guy right away should have said, "Bullshit, not on my watch. We're not having this bias bullshit." But he's like,
Let me ask you another aspect. Trump also suggested that the election was rigged in 2015, and that he was going to take care of that. Scale of 1 to 10. After he's been in office for 4 years, how successful do you think he has been in taking care of rigged elections?
0.
Mm,
I give him a 0
wow.
on that one because a lot of people say, look at all the court cases that were dismissed and all that. If it's a legit, if the election was legit, why are we so afraid to look into it? Why
Well,
are they so
in
afraid
the
to look at
state of
the evidence? Just
Georgia,
lay it all out on the table and say, this is what we got. Let's go to
they
court.
did,
Let's
but
figure
wait a
this out.
minute. But
But why would you
Johnny,
not want to do that?
they did a hand by hand recount in Georgia. What more do you want them to do?
Forensic audit.
So the hand recount is not even good enough.
They found issues with even the recounts and the hand audits that ballots were duplicated and double counted. An
So
independent
you think
agency
and
went
you
in and
think
looked.
the forensic audit they wouldn't find problems with that too?
I would. I just want. I would like to be able to trust the election process. And when you got Democrats saying, "No, let's not have voter ID. Let's not secure our elections. Let's let people come at the drop box. Let's open a door to the possibility of fraud as wide as we can open it." When Republicans, a lot of them, not maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are saying, let's close that door as tight as possible and let's make sure our elections are secure, because if they're not, we don't have a country.
But when you say Democrats view it that way versus Republicans, the governor of Georgia is a Republican. If what you're saying, then why is even the governor of Georgia making it clear that they looked into the election and Trump lost?
That's a conundrum. I don't know. Maybe he's got his hand in the cookie jar too, or he's corrupt.
Is it
Maybe.
possible? Is it possible that he actually may be correct?
Why would you not want to have a forensic audit to prove everybody wrong once and for all? If I was a Democrat and I got accused of a fraudulent election, I'd say, bullshit, let's investigate it. Let me put my cards on the table, lay out all the evidence. I'm going to prove to you it was not fraudulent. But that's not what we're hearing for Democrats. They're blocking investigations.
But
Why
wait,
would you
the
block it?
governor of Georgia is not, you keep saying Democrats. The governor of Georgia is a Republican. You keep going back to Democrats. He's not a Democrat.
Yeah, but I don't put all Republicans in the same box, and I don't put all Democrats in the same box. There's
So
corrupt
what is the
Republicans.
governor in your box? What box would you label the governor of Georgia?
Um, if you don't want to investigate it, I would think that, something's just not right there. Why would you not want to investigate it? Why would you push back on that? Anytime somebody pushes back on it, hey, don't investigate this.
I
Hey, no
got an
false
answer for that.
positive. Doesn't
I
that
got
raise
an
the hair on the back of your head up to say, hey, why would you not want us looking into it?
I got an answer. I got an answer for that. When you say why wouldn't he want to investigate it? If you question what happened in Georgia and you do a recount and they say no, the recount is not good, so you do a different type of audit and they say that's not good, then you do a hand by hand recount and they say no, that's not good, now we want a forensic audit. At some point you start to realize they're not going to accept anything we do.
For some, that may be true, but it's just when you put the whole package together, when you look at everything that happened that night, something wasn't right. You got 5 states stopping the count at the same time with Trump ahead and turning it back on with Biden ahead. That is statistically impossible.
Here's where I have a problem.
That doesn't make you say, we really need to look into this. That doesn't. Are
Yeah, but
you
it
just
doesn't make
satisfied that
you.
you won and you'd rather just leave it?
It doesn't. Here's the problem I have. If Trump was suggesting that this doesn't look right or I saw some fraud, we might have a conversation. But Trump is claiming on election night that he won by a landslide, or claiming that Dominion was flipping votes to Biden. Trump's. If you want to talk about some things that were not done right or doesn't look right, Trump made a lot of comments himself that have been proven false, such as what happened with the Freeman mother and daughter team out in Georgia. That's not accurate. What they did to those people out there in Georgia, those two posters out there, they lied on them. Even Rudolph Giuliani has come out and admitted it. Same thing with the Dominion voting machine. So we're talking about what these states did with the votes that doesn't look right. If you
You're
want
not
to
at
say,
all curious about that fake water main break that caused everybody to leave, and then votes got still in the middle of the night.
that doesn't, we
When they
can
came
be
back in the
curious.
next
We
morning,
can be, wait,
when
hold on.
they
We can
came
be
back in the
curious
next
about
morning,
that.
they
Hold
said,
on,
"This
wait a
is
minute, wait a minute. Just because something looks suspicious doesn't equate to Trump winning by a landslide. Why is he saying that?
but it doesn't equate to let's not look into this either."
But you didn't
Yeah,
answer
why
my
is he
question.
saying that?
You didn't
If
answer the question.
I
You didn't
will,
answer
I'm
why
going
is
to.
he saying he won by a landslide?
Looking at the way Joe didn't campaign a lot. In Joe's rallies, he had a hard time getting 12 people to show up. It wasn't big. Joe, I don't know if you can call it a rally or just a get together, because that was probably mostly his staff that was there. And they tried to make him look big. They tried to do different camera angles. We know nobody was going to those. And you're telling me that guy got more votes than Obama? There's no way. I do
Well,
not believe that. I think Obama. I voted for Obama the first time. I didn't vote for him the second time, and I've grown to not like Obama because of his policies.
okay.
I
How do
still
you
think.
feel
I
about Mitt
still
Romney?
think.
You didn't vote for Obama the second time because you didn't like his policies, which means you voted for Mitt Romney. Is that the
I didn't.
case?
No, I didn't vote.
No, you didn't vote at all. So
No,
you voted for Obama then.
I guess so. But I mean, I still think, even though I don't favor Obama, I think Obama's 10 times better than Joe. There's no way Joe beat Obama in an election. There's no way.
All right, fair enough.
Do
All
you
right,
think
Johnny.
do you think he did?
You know, the answer I would say is no. Obama did not get more votes. I mean, I didn't get more votes than Obama. I would say no. But the difference here's where you and I have a difference, because folks say, like what you just said, when you look at the rally size of Trump, there's no way that Biden got more votes. I think what you're missing out on is the third category. And what I mean by third category is there were votes for Biden, a hell of a lot of votes for Trump, but there is a third category. The third category is I'm not a big fan of Biden, but I hate Trump. If there was a category like that on the ballot, it would have received millions of votes. But
No.
because that category was not on the ballot,
Yeah.
Biden got those votes. Those are votes that say, I am not a fan of Biden, but I really hate Trump. So
And I
those
see
folks
that.
like the
I do see
McCain,
that category. I see that category. I
yeah,
don't dismiss that category, but I just don't buy it that it was as big as you think it was.
yeah. I would tell you
I
the
don't think
McCains, the
if they
McCains and all his supporters, the Bushes and all of their supporters. There's a lot of people that were in it when Trump started making enemies out of these really big Republicans. That's how he lost Arizona, criticizing the McCain family. Those are people that are not going to show up to any Biden rally, but they voted for him.
Yeah, it's possible. I just don't see the category being as big as you think it was.
There's a
I
reason
don't
why
see I
Georgia and
don't see
Arizona is
Biden
blue.
I don't see Biden getting within 20 million votes of Obama. He's just not that charismatic. He's not. I mean, Obama's a smart dude.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can deny that. You like him
So what happened in the
not,
midterms? What happened in the
Joe is not a smart person.
So what happened in the midterms?
What do you mean? We took the
Trump
House.
did Trump did really bad in the midterms. What happened?
I was just happy we took the House.
But you do admit that the Republicans underperformed in the midterms, right?
Yeah, they underperformed.
What happened? Why?
I'm not a poll expert or anything, so I don't know.
Well, when you're
Maybe it
saying
just
that
didn't.
Biden
Maybe
didn't
it
get the
just
votes you
didn't.
thought he got.
Maybe it just didn't excite people to get to the polls because they might have felt their vote didn't matter anyway because they're just going to cheat anyway. Maybe that was the reason.
All right, Johnny, you drive a hard bargain. I got to move it on, man. Appreciate you talking.
Hey, it was good talking to you.
You too. You too. All right, you too. All right, look at this. The man drives a hard bargain. You can't make a person. All right, looking in the comments, Trump is what happened.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. I talk to MAGA. I always enjoy talking to folks on the right. All the time. I respect all your opinions. I don't ever block, ban, or censor you. You know what I always say. I never talk down to my guests. It's not about agreeing. It's about free speech. And if you do enjoy civilized dialogue, both sides of the aisle, without any fear of the host blocking, banning, or censoring, you're in the right place. Follow the program. We do this Monday through Friday. I'll be on tomorrow afternoon as usual. So follow the program. Doesn't hurt, doesn't cost you any damn thing, helps out the algorithms. MAGA are my preferred guests. I do let liberals in as well, but MAGA are the preferred guests. But yeah, I do believe that from day one, when Trump said he won, there were people that were on the Trump train, and I don't think there was anything that could be done to convince them otherwise. And I do believe that's the situation with President Trump, is that I don't think there's anybody that could do any kind of investigation that would convince Trump that he didn't win. I mean, as Chris Christie is going around stating, and I know MAGA have no love for Chris Christie, but he is saying that personally, I'll never admit to losing. I'll never admit to it. Now, he could be making it up. Chris Christie could be making that up, but that is what he's saying, is that Trump told him, I'll never admit to it. Looking in the comment section here, it was shady votes showing up in the middle of the night. Timber Ghost, as I told my last caller, there is a difference between election fraud and Trump winning by a landslide. If you prove, let's say I vote left, if you can prove that I cheated and did not have the right to vote, that doesn't mean you won, because you got to prove that there were enough of me to have given the election to you. Trump hasn't proven that. Proving that you found some ballots here, or you found some dead people voting there, or you found some illegals, that doesn't equate to you winning by a landslide. Trump did not allege voter fraud. He stated he won by a landslide on election night. He had no evidence of that. He had no evidence to tell the people on election night that he already had won by a landslide. Some folks will say, well, he was winning before I went to sleep. The votes had not been counted. You can't be telling people you don't already won an election. And that's something, once again, Chris Christie on This Week with George Stephanopoulos says all the time. That he said that on election night when he was covering the election, the votes coming in. He said that on election night. Like, he has no business going on TV right now saying he won by a landslide. This ain't over with yet. You see him on TV saying he won by a landslide, and below him is the banner showing the votes coming in like 30%. They haven't even counted all the votes yet. How are you saying you won by a landslide? That's what has stuck in people's mind. But no, I in regards to whether he won or not, whether there was fraud or not, I do believe in a country where there's 300 and something million people, 150 million of us voting. You're never going to get 150 million people to all be legit on an election. There's always going to be cheating in every election we have. But as I stated before, cheating and winning by a landslide are not the same. I've watched 2,000 Mules, for instance, half dozen times. They show what looks like election fraud, ballot stuffing, ballot harvesting, things of that nature. Two issues. First of all, if you see someone ballot stuffing, going constantly back to a mailbox and putting ballots in, if you don't know what's on the ballots, any suggestion or anything you make, any accusation you make is just alleged. You don't know if it's true or not. And if you watch 2,000 Mules, they point out what they believe is voter fraud, and they just assume it was all done in favor of Democrats. There's no way you can do that. You don't see what's on the votes. If you don't see what's on the ballots, you can't just automatically assume it's all Democrat. Basically, 2,000 Mules attempted to suggest that in an election where 150 million people voted, 100% of the cheating was Democrat. Republicans are inherently honest, and Democrats are not. You can't make proof, or you can't prove that. Not to mention, the Republicans specifically targeted Democratic areas to look for fraud. They went to Wisconsin, they went to Milwaukee. Michigan, they went to Detroit. They went to Georgia, they went to Fulton County, where Atlanta is. They didn't check what was going on in Savannah, Georgia. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. They specifically went to Democratic areas to look for fraud. The Republicans could have been cheating their asses off in the other parts of the state. How do you know it didn't happen? I don't know. I didn't check. I just assumed Democrats cheat. So I only went to Democratic areas. They went to Arizona. They went to Phoenix. They didn't even check in Republican areas. Here's what should have happened if Trump saw election fraud to prevent the Democrats from cheating, so to speak. Should have done an audit of all 50 states. Presented that to the Supreme Court. Look at all of this cheating I found. We need to have a redo. As opposed to what he did. For instance, North Carolina. Damn, Roger. Roger with the galaxy. Holy shit, Roger. Thank you. Appreciate that. North Carolina was an election that was pretty close. Trump ultimately won that state, but it was coming down to the wire. Trump was already alleging cheating was taking place in North Carolina. Once the vote tally came in and he won North Carolina, all the allegations of fraud disappeared. Dinesh D'Souza didn't even go there. That's the point I'm trying to make. Were you looking to make sure the election was held fairly, or were you just trying to win? I don't give a damn if it's fraud in the state that I won. I only care where it's states that I lost. Then you're not trying to secure the quality of the election. You're not trying to protect the integrity of the election. You're just trying to win. You're just trying to win. And that's what I have to point out. If he had just simply took all of the fraud he saw to the Supreme Court and said, let's have a do-over, you might have had a legitimate point. Because you would have found fraud in Republican areas. There's no denying it. 70 million Republicans voting. You can tell me all of that shit's honest. That's ridiculous. Yeah! Gen Xer. Appreciate that. Just think about it. There was cheating in Wisconsin or alleged cheating in Georgia, but a big-ass, heavily metropolitan state like Florida or a big state like Texas with multiple cities, no cheating at all, huh? Texas was 100% honest, but a much smaller state like Wisconsin was cheating their asses off. That makes sense? No cheating in Dallas, Houston, nothing. No need to even do an investigation there. We trusted the whole state of Texas was done right. But Georgia, Arizona, they were cheating their asses off. It's not a case of looking to secure the quality of the election. It's looking to win. Because if he believed fraud was happening in North Carolina, for instance, the investigation of what took place there shouldn't have stopped once he won that state. And we know it did. We know it did. So, yeah, he wasn't looking to secure the integrity of the election. He was looking to win. Looking back in the box, I appreciate all you folks who came in here late today. Didn't know that. Wow. All right, let's keep it moving. And I'll go ahead and take a few more of you folks. Logical concern.
Love the name. Logical concern. Good evening.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing real good. What did I get wrong in what I just said?
Well, first off, I want to start by saying I appreciate that you let people speak. There's too many, and quite frankly, it's always people on the left when it's on TikTok that they just overtalk you and they dismiss you and they, once you start to try to prove a point, they remove you from the debate and they overtalk. It's just.
I can, and I appreciate the compliment. It's an honor having you on, but I can tell you for a fact it happens only because I only go to right-wing debates, and that happens to me.
No, I appreciate it. So, my question is, if you flip a quarter 300,000 times and every time it lands on heads, do you think that's possible?
No, I don't.
All right, perfect. So in Atlanta, when they had the water main break, there were 300,000 ballots that were counted during the water main break. And out of the 300,000, none of them were for Trump and all of them were for Biden. And not to mention, but they were boarding up the windows. There's a reason why we're suspicious. I mean, you're boarding up windows, water main breaks, and that's across the country. They were boarding up the windows where the ballots were being counted. I literally watched on TikTok people showing what we do to Trump ballots. And they ripped up the Trump ballots on TikTok Live. I watched it. And they were ripping them up, throwing them in the trash.
Let me ask you this question. I mean, in regards to flipping a coin, all of those times you said all the votes were for Biden.
They were.
In some of the rural Georgia counties, you don't think there were some counties down there that had 100% of the votes for Trump?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying during the water main break of
No,
what
I'm
happened.
saying that. I am saying that you could flip the coin 100 times in some of those rural Georgia counties, and it's going to be red every time.
No, I disagree. I think actually, if you were to go ahead and flip a coin right now and let it hit heads 100 times in a row.
No, I don't disagree with you. It's with a coin that's unlikely. But here's the point I'm trying to make:
This is
is that
voting.
you did this type of voter check in Georgia, but you can't answer what happened in rural Georgia counties. 'Cause why did they skip the rest of the state to check and see if there was fraud happening?
Because we look on we connect the dots with suspicious activity. When you say that listen, hold on. Even mathematicians have said when you see the chart of Biden at 3 a.m, Trump was ahead by midnight, 1 o'clock. He was way ahead in the polls, and all of a sudden Biden's numbers shot straight up. If you use a graph, you could see it going up in an angle, like a 90-degree angle, and then all of a sudden Biden's numbers just shot straight up out of nowhere. And that is also concerning. Not only that, but even on these apps, you can't speak. Republicans are the ones that are getting banned the most on here. I hear every day liberals saying just the worst things. They're bullying. They overtalk you. And guess what? They don't get banned from TikTok. But who does? The
I get
conservatives.
banned all the time.
Well,
It happens to me.
that's because you're also in agreement with some people that are on the right side. You do tend to agree with people sometimes, and you're level headed. You're not an ignorant far left liberal.
Let's go back to but in regard to the election though. What about the notion that the Republican Party was anti mail-in votes and that those votes got counted later, and almost all of them were for Democrats since the Trump supporters were not voting by mail?
Well, no, they were. There were people that were definitely voting by mail, but that's beyond the point. Do you think it's okay to board up the walls, the windows of a ballot check, and then have people? You're missing the point here. On TikTok, people were ripping up ballots on TikTok Live, just like you are now, and they were all
and that's the point I'm trying to make is that you ask, is it right to board up windows? My answer is no. But that's the point I'm trying to make is that just because you see fraud does not equate to Trump winning by a landslide. If I board up
Well,
the
let
windows,
me ask you this. I heard you say that when you were talking to the guy before me, that there is no way, when he was making the point about Obama, there's no way Biden could have more votes than Obama. I heard you somewhat. And
I don't think the love for Biden is anywhere near what it was for Obama. However, Biden received a hell of a lot of votes, unlike Obama, that were not meant for him.
No, well, there's also dead people that voted. There's people I know people personally that went to the ballots. I went with them, and they were turned away, saying they already voted.
So then it leads to my obvious question. Are you a believer that 100% of the fraud was all Democrats and that Republicans are just inherently honest?
No.
87
No.
million?
Nope. Not at all.
So how many Republicans cheated?
I think there's corruption on both sides.
So how many Republicans cheated?
What I would say, just from this is connecting the dots. With you were taught that in elementary school. You have people, and you see their pattern, and the pattern is you obviously could see people when Biden had his rally. He had 12 people at his rally. Every rally Trump has had, even up to today, have thousands, tens of thousands of thousands.
I don't disagree, but we can't. But we can't judge an election by rally size.
You can.
I'm asking because Bernie Sanders didn't win, and Bernie Sanders had big rallies. The question I'm asking though is, you believe that some Republicans cheated. Where is the results of those investigations?
I'm not saying that that's the case either.
Hold on. The point I'm trying to make is that you admitted that Republicans are not 100% honest. So
some of them are rhinos.
Is there any traditional legitimate Republicans that would have cheated on the election?
Absolutely, Trump. And what you got to hear is, if they're
You're not. Wait. Hold on. You didn't answer that question.
I did. Trump. You said if there's any honest Republicans, I said Trump.
You think Trump cheated?
No, I said you just asked me. Correct me if I'm wrong. If there's any honest Republicans.
That ain't what I. No, I didn't ask.
All right,
you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I asked you. Are there any legitimate Trump supporting voters that cheated on the election?
I don't believe so at all. No.
So you think So you think MAGA is inherently honest then?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and that's the point. So when you started out by asking me, could you flip a coin 300,000 times to get the same? You're basically, in my opinion, just like you can't flip a coin 300,000 times and get it on the same side. You're not going to get tens of millions of MAGA and nobody is dishonest. That's about the same statistical improbability of flipping that coin.
And when it comes to people themselves and being dishonest, no. I'm sure I met some MAGA Republicans at Turning Point Action. Okay, I was in line waiting for food, and I had a lady talking to me about some crazy shit. I'm not saying that there's some people that are on the right side that are always honest, but I'm talking about when the votes came. The votes came. If we were cheating, we would have won the election because Biden did not get 81 million votes. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. He was in his basement. Not only was he in his basement the whole time, but his vice president, they bashed each other to hell in the primaries. And Kamala Harris was the most disliked Democratic nominee. You can't tell me that the most disliked Democratic nominee, let's think logically here. You're telling me the most disliked Democratic nominee and Joe Biden, who stepped in his basement the whole time during the campaign trails and had 12 people at his rallies, got more votes than Obama. You can't tell me that. Obama was the first black president. He was the first black president.
You see how illogical it is on the left, but you don't see how illogical it is on the right. How many of you folks hate this?
I'm connecting the dots, my man.
You just told me that you believe there is not a single true Trump supporter that cheated on the election. You don't think that's illogical at all?
Yeah, actually I don't, because if it was true, he would have won.
Okay. You got MAGA that was willing to pepper spray police officers on January 6th, but they're not capable of cheating on the election. They were willing to go commit felonies that day, but they're not the type of people that would cheat.
No, let me ask you this. Ready?
Okay.
Do you believe the FBI and Antifa was involved in that? And if the answer is no,
I don't see any evidence of Antifa at all. And I'll tell you the reason I say that is because no one that was there that day, the House, the Republican senators, Republican governors, Mike Pence, none of them blame what happened on Antifa. Only people who are saying that are people that watched it on TV.
No, I watched it on TikTok. Again, what happened? I'm telling you.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, let me tell you. There was guys in front of January 6th. They were on video showing all the MAGA people and everybody in front of January 6th, right? And there was guys in masks. And I'm telling you, as part of the MAGA movement, we don't wear masks. We never have. Even when we were forced to, we said, fuck you. Excuse my language. But we didn't do it. There were guys literally showing themselves with masks. They were taking masks and they're like, oh, which hat do you want to wear? The American flag or the Make America Great Again hat? And he's like, both are going to make me throw up. And he's like, and they were Antifa guys. And they were imitating Republicans. I'm not saying all of them. I know there were people that were on the MAGA movement that were at January 6th. That's without a doubt. But I am telling you, it was instigated and incited by the Antifa and by the FBI. And I actually have video. If you check out my video, it's on my page. There's a video of police officers saying we're going to dress up as Antifa, and the guy put on mask and goggles and was talking to his other police officer who just got maced, gave him something for the mace, and they were dressing up as Antifa members.
Let me ask you this then. If Antifa had something to do with it, we've had, 400-500 protesters arrested there that day that have had, to go in front of a judge and state what the hell happened. We've had Republican senators, Republican Congress that were there that day, including the vice president. Why are none of them blaming this on Antifa? No one that was there that day, even the Republicans that have been arrested, that would have had something to gain by saying it wasn't me, like Shaggy would say, it was Antifa. Why are none of them blaming it on Antifa?
Well, that's simply not true. Actually, the QAnon shaman, the guy with the face paint and the horns, the well-known guy, had the horns
Right.
on and the face paint and all that paint. He actually brought that up, and he was actually released because of Tucker Carlson releasing the video January 6th of police officers, Capitol Police, escorting him personally around the Capitol. They let him in, they allowed him in, and they also tried to unlock and open doors inside the Capitol with him. And
So
that
you
was
see QAnon shaman as credible? You see QAnon shaman as credible?
I'm not. No, I don't believe in Q, to be quite frank. But what
Then
I
who,
am
then
saying,
who
hold
else?
on, hold on, you're not getting my point. What I am saying is it is not. It absolutely is not what people think. They put this man in prison, and you know why he was released? Because Tucker Carlson showed the video of the Capitol Police escorting him around. Now, I believe that is a fact. I do believe QAnon can be a little far right, way like crazy far right. Just like there's both ends of the spectrum. There's far left, there's far right.
Right.
There's people I totally disagree with that are just like they go far down the rabbit hole. And I get there are conspiracies that are true, but some are just insane. But the fact is, Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News, right?
Yeah, but you do know Tucker Carlson was also cracking, right?
No.
You think what he said about Dominion voting machines was accurate?
Yes. They found buses of Dominion voting machines in Nevada and in Arizona, and they were full and they were abandoned. They were Dominion voting machines abandoned. I mean, you got to think about it. It's an electronical device, sir. And not only that, but I have a video that I will send you personally because TikTok, being the wonderful thing it is, they actually took.
I get it. Yeah, TikTok. Yeah, I get that. I want you to hear something. I got to move it on, but I want to get your opinion on something before I move on. I've been planning for the other guests, but there's a hell of a lot of you. By the way, you folks tap the screen. I appreciate the likes. Civilized discourse. If you like this type of shit, follow the program. I let folks speak. I lean left, but I enjoy talking to the right. Program is always MAGA friendly. Always is. Always will be. But I want you to hear this and give me your opinion on it. It's only about 20 seconds.
Seems to have a new strategy to get elected president: go after Trump supporters.
Listen to
We
this.
have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
What do you think about what Ron DeSantis just said there? That if you don't kiss
I
Trump's
am so
rear
glad.
end, huh?
I'm so glad. I am so happy you just. I am so happy you just brought this up, man. I live in Florida. I supported DeSantis for both terms. I recently have been. I'm very involved. I don't know with MAGA hates in the photo. I'm heavily involved in politics. I'm part of the Republican Executive Committee. I am a precinct committeeman. I'm starting the Young Republicans here in my county, and part of Liberty Defenders and Club 47 out of Palm Beach, which promotes Donald Trump's 47th presidency. So I'm not ignorant to what's going on. DeSantis, what he did, he sold out on us. And what I mean by that is not just because he's running.
Sold out to who?
To the country, man, to the Constitution, to Florida. He not only this, he actually.
I guess my last caller got a phone call. He definitely did not get banned or anything. His phone went blank. Usually that means he got a phone call. Looking in the comments, somebody said, you do need a vacation. Who said that? Guests from Florida should have known. Wow. So banning books. So what do you guys think though? In regards to DeSantis suggesting that if you do not kiss Trump's butt, no matter what you've done as a Republican, they're going to call you a rhino. By way of yes or no, do you think what DeSantis said is true? Yes, or think it's a piece of shit? No. Do you think what he said is true? Because he stated that if you do not kiss Trump's butt, no matter what you've done as a Republican,
they're going to refer to you as a rhino. I'll go back to the box real quickly. Here it is
To
again.
get elected president, go after Trump's supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So you're not rooted in principle. If all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
And I see in the comments, somebody said, I hate, Yaya said, I hate Desantis, but what he said is true. Wow. Can I refute? Yeah, let's make it happen. We'll go back to the box. Let me see here. I don't know what I just pushed there. Something.
I'm sure you've heard this. Who did I just bring up? Takesha. Good evening, Takesha. Welcome to the program. So I'm sure you just heard what was said there.
Let me say this right quick. If he don't take logical from in front of his name, your last guess, because nothing he said was logical. How you gonna say TikTok videos is your proof that the election was stolen? You mean to tell me he think that people sit on TikTok and make the realest videos ever, and that's proof that the election was stolen? You know what, handsome? Just take the logical and throw it in the sea. Because bless his little illogical heart. Check this out. Everything that run, I don't even like run. He too short, he crazy. But what I can say
You're
is,
not judging a man based on his height, are you?
listen, he too short to be running for anything. He can't even see over the podium. They had to put cinder block bricks behind the podium so he could reach the mic. But look, check this out. Liz Cheney. They call the woman a rhino. Liz Cheney is the most Republican you'll ever meet. Mitch McConnell.
I want to interrupt you. I want to interrupt you real quick. In the comments, my last caller said, "quote unquote," she's speaking on my name. So
I am. I sure am.
Okay. All
Because
right.
I
Keep
haven't
going.
heard it. Because he said nothing logical. Nothing he said made sense. He said MAGA, none of them cheated during the election. So what he basically saying is, and then when you said he named one person. He said Donald Trump. Donald Trump's wife couldn't even trust him to be honest, to keep it in his pants while she at home with a baby, while he out there paying Stormy Daniels for some tail. So guess what? Don't tell me nothing about Donald Trump is honest, because he's definitely not. If he was honest, he'll stop wearing that orange makeup. He'll take off that toupee and accept the fact that he ain't got no hair in the top. But back to Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is telling the absolute truth. Because they said that Mitch McConnell is a rhino. When has Mitch McConnell ever been called a rhino? Never.
Good point.
But you know who
Good
is a
point.
rhino? Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a Republican. He ran on the Republican ticket, but he's not a Republican. He tried to run as a Democrat. We weren't dumb enough to vote for him. So he went on over there to the people he thought would just, be dumb enough to vote for him. And then he succeeded over there,
So you're saying that you two are saying he's just grifting in basically.
Listen, Donald Trump is a rhino. He's not a Republican. He's not. He never said he was a Republican. When has he ever said he was a Republican?
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Because he's not. So he's the only rhino in the party. They need to leave them other folks alone. Because one person that's definitely not a rhino is Mitch McConnell.
I don't know. What about Mike Pence? You see Mike Pence as a rhino?
Mike Pence is a wimp. With a fly on his
But he's
head.
a Republican, though. He is a Republican.
He's a wimp with a fly on his head that's probably dead. Mike Pence, like I said, Mike Pence and Kevin McCarthy's wife, I remember in the Victoria's Secret store, and they were getting them panties because they said that the men they knew had bowed down so hard to Donald Trump that they needed to wear panties rather than men's underwear.
Girl,
So they got on some little panties. So when they go to Congress to the meeting, they have lace panties on under their suits. I was in there when they wife was buying them. Yeah, that was it.
I don't even know where to go with that.
I'm just saying. I'm
Like,
telling you, I saw it. I saw the whole thing. But seriously though, he's right. He's absolutely right. If you say anything against Trump or you don't go along with everything Trump does, then you're called a rhino. It doesn't matter how long you've been a Republican. It doesn't matter how long what all you've done for the Republican Party. They're gonna consider you a rhino because you didn't look in Trump's eyes like the song said by Elvis Presley, I can't help falling in love with you. If they didn't do that, then they're going to consider them a rhino.
damn. So, I mean, what is it? Just loyalty to President Trump and not really Republican principles at all?
They don't care about the Republican Party. These people care about Donald Trump. It's not about justice. It's about just him.
Shit. All right. Well, I'm still messed up from some of the quotes you just. There were so many funny quotes in that shit. I don't even know where to
I'm
go.
just saying, I came up because I wanted to give you a good laugh, but I just couldn't understand the guest before me with the word logical in front of his name, talking about he getting his information from TikTok. Really, handsome? Really?
We talked some really good stuff on here. I don't think everything.
But handsome. Who gonna make a video talking about we tearing up Trump, Trump ballots and show their
Ballots,
face?
yeah.
Wait a minute, and show their face, handsome,
That's a good point. You would basically be filming yourself committing a felony.
handsome. Come on now, let's be
Yeah.
logical. Let us be logical. Let us really be logical. Come on
Yeah.
now. And I didn't agree with what he said about the only people that debate and talk over you in lives is Democrats. They do it on both of them because
Yeah,
when
I
you
know that. Yeah,
because if
I
you go
because I personally favor right wing lives. I don't like echo chambers, so I go specifically to right wing lives, and yeah, it happens to me all the time.
yeah, because
So
when I go to look at Fabric Softer Lives, Snuggle. That's all they do. They ask you a question, and then they start talking, and they sound just like the AT&T call center when they trying to get folks to pay their bill.
all right, Takesha, you're killing me over here.
All right, I want you to have a good night now.
You too, you too. You've already
All right,
made it good.
friend.
All right.
Keep it moving. Oh my God, bless her heart. She always, yeah, she comes hard. She don't play around. Looking in the comments here, we'll keep it moving. Z-Pack. I think I brought.
Hey, big. Wow, I don't even know what to say, but that was an interesting. Z-Pack. Good afternoon.
What's up,
Good evening.
Tim? Thank you for letting me up. I know you probably meant to do that last, but that's okay.
Yeah. What did I get
So,
wrong so far? What have I gotten wrong?
well, I don't think you've gotten anything wrong. I think the two guests before the lovely Takesha, um, that's an example of what Ron DeSantis is talking about. I mean, you're looking at people who your first caller, the first one before the logic was talking about how we went to bed and there was this big lead, and they do not understand how this election worked. They still don't understand 3 years later. We organized, we had a week of early voting, and we were out there getting people to vote early with those mail in ballots. We had places in my local park where you could turn them in, and they would get sent down to the county office. And so the way it worked in Pennsylvania was that Act 77, I believe it was, Act 77, the Republicans in the House passed a bill in 2019 that allowed mail-in voting before COVID.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with COVID. So what they did was they said, okay, we're going to allow in 2020 mail-in votes to happen. And so in 2020, there was a huge, obviously, people wanted to do the mail-in ballots because a lot of people were
Right.
voting by mail. So
Yep.
then the Republicans got extremely angry because they said, well, there's too many there's too many things. This is against our or they said this is against our Constitution. I'm trying to sum this up very quickly for people to understand. Um, but they were the very ones that voted for it. They only said it was against the Constitution when it came back around that Democrats were going to be voting heavily by mail-in vote, and that
In
they
other
had
words, they were a fan of it until liberals started actually using it in mass, and all of a sudden we got a
correct.
problem with this. Yeah.
Correct. And then what they did is they turned around and they got really angry. And then they said, well, we're going to do the mail-in votes. We're going to count them last. And then they also said that if you don't get your mail-in vote mailed and postmarked by a certain date, we're not going to count them. Now that got litigated in court, and I believe it was changed, or I think it was actually the one case that Trump won or something about the date, whatever. But the way they did it was to create this red mirage. So, of course, you go to bed, Donald Trump's winning. It looks great. He declares victory. He says it's going to be fraudulent all day or all before the election because he knew that those mail-in ballots were not going to break for him. And
Yeah.
the crazy thing is in Ohio, Joe Biden they were counting their mail-in votes first.
Right.
So Joe Biden had a huge lead in Ohio. Then all of a sudden, the same day votes came in, and guess what happened? He
It
lost
went the other
Ohio.
way.
And
Yeah.
so did Donald Trump complain that the votes went away in Ohio? Did he do that?
You know something? You make an interesting point, and another issue that came up because the state of Texas defending Trump sued the state of Pennsylvania because of the changes they made in how you could vote and said it was unconstitutional. And the governor at the time of Montana stated that we made the same changes to how you vote here because they made changes based on COVID, allowed you to vote differently in Pennsylvania based on COVID. And folks on the right were saying that the Democrats were cheating in Pennsylvania. And the governor of Montana stated that we made the exact same changes as Pennsylvania. And Texas and these are other Republican states are not suing us because Trump won here. But we made the same changes to our election as Pennsylvania. And that's why I was pointing out the same thing with North Carolina. Trump cheating happening there. But then once he won the state of North Carolina, all his claims of fraud disappeared. And I was pointing out that the way Trump did things doesn't make it appear as if he was trying to secure the integrity of the election. He was just trying to win. I don't care if there's fraud. As long as I win that state, I don't want to hear about it. I only care about where there's fraud in states that I lost. And that's what makes it look like it doesn't have credibility.
Right. And don't forget, in 2016, Donald Trump had a committee for election fraud. He had an entire committee that was studying election fraud because he was mad that he lost to Hillary Clinton by 3 million votes. So his ego couldn't handle it. Well, wouldn't you know that that committee was shut down in 2017 because there was literally no evidence of any type of fraud or anything of that nature. But he certainly didn't make a point to have a public statement about it. Nope. They shut it down in the middle of the night. And so the same thing happens here. In the 2020 election, again, they go through all these court cases, right? And the biggest argument that was made was they were shut down because of standing. But that wasn't the case because in Pennsylvania, the judge's decision said usually when a client brings a case, there is evidence. We have none here. And that was clearly written in the statement. So if it was a lack of standing, it certainly the judge didn't feel like there was any evidence to support any of the claims. And a lot of what that first guest was talking about was a lot of really weird conspiracy theories that have been, debunked over and over again. The boards, they up window boards, from my understanding, because people were starting to come to the voting booths, and they were causing havoc outside. And they didn't want people to go inside or break windows or
So
do.
that's why they boarded up the windows.
That's my understanding. Yes. And again, that there was the famous person, the girl that Trump kind of vilified and made her name
The
Freeman in
Freeman.
Georgia. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she was putting those the the ballots into the machine, and they said she did it 4 times. That's been debunked. What happened was, and you can literally watch the video.
Well, it was debunked by Attorney General Barr
Right.
because that's the problem is that Trump's own Attorney General was responsible for following up the claims that Trump was making, and he's testifying and stated he's willing to testify in open court that he traced down most of the stuff Trump was complaining about and told Trump personally. There's no validity to this
Right. He
stuff.
said it was bullshit, literally. And then
Yeah,
he said the 2000 Mules video that everyone likes to cite is
yeah,
bullshit. He
yeah.
said both of those things were BS. And so with Ruby Freeman, what happened was the machine could not take the ballots correctly. Like there was a jam. So what she did is she had to pull it out, put it back in, pull it out, and put it back in. It wasn't like she was counting it 4 times, but of course the simpletons take that and they go, "Oh, look at this. This is crazy. What's going on here?" No, it's just that she was on. It's like if you have a paper shredder and you put your paper in and it jams. It's the same thing, or a printer.
So when we talk about Attorney General Barr, B's KUS says, "Oh, is Barr useless?" How do you respond?
Of course, of course he's useless because he doesn't bow down to Trump, because that's all they want. See, they want a dictator. That's what they want. And they want someone who is going to and you look at the poll this morning. There was a poll that said among Trump voters, 61% of Trump voters said that honesty was important to them. So they believe Trump is honest. And so this goes to tell you where they are. They have their heads in the sand. They're not paying attention to anything that is going on. And Bill Barr was the guy who reworded the Mueller report. He was the guy that made it read out that Donald Trump was found to not be a liar. What am I trying to say? Indicted or whatever, or of a crime. But the way it actually read was that we don't have evidence to convict, and we don't have evidence to not convict. So it was kind of like, because
Yep.
of the executive privilege, they couldn't get a lot of the information that they wanted to get. So it
That's
wasn't
like the
like,
Mueller report. That's something what Mueller came back with, right?
right, he made
Yeah,
it, that's how he worded it, but Barr reworded it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
they only
Mueller.
turn
Yeah,
they only
yeah.
turn on him when it's convenient.
They viewed it as if Mueller was exonerating Trump on the Russian collusion. No, he said what you said, where I can't convict him, but I can't exonerate him either.
That's correct. And that is exactly what he did. And I'm just trying to remember all the things that this guy said before me, but it's hard to refute every single thing that he said. I think
You covered enough of it.
I got a lot of them, but it's just, wish people knew how elections worked, and I wish people knew how votes were counted, because that would really help them understand
I
why it was
don't.
not fraudulent.
I gotta move it on, but I tend to disagree with you. And the reason I say that, I believe that folks who believe Trump won, including President Trump himself, I don't think you can show them anything. I think that they have their mind made up. I think Bill
That's
O'Reilly
true.
said it best, and he's a longtime Trump friend. He said Trump believes he won, and nobody is going to tell him otherwise. I don't think that there's anything you can come back with to show Trump, and he'll say, "Okay, yeah, you're right." I just
No,
think
I
he
mean
has his mind made up.
his ego is too large, and he is a narcissist, and that's what he does. This is how he behaves. And I'm sorry, I don't want to take up all your time, but I just really wanted to refute a lot of what was said there, because it's just ridiculous that 3 years later this is being regurgitated, and we're still talking about this, and they would let this man run from prison if they could. I mean, that they literally will. Let's say he gets indicted, they're gonna vote for him anyway, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
yeah. He's going to get millions of votes, even if he's, even if this espionage charge or some of that stuff stops, some people will write his name in. He's going to get millions of votes. But got to move it on.
All right,
Appreciate you
man.
coming in,
See
B
ya.
Pat. All right, good talk. Looking in the comments real quick, I have a comment that said, Chris said, "Why can't we vote in person with ID so no one can claim cheater?" If we all were required to vote in person using an ID, you believe the claims of cheating would disappear? I don't. What they're claiming Ruby Freeman did, that those are ballots that probably were cast with IDs. If you forced everyone to vote with an ID in person, from the voter to the Ruby Freeman types, you would folks would just simply say the pollsters are cheating. So, just like with my caller stating that they were boarding up the windows, even if you voted with ID at a polling place, that would still come up. So you got folks passing laws that say if a person is in a long line, you can't hand them bottles of water. Everybody in that line is going to vote with an ID in person. Yet you would simply say the guy handing them the water is cheating. So you're not going to escape claims of fraud by having people come in and vote with IDs. Or there will be a claim that you're letting people vote with IDs that are expired. Or the picture on the ID is the wrong person. There are a host of ways you can cheat by physically coming in with an ID. That's not going to change that. It will just change the way you're claiming you're cheating. That's just simply not going to change that. By the way, folks, appreciate you guys tapping the screen. Might send your boy out with maybe 130,000 likes if your thumbs are not lazy. I do appreciate that. Looking at our comments, never in our history has there been a sudden stop in the count. It happened in Georgia. I'm willing to listen to the claims that things in the election were done differently than before. Where I disagree is that any type of suspicious activity equates to Trump winning by a landslide. If you want to suggest that the Democrats did things that didn't look right, Trump claiming on election night that he won by a landslide, or folks suggesting that Dominion machines were switching votes from Biden, the problem is there's a hell of a lot of things that have been said by the Trump administration and Trump himself that are not credible. But if you want the election, you're only going to look at the stuff that seem to lack credibility that represents Democrats. The whole campaign of Rudolph Giuliani and Sidney Powell is just loaded with stuff that's wrong. Even Rudolph Giuliani himself has now copped to telling some lies, including about Ruby Freeman. Those two chicks are suing them for making up lies about them. So you got folks on the right that are now not using that Trump won as a defense, but better yet saying, I had the First Amendment rights, free speech to say what I wanted to say, even if it wasn't true. They're not showing up to court to defend their statements. They're showing up to court and defending and trying to use the First Amendment. Even if it ain't true, I got the right to say it. I have First Amendment free speech rights. So the Freeman, Ruby Freeman and her daughter, or the mom and daughter combo, they're receiving death threats and everything. You can't just say all of this crazy shit about them and say, well, I got free speech rights. I mean, these women ruined their lives. Another person that's also suing, not Mike Epps. What was the guy? Oh shit, I can't even think of his name right now. The guy who was at January 6th, the crowd, they're blaming him as instigating things. What is the guy's name? I'm saying Mike Epps, not Mike Epps, the comedian. What is the guy's name? Oh man, Ray Epps. Ray Epps is the guy.
He's also suing because he too is suggesting that they made all kinds of bullshit claims on him with no evidence and no fact. He's going to win some money. Both Ray Epps and Ruby Freeman, they're going to win money from those folks. Rudolph Giuliani being probably one of the worst instigators of this shit. I don't even think Rudolph Giuliani has enough money to pay all of the lawsuits he's going to lose because he was saying all types of shit. Sidney Powell also was saying, in fact, Sidney Powell was saying so much crazy shit that even Trump reportedly stated, she's crazy. She was making up so many crazy things in favor of Trump that even Trump was like, wow, they really going all out. So if you want to say the Democrats cheated or whatever, I think that it gets lost in the sauce because so many things coming from the Republican Party have been shot down. The Ray Epps, the Ruby Freemans, you know, the Dominion machines. Didn't somebody say something about space lasers and all of this? Where the hell is all that coming from? You can't point to Democratic fraud and things like that and ignore all of these statements that literally sound like you're throwing whatever you can up against the wall and hoping that it sticks. All of these claims are not valid. And last but not least, I have to ask, if Trump was claiming that fraud happened in North Carolina and then he won that state by a small margin, why didn't he follow up on that? Why didn't he follow up on the fraud? He was literally claiming that fraud was happening in North Carolina all the way up to damn near the full count. And the minute the election went in favor of him, he just suddenly stopped saying it. If you truly believe in getting to the bottom of fraud, why did the investigation in North Carolina conclude? Why aren't they in North Carolina checking ballot offices and things like that? Is fraud suddenly not important if you win the state? That's where I go back to the Trump was not trying to secure the integrity of the election. He was trying to win. That's all he cared about. I don't care if there's fraud in a state I win. I'm only concerned about fraud where I lose. Then you're no better than the fraudsters. If you're willing to accept fraud in your favor, then you're no better than the folks that are accepting fraud that are going against you. And if Trump is correct in saying that they were cheating in North Carolina, then he clearly was willing to accept fraud in a state where it went in his favor. Because he absolutely was saying that fraud was happening in North Carolina. Can anybody? I'm talking to my beloved MAGA, folks who support Trump. Can anybody tell me why he didn't investigate North Carolina after saying it was fraudulent for weeks? Is there any reason why he decided not to follow up on that? If his goal is to protect the integrity of the election? That's all I'm saying. Looking at the comments, he had literally no time to get all that done. Bees, it's been 3 years. How much time has he had? He's not even claiming North Carolina anymore about the fraud. He's had 3 years. Why hasn't he been there now? He's still only interested in states where he lost. 3 years. You're going to tell me he hasn't had time to go check now? I got to agree with you, TikTokers. That sounds like an excuse to me. Handsome, you used to be fair, but you're really showing your bias now. I'm asking questions. Listen, let me make it clear. As a voter, I have no access to polling places. I have no access to ballot boxes. I don't have any access to check what folks are doing in mailboxes and things like that. At the end of the day, I'm only forced to take the opinion of folks who do have access to these things that can perform the investigations. So if the individual that's in charge of following up on some of the claims Trump made, for instance, of fraud, comes back and says there's no fraud, who am I to tell the investigator you don't know what the hell you're talking about? I didn't go to Georgia. I don't have the power of subpoena. I can't make people come into court and testify under oath. And I have to take into consideration both the governor of Georgia, Kemp. He's not a liberal. He's not rooting for Biden to win. Governor Kemp claims that he voted for Trump both times. He said Trump lost his state. Attorney General Barr was appointed to his position by Trump. He also said Trump lost his state, lost the state of Georgia. I'm supposed to, as a normal citizen, tell the governor of the state of Georgia and the attorney general appointed by Trump that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, but I do? Based on what? Based on what? That's not bias. That's a logical conclusion you would come to. Trump's attorney general and the governor of the state both being Republican, they're just making it up to get Trump. Based on what? I'm just simply saying, if you look at it from a logical conclusion, the way I'm seeing it should make sense to you. But I get it. Like I said before, there are folks who want to believe what they want to believe, and I don't think there's anything you could show them to the contrary. I'd ask you, let's say for shits and giggles. I know you don't believe it, but let's just say for shits and giggles, Trump actually did lose the election. Who could tell him and have him actually believe it, in your opinion? Give me some names in the comment section. Who do you think, if just for shits and giggles, I know you don't think Trump won. I mean, lost rather. But let's just say for shits and giggles that he actually did lose. Who do you think could tell him and he would actually believe it? Roger Stone, somebody said, who has no assets to do any investigations or anything. So if Roger Stone tells Trump he lost, who told Roger Stone? Because you don't believe that person. If Trump gets told by Roger Stone you lost, and Trump says, well, who told you? He doesn't believe the person that told Roger Stone. So how can you get this message to him? That's the point I'm trying to make. And I see in the comments somebody said his daughter. Apparently she was trying to call him on January 6th to get him to get on television and give out a message, and he was ignoring her, according to Chris Christie, but maybe I'm wrong. Looking in the comments. That's your social agenda, to sterilize Americans. That's your proof? Bitcoin biotics. Sterilize Americans. What the hell does that mean? Wow. Where's that? What does that even mean? Sterilize Americans. Wow. I don't know where that's coming from, but let me keep it going. Jay, sterilize.
Who? What?
Hello?
Where? Jay, good evening.
Hello?
So,
Hello?
can you hear me?
I can hear you. This is my first time to ever talk to actually anybody live on
Wow.
any of these things.
Well,
I just
it's a
went over
pleasure.
1,000
It's a
videos.
pleasure
I
having
just
you
went
here.
over 1,000 followers. So, I just wanted to say I'm more in the middle. Um, I don't really like Trump as far as a person. I like the policies that he puts forth
Okay.
for America First agenda. I like that. There's a lot of
Okay.
things that I'm not as savvy as other people, but um,
Let me
I
ask you this. Let me ask it to you this
well
way. Let me ask you.
one thing does bother me though. That's always bothered me since the election, and nobody talks about it. That there were only 168 million registered voters in the United States. Nobody
That's
contests that. 168
okay.
million. 158 million voted. 158 million votes in election that has never had, ever had more than 70% turnout, has a 93% turnout. Nobody has ever even talked about that I know of.
But does that equate to Trump winning?
Well, nobody contests the idea that Trump got 76 million votes. or 75
No,
million. I forget exactly what it
yeah.
was.
Here's what I'm trying to find out though, because we can talk about things that may have not looked right or may have been suspicious. But where is the evidence that suggests Trump won by a landslide? Where is he getting that from?
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because there were a lot of votes that were cast. A lot of votes that were
Okay.
cast that were illegitimate. Now, whether they were exactly for Trump or whether they were exactly for Biden, but millions of votes that were cast that were
So
illegitimate.
where is the part that's okay? I hear what you're saying, but where's the part that where Trump said he won by a landslide? Where's the part
I
that
believe
shows that?
I believe that he won. I don't. It'd be hard for me to say that he won by like 50 million votes or something. But I do believe that he did win. But I believe there was enough Democrats that would come out that the Democrat would probably get around 50 million votes. That's what I honestly think. And that would fall in line with probably the largest turnout ever. Would put it around 80% turnout for
So
votes.
if if you believe he took the election, I mean we've had nearly 3 years. Why has the proof of this not happened?
Well, there's some issues that are going around. A lot of the elected officials are Democratic officials. They won't actually hear it in their court. They try to put it in their
So, but
court, and they
what about the Republicans? What about the Republicans that don't want to hear it? Like the Supreme Court.
well, the Supreme Court won't take it because it's an individual state issue until the state themselves contest the votes. And that's all Trump was trying to do, is that people had come forward, at least this is my understanding, people had come forward stating that they felt that they had prematurely sent in the Electoral College votes and that they were concerned that there was enough fraud that made a difference so in their states. So all Trump was asking Pence to do was give it some more time and send the Electoral College votes back to the state. This is my understanding.
Let me ask you this. I talked about this before you got on. For weeks up to the vote, Trump was claiming there was fraud in the state of North Carolina, and then once he won, he hasn't said anything.
Well, I saw you talk about that. Now, here's something you got to look at the idea of, is that any difference. He's looked now. He didn't get the president. I'm not saying he didn't win. I'm just saying he didn't get the presidency. I think honestly that what should have happened is that all the elections should go back and be looked at, even in the ones that he won, because there was a lot of fraud.
That's the question I'm asking. Is hold on, hang on. That's the question I'm asking. Hey, wait, let me respond to you. Let me respond.
Go ahead.
He said there was fraud in North Carolina. Not once has he talked about that since he won that state. Why is that?
Well, I wouldn't talk about it either if I'm trying to win. And it wouldn't, just like the other states, they say, oh, there wasn't enough fraud. Well, a lot of people are saying it was the most secure election ever, which that's a lie. Anybody that looks at any of the data, even you have to admit that
yeah, but think about
there
what you
was
just
fraud.
said.
There was fraud.
Think about what you just said, though. Think about what you just said. You said, I wouldn't look into North Carolina either if I was trying to win. So, in other words, you're basically saying I'm okay with fraud if it's in my favor.
No, you fix it after you're in the position of power, because he can't fix it. The reason why I bring this up is because they're only going to look at the states which would have made a difference. They're not going to look at the ones because
why? But why? Why would you only look at the states that make a difference in your favor? Why would you only be concerned with the ones that make a difference in your favor?
Well, personally, myself, I would want to look at all the fraud.
Then why
there was fraud in Texas?
Why didn't
there was fraud in Texas, and there was a lot of it.
Why didn't
There was
he
a lot
do
of
that?
fraud in Texas.
Why didn't he do that?
Well, I can tell you, I know that every time I turn around, I see on the news or on TikTok or any place that puts out anything, they're blaming Trump for anything and everything. I mean, the border crisis was not Trump's fault.
Yeah, but
I
let's
mean,
let's stick to
everything.
the election. I don't want to get too far off. I'm asking you,
Okay, okay.
why would he deliberately ignore fraud in states where he claimed it was, like North Carolina? Why would he do that if his goal was the security integrity of the election? Why would he ignore that?
I don't know that he does ignore it. I think there would be something that he would have to fix once he's in
You
office.
heard him
You can't fix it when you're outside, not really.
No.
And it,
Wait, hold on. He lost on November 4th. He didn't leave office to January. Why wasn't he sending investigators to North Carolina in that time? He sent them to all those other states. Why
it's
didn't he
up to
send
the
them to
other
North
states. You're
Carolina?
right, because he was fixing to be ousted. You can, when you got 4 years to mess with something, you got all kinds of time. When you only have a month to do stuff, then you're interested in what is pressing, like right now. It's like, it's like anything else. What, like you yourself may have to do. You go to work, but you also got to pay bills. So,
Why isn't he
something,
doing it
when you
now?
wake up in the morning, you go to work. The bill will have to wait until you get off work to pay the bill because you got to make it to work. Certain things you got to do first.
He is okay. Now that he's out of office, he still could be going to North Carolina asking for recounts. Why hasn't he done anything at all in that state since he left? Nothing. Not one court case. Why is that?
I'm not sure why you're hung up on it. I mean, I get it that it should be corrected. I know. I think you're right. It should be corrected. I'm not saying you're not right. I think all
You're
the fraud in
saying
Texas. There were people arrested in Texas that did
you're
fraud.
saying
They say that they're
you're
not, but they were.
saying you're saying you're not sure why I'm hung up on a state where the man consistently stated there was fraud, won the state, and suddenly shut his mouth completely. You don't have an explanation for why he would do that?
I could tell you that he's interested in winning, just like anybody else would.
Yeah. But what about being interested in making sure there's no fraud in an American state?
I don't think he's going to be able to correct all the fraud. The states themselves, he would have to push the governors to lead
Okay.
that charge. Well, he has no
In
power.
regards to him not being able to correct it, could he at least make an effort? Not one single court case in North Carolina in 3 years. The man claims there was fraud in the 2020 election, claimed there was fraud in North Carolina, not one single court case in 3 years in that state. Why
Did he
is
claim
that?
that there was fraud in Texas?
He certainly claimed it was in North Carolina. Why didn't
Yeah,
he follow up
but
in
what
North
I'm
Carolina?
telling you is he didn't claim that there was fraud in Texas. And there
But he
was.
did
There
in
was a
North Carolina.
lot. And some people did go to jail. I'm from
Let's
Texas. That's
skip
why
it.
I
But
know.
I get it. But I'm saying he claimed over and over again that there was fraud in North Carolina. Court case. Why is that?
I can't tell you that answer. I don't have that answer
Does
for you.
that does that not make him? Does that not weaken his credibility a little bit? That he didn't do anything?
I think he's going to have limited resources. He has to put
One,
his
not a
resources.
single court case. You think his resources are so limited that he couldn't file a single court case in 3 years? They're that limited?
I mean, I would say that it it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't. Now, I'm still not saying that it's wrong. I mean, that it's not wrong. I agree that all fraud, or at least that you're not going to get rid of all of it. And that one guy said that no Republicans committed fraud. They did. I just
How
think
about
that
this?
I
How
just
about
think
this?
that the Democrats were better at it. I think they actually planned it out. I believe. But
how about this? How about this? In regards to limited resources and saying it's not going to change things, since Trump has been out of office, he's held countless rallies. Why is he not even talking about the fraud in North Carolina? Not even speaking about it.
I don't know, but I think he should. I think he should be speaking about all fraud.
Does that
I
not make
personally,
him? Does that
personally,
the
I
fact that
think he should be speaking about all of it.
he seems to ignore fraud in his favor? Does that affect his credibility at all?
Now for me, for like I said, there's some things I don't like about him. You know, I don't have to. You know, I don't. I think DeSantis is doing a great job in Florida, personally, but there's some things that have been going on between him and Trump that uh, I think he should wait. And a lot of people think he should wait his turn. I don't think that DeSantis would have a snowball's chance in hell against Trump, and it wouldn't matter if Trump was even in jail. Still don't think he would have a snowball's chance in hell. So,
But in regards to knowing that Trump is totally willing to ignore election fraud if it's in his favor, do you think he would be the right person to put in to tackle election fraud?
I think that if I could trust the FBI, I would trust the FBI to do it, but I can't trust the FBI.
Do you trust Trump?
I do believe in the deep state. I do believe that there's too many people in high-ranking positions in the FBI and the CIA, in our Congress, on the right and the left, that are taking too much money from it. They're not held accountable for anything. And I've been pushing with people. They need to do the Convention of States, and the Convention of States will keep people. It will allow the states themselves to actually push agendas on Congress to force them to have term limits. They're not going to vote for themselves to have term limits.
I agree with that. I agree.
They won't.
But here's what I don't. But here's what I don't get. We can talk about a corrupt FBI. We can talk about the deep state and all this other corruption. But you and I are having a civilized conversation, and you're willing to admit that Trump was willing to overlook fraud that happened in his favor. He didn't have any. We're talking about 3 years after he's out of office. Not a single court case. Not even discussing the fraud that he believed happened in North Carolina because it helped him win. How is he any different?
So you're saying two wrongs make a right?
No, two wrongs. Two wrongs are two wrongs.
Two wrongs are two wrongs. I can agree.
Yeah.
You know something? We actually do have a lot of common ground. I'm not far right. I'm definitely not to the left. But I have to vote Republican because I don't have an alternative that would change things. And the only reason why I even voted for Donald Trump in the first place, I voted for him the first time. The only reason why I voted for him is because he's not a politician. He never was, and he never will be. He speaks his mind. You don't have to guess about what's on the guy's mind. He'll freaking tell you. He tweets to me shit all the time.
Wait a minute. In regards to not having to guess what's on Trump mind, he'll tell you. What is on his mind about what happened in North Carolina? I don't know. Do you?
Well, I don't know that specifically, but I'm just telling you that
We're guessing.
A lot of the stuff.
We're guessing right now. We're guessing.
We are. We're guessing. We're guessing. But I can tell you that a lot of people, they don't want the mean tweets, but, I don't know if they like the idea of giving, hundreds of millions to Ukraine. Wasn't it just a few years ago we heard on all the news stations how corrupt Ukraine was, and now we're giving them billions.
Yeah, let me speak to you in regards to Ukraine. I'll tell you this: in regards to giving hundreds of millions of dollars to Ukraine, I think you could get even the liberals to not want to give the Ukraine money if we believed that our lives would change if the money was kept here at home. Because you hear folks on the right say you should take care of America first instead of sending money overseas. Most of us liberals feel like even if the money didn't go to Ukraine at all, it wouldn't make a damn bit of a difference in our lives. That's why we don't focus on it much.
I would. Well, I can tell you right now that they keep pushing all these agendas. You know that Build Back Better. What was that? That that big like $6 trillion thing that they passed for infrastructure, of which like only 12% was infrastructure. What the shit? That's freaking crazy.
Here's the point I'm trying to make. Here's the point I'm trying to make. If you want to suggest we shouldn't give the money to Ukraine and we should take care of Americans, how about universal health care? How about tuition? How about daycare for
Can't do
or some of
tuition.
these other, hold on, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
If we believed that the money being sent to Ukraine, if it was kept here in America, it would go to us people, us citizens, we might be on your side, but we see how much the right has been against helping Americans before the money ever went. Because the stuff I just named off, 99% of the recipients for universal health care or tuition or daycare assistance or free lunch for kids in school, that would be Americans. If you let us to believe that we want that money to go to Americans instead of Ukraine, and you weren't against all of those policies, you might get an ally. But we know
It's
you
not gonna.
guys are not in favor of any of that.
It's not gonna go to the Americans. It's gonna go to the 7 million people that have crossed the border in the last 2 years that are slowly
Even if the
infiltrating our entire country. We
even if you secured the border and greatly reduced the immigrants coming in, we still know the right would not be in favor of any of those programs.
well, it's one of the things that I'm all about a balanced budget, and if you don't have money, you don't need to go print some. You need to figure out a way to generate some.
Trump gave a permanent tax cut to a bunch of members of this country during the time when he was telling everybody we was broke. So it's crazy how we say we don't have money, and all of a sudden it's about trillions of dollars. We
And the
don't
Clint
have
and the
money
Clintons
when it
gave
comes to
China a
helping out poor
dadgum.
people.
The Clintons gave China a dadgum port. They gave it to them, and
Right.
I mean,
That's my point. That is my point. That we
but
keep
none of
telling.
these people are held accountable. The Congress
Well,
holds the purse strings. If they want to, they can stop the president. But Congress need term limits. They need term limits,
no,
and they got
we
and they
can we can debate term limits too. You and I both know that ain't gonna happen. But the point I'm trying to make is
if
that
convention of
what
states was to happen, it could. It very well
okay,
could.
that ain't gonna happen either. But I'm just simply saying when it comes to helping people on the lower end of the socioeconomic scale, the right is not in favor of any of that stuff. So when you say don't give money to the Ukraine, help out Americans, we don't feel like you guys actually really mean that.
I believe that just like personally, I've helped out 3 young kids that were my children's.
Not talking about you
No, no, no,
specifically.
no, no, no,
You know
no.
what
Just
I'm
say
talking about.
I'm just saying that you have to be on firm ground financially yourself before you can help others. As America, right now, we're not financially safe. We're not. We're not.
We If we take your statement, you got to be on firm ground before you can help others. There has never been a time in American history when it came to helping out people on the bottom end of the scale where the politicians said, we're on firm ground now. They have always had an excuse not to help out the people at the lower end of the scale. So we don't believe firm ground is ever going to happen.
Yeah, but we need to get there, or at least some semblance of it.
Yeah, but you got to do better than that. And that's why we don't mind sending the money to the Ukraine because we're looking at it like at least it's going to somebody other than rich people.
Yeah, but the rich people are getting a kickback. All those rich people are getting. You can't make me believe that a lot of those rich people ain't getting kickbacks off of that. They sent them a whole buku of weapons, and Ukraine had sold the weapons before it even landed in Ukraine to people down in Africa.
Well,
I was like, what the crap?
well, like I said,
They had already sold a bunch of the weapons that we sent them to help them with.
you would have a much easier chance getting liberal allies if you didn't vote against everything that we want for the people at the bottom end of the scale. If you weren't voting against all those policies and then you said, let's not give money to the Ukraine, let's give money to people for this or for that, we'd be willing to work with you. But everything we come up with before money was sent to Ukraine. You guys are voting against it. So we
Well, I
don't
tell you,
we don't see eye to eye on that at all. But I do got
well,
to move it on, Jay.
okay, okay.
Good
Well,
talk.
thank you for the conversation. I do appreciate it,
And you're
and
absolutely welcome back. You're welcome back anytime, man. Come on back
you have a good
anytime.
day.
You too. You too. Looking in the comments real quick, what's good about the weapons for Ukraine? The GOP and the Dems are together on that. That is true. Helping out the Ukraine is a bipartisan effort. But folks need to realize there are three parties in America now. It's no longer Republicans and Democrats. It's Republicans, traditional, but better yet, it's Democrats, traditional Republicans, and MAGA. MAGA is strong enough to be its own party now. There's Republicans, Democrats, and MAGA. MAGA doesn't agree all the time with Republicans. And of course, they don't ever agree with Democrats. But MAGA is its own party. And when it comes to helping out the Ukraine, MAGA is a detractor. The traditional Republicans are greatly in favor of weakening Russia by helping in Ukraine. So the traditional Republicans and the Democrats are basically a bipartisan effort. But MAGA's on the other side of that. Looking in the comments here, JV from Cleveland says, MAGA till I die. You know, it's interesting you would say, what happens to MAGA once Trump passes or is not able to run or does 4 years, whatever the case may be? What happens to MAGA after Trump? I'd be curious because we know Ron DeSantis is no longer considered MAGA. Who else could take up the MAGA movement? You want President Roger Stone? Commander-in-Chief Tucker Carlson? Who else could be MAGA after President Trump is gone? Because it kind of remember Barack Obama, Tea Party, Joe the Plumber. The Tea Party was out in force because Barack Obama was going to turn us into socialist Greece at the time. They're using Venezuela now because Greece has recovered its economy. And they're looking for the next worst country to blame on the liberals. So now it's socialist Venezuela, but it used to be Greece. Anyhow, you notice that after Obama got elected the second time, the Tea Party just kind of went away. There's a few members out there, but it's no longer near as strong as it was. The whole goal of the Tea Party was to prevent Obama from being elected. Once he got his second term and their mission was a failure, they kind of went away. I wonder if MAGA could happen like that. Will MAGA survive after Trump is out of the running, out of the race? You know, whether it's deciding not to run, being prevented not to run, incarceration, or, he's a 77-year-old man. Can MAGA survive after Trump is gone? I'd like to hear you folks. What is your suggestion on that? You know, like they say, after the love is gone, earth, wind, and fire, after the love is gone. Looking in the comments here. MAGA love crying and pointing the finger, but never offer solutions. Captain Obvious, I disagree with that. I think border security would provide solutions to some of the issues we have in this country. They're in favor. I think when Trump promoted neutralizing the trade imbalance between us and Russia by imposing tariffs on the Chinese, that's a solution. I don't, like I said, I lean left, but I don't believe all on the right is bad. There are good things coming out of the right as well. I think some solutions were offered, but the way Trump did things needlessly created a hell of a lot of enemies that got in the way with what he was trying to accomplish. I lean left, but I'm willing to say that on paper, I don't see where Trump shouldn't have gotten reelected. If he had just simply been president, professional, courteous, and did what he did, he would have won a second term. The economy was decent, things like that. His handling of COVID was dismal. That might have cost him, but without the tweets and name calling, I think he would. It's not easy to get rid of an incumbent president unless the incumbent is really bad in office, like Jimmy Carter, or he gets involved in scandals.
So I do believe that if President Trump was a personable guy, wasn't deliberately getting in every fight that came along his way and starting a few along the way, he would have won. He would have been reelected. I do believe that. He had the second worst economic recovery in history. You're talking about Trump. That's not true. President, for all the people, not just a small group, I probably would have voted for her. Who? Hillary? Who is, it just says president. For all the people, not just a small group. I'm curious to who you're talking about. Looking in the comments, if we invested more in education, we wouldn't have the MAGA problem today. Are you suggesting the problem of MAGA is due to lack of education? Wow. Democrats need black people in poverty. George Morris. Think about what you're saying. The Democrats need more black people in poverty. Which leads to the obvious question. Why would black people in poverty vote Democrat? What is it about a black poor person that leads them to believe the Republicans don't give a damn about them? Because that's what you're basically saying, is that the Democrats need more poor black people because poor black people vote Democrat. Why don't they vote Republican? What is it about the Republican Party that poor black people don't see desirable? Is it that they don't give a damn about them? Because I know you're going to go probably to the free shit. If you are a poor African American, are you suggesting that you can't depend on the Republicans to help you out at all? Only the Democrats? That's the comment you made. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Looking in the comments, this in CW Life says, Flight says that's a racist trope. Yeah, it could be taken away. But I wanted to hear his take. What is it about being a poor African American that would make you want to vote Democrat? Why isn't the Republican Party attractive to you? There has to be a reason for that. I mean, essentially, you're basically saying that the Democrats look out for poor black people in a way that makes them vote Democrat. That's not necessarily a compliment to the Republican Party. Looking in the comment, Republican Party and Trump is two different things. That is true, 100% true. If he goes to prison, there will be a civil war. The spirit of 1776 will rise, says Jeff Smith. I don't get it. I understand that you may think the election was taken or that Trump is being railroaded. You're willing to die for that? You're willing to literally lose your life? For what? I mean, if Trump gets reelected, he has 4 years. And he has despite how you feel about the liberals, you're supposed to hate the liberals. I get that. Nobody has a problem with a Republican or MAGA that doesn't like the liberals. The liberals go against all your damn principles. You're supposed to dislike the liberals. But if Trump gets reelected, do you realize how many Republican senators in Congress do not like him? How is he going to accomplish much without unity in his own party? He only can do 4 years. There's only one midterm during that time. So he first off has to start with the team he's given in 2024. We know on that team is likely to be the likes of the Mitt Romney types and the Mitch McConnells that you already don't like. Maybe not Mitch McConnell. He's in his 80s, but Mitt Romney's going to be there. So if he starts in 2024 with a host of Republican senators in Congress that do not like, not liberals, Republicans, how much is he going to accomplish? Now, let's say in the 2026 midterms, you get some gains and you win maybe the House and Senate. I'm speaking very positively. I'm being optimistic because usually it's the other way around. But let's say he wins the House and Senate in 2020. He has 2 years. That's it, just 2 years. How much do you think this guy's going to accomplish? Remember the notion that Trump could not get much accomplished during his first term because they didn't give him a chance from day one? You think that's going to go away if he gets reelected in 2024 with multiple court cases? We know all of those cases won't be done. I mean, are we even for certain at this point with so many members of government. You guys even talk about the feds and the DOJ. You guys claim that they don't like Trump. We know Trump plans to get reelected and hopefully make those federal cases go away. But if you're willing to suggest that the feds and the DOJ did not like Trump while he was actually president, are you even sure he could accomplish that? How much do you think he's going to actually get accomplished if he's reelected? That's what I'm curious about. Because you're admitting that that's what prevented him from getting his signature promises accomplished in 2016. Is that people were constantly impeaching him and going after him and investigating him and not giving him a chance from day one. All of that's going to happen if he gets reelected. But yet we have a mindset that he's going to accomplish a bunch of shit. Literally, you're basically doing what you did before and expecting different results. Now, we could suggest, well, Trump has gained some knowledge of the system and he's not going to make the same mistakes. He's not going to appoint rhinos and treasonous around him like he did in 2016. But then that doesn't take away from the fact that just this time last year, he was trying to appoint Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker. So that's less than a year ago. He was still doing it. He was still trying to appoint people that you folks, my beloved MAGA, think are bad candidates. This time last, he was trying to appoint both Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz. But folks are suggesting he learned his lesson and he's not going to appoint bad people anymore. I don't get it. I'm not here to bash Trump or say there's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. I'm not going to deny that. There are legitimate reasons to vote for him. You want to defend the Second Amendment, how you feel about abortion rights versus pro-life, pro-choice. There are legitimate reasons to support Trump. However, there are no legitimate reasons to act as though the guy is Superman and is going to get all of these things accomplished in 4 years that are just simply not possible because Washington doesn't move that fast. I just don't get it. I mean, I see the NFT cards. The guy got lasers coming out of his eyes. He's wearing a Superman outfit and things like that. But in reality, it doesn't work like that. He's not going to get all of these things accomplished in 4 years. He may get our economy back favorable to the way you like it or something like that. But all of this draining the swamp and, fixing elections so that they're not stolen, you can't do all that in 4 years. It just doesn't work that fast. I really believe that folks are giving him credit that elevates him to almost superhero status. One guy can't do this. When you talking about MAGA again, most of you folks do not trust anybody on the Republican side. Not liberals. Like I said, you're supposed to hate liberals. I get that. But folks on the right side of the aisle, you guys think most of the Republican senators and a lot of the Congress are rhinos, treasonous, traitors, and Trump can't depend on them. If he gets reelected, many of them are going to be in office. How much do you think he's going to accomplish with all of the swamp still in place? Like I said, I'm here to have a moderate conversation with you folks, but I'm going to what seems to be illogical. And I think we have elevated Trump to some degree to Superman status, giving him powers to get things done that one guy can't do when you're admitting that the people who should be helping him do it, Republican senators in Congress, are not on his team. Trump has not shown any evidence that he can come into power and unify even Republicans. Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling them all treasonous, traitors, and rhinos. But somehow, after showing you that he couldn't do it for the first 4 years, you believe he can do it for the last. I just don't see any evidence of that. I'm not, like I said, it's not about bashing him. It's about looking at the logistics of this. He doesn't look like the guy that's going to get elected and all of a sudden all of the Senate and Congress are going to get behind him, and all the Republican senators in Congress are going to get behind him and help him promote his agenda. Yeah! Star Grandma. Thank you. Appreciate that ad mustache. It just doesn't seem like that. Use your brain. Why do they hate this man so much? Truth seeker. They hate him so much because he's an inflammatory guy. He's a bomb thrower. He's a bomb thrower. Let me make it clear to you. I get the notion that everybody hates Trump, but I would submit this to you. No one could go to D.C. promising to do what Trump promised to do in the manner he was suggesting he would do it and not be hated. The example I often give is that if you were to go to a factory and tell the employer, if you hire me as a manager, I promise I will help you get rid of your lazy employees. I will drain the swamp. I'll name names. I'll tell you everybody who's doing something wrong here. And the employees are sitting around hearing you make that promise. If they hire you as a manager, you think those employees are going to work with you? You think you're not going to have any problems? You just basically ran a campaign promising to be a snitch. That is what Trump promised. For us voters, that sounds great. You'll clean up Washington. But you really expect senators and Congress people to cooperate and work favorably with a guy that's just simply promised to get them all fired and calling them all kinds of names? That is why Trump is hated so much. Anyone that runs on a campaign of being a snitch is going to have problems, especially if you're actually calling people out and saying that Mitt Romney sucks or Mitch McConnell was bad for you. I mean, then he's not going to work with you. You wouldn't work with a person that was doing that. You think these senators, Congress people, governors work their tail off to get these elite positions, to have this man come by and embarrass the hell out of them, only to work with them? You really believe that? This is what I'm talking about when I say elevating the man to Superman status. He is such a revered hero that he can cuss out people, insult everybody, and they'll just overlook it, and there's no consequence to that. He can cuss out and say anything bad about anybody he wants, and everybody should work with him and ignore that. As long as he's giving this country a good economy and doing what's right by this country, he should be able to cuss out and say any bad thing he wants about any respected politician out there. People believe that. People actually believe that. That a senator or a sitting governor should just let somebody say all kinds of bad shit about them, their families and everything. As long as he's giving us a good economy, I don't care what he says about my wife or my husband. People actually believe that. I don't know. And you're right. Ted Cruz definitely did. You make a good point, Ted. I kind of wonder how that works in the Cruz's household, because Ted Cruz's wife, I'm assuming she has other female friends and things like that. Like, how does that conversation go? Like, you okay with your man just kissing ass to this? This guy just basically compared Melania Trump to you and asked who would you choose and said, I don't know how that goes. Other than, listen, we make a lot of money riding with Trump. I don't care what he said about me. At the end of the day, I'm feeding my family with the money we make, which is essentially a sellout, just being referred to it by a different way of speaking. But you basically are selling out your own dignity because you make good money by letting them insult you. I don't know. I would have beat the orange out of Trump, says William Dibby. They should be tired from licking his boots for almost a decade now. Well, I can see why some of them are doing it, because it's benefiting them. Most of them know that if they criticize Trump, they're going to lose their jobs. I mean, look at what's happened to Ron DeSantis. He literally was riding high. He was a rock star. Look where he is now. Ron DeSantis may not even be reelected as governor. If Trump gets reelected, yeah, Ron DeSantis' whole career is done. That'll be it. He probably won't even run again if Trump gets reelected. But the point I'm trying to make is they're licking his boots because they're gaining a hell of a lot out of it. Shit, some of us might even do that. They're doing it because they're making a fortune off of doing it. And if they go against Trump, their whole careers are over with. You think Liz Cheney, you think the career of Congresswoman Liz Cheney was coming to a conclusion before Trump? She could have been a congresswoman until most of us are old and gray. Or at the very least, she was old and gray. She could have been like Mitch McConnell or Nancy Pelosi and the rest of them. Simply getting on the wrong side of Trump ended her career. That is it. voted with Trump 95% of the time. She is about as true blue of a conservative as you can be, but that doesn't matter. If you don't follow Trump, the rest of that shit is kind of a moot point. And that's what happened to her. Anyhow, folks, I am up bloviating with you guys long into the evening. I appreciate the fact that so many of you folks still tuned in to what many of folks, my beloved MAGA, may refer to as bullshit, but you know how we do. I don't block, ban, or censor any of the comments. MAGA are my preferred guests, even though a lot of you folks do not necessarily agree with my political opinions. That's fine. I don't always agree with yours, but I do believe you have a right to state how you feel. And any time you're on this program, I will protect your First Amendment free speech rights. Old girl, appreciate that. But certainly I appreciate you folks rolling with me all of this time. I will let you guys hear this on the way out, what the whole program was about. With 500 plus of you still in, it was about what Ron DeSantis said in regards to Trump. Here goes.
After Trump supporters.
We have a strand in our party that views supporting Trump as whether you are a rhino or not. And so you could be the most conservative person since sliced bread. Unless you're kissing his rear end, they will somehow call you a rhino. So if you're not rooted in principle, if all we are is listless vessels that's just supposed to follow, whatever happens to come down the pike on Truth Social every morning, that's not going to be a durable movement.
Unless you're kissing Trump's rear end, they're going to call you a rhino. You hear what he said? Doesn't matter what you've done for the Republican Party. Unless you're kissing Trump's rear end, they're going to call you a rhino. All right, folks, you know what we got to do. See you guys tomorrow. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle, follow the program.
Oh, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.